What's up, Jonah? We had two battle passes to level today? Ooh. How was your nap? In classic Dondo fashion? I didn't get the chance. I had to make food and do stuff. I'm gonna turn the music down. There. Is that too quiet or is that good? That's good. Yeah. I lowered it like a single decibel. Oh. I did have one question, Jonah. Um, were you? The what was it? The overlay. How was that going? Or like have you started? My assumption is no. Because I wanted to see if like I don't know where you were at, if it was possible to do some changes. Okay. Can you send me what you have currently? Because I was thinking of like just a different layout, not like different theme and stuff, but like just little things. So maybe. Okay. So we have two videos to watch from Mugen. That's all I'm doing. They've been out for a couple days or a couple weeks, so I'm not competing with him, challenging him for views. So anybody who has watched them or reacted to them has already done so. It's 3 hours for two videos. And as normal, it's been a bit since we've done a reaction thing, but I will be pausing in between to give my own info, give my own take. We haven't seen this screen for a bit. Am I taller on the other one? I am taller. Damn. It made me short. We have some goodies. So the first one, I actually just gonna close Spotify. The first video is about pirate software. Second video is about the Vshoujo stuff. And in probably a week or so, there's going to be another video about the current stuff going on with Radioactive and Adora Bunny. Which, if you haven't seen that or anything from that, there's a 92-page document. I haven't even looked. I looked at the index listing of the pages. that was kind of all I needed. I don't really want to go page by page of how 5 different people were backstabbed and emotionally hurt. Not good for my mental. If you want to read it, Radioactive has it on her Twitter. But it kind of looks like another Cinder situation, but a little worse, given that there were almost permanent decisions made. So, you know, background footage, top screen. We got Destiny, and then we'll have Fortnite. So, Destiny's quick. Literally, for Destiny, I'll show you. Solar grenades, rapid defeats, solo ops. It's like, it might be done within 10 minutes. So. Are we ready, chat? I hope we're ready. Oh. I've been saving these videos to watch on stream, so here we go.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And that phrase is perfect.
That's the video link, by the way.
To describe when a massive content creator gets into controversy bad enough to end their career.
Jump scare immediate.
But when it comes to Pirate Software, he wasn't just a big content creator. He was someone who managed to blow up from 13,000 subscribers all the way to 1.1 million in less than 2 months, taking over the YouTube Shorts algorithm at some point, and even making over $50,000 in one Twitch stream. However, he also managed to lose all of that just as fast. His actions didn't just make him unlikable, but it exposed him, both as a brand and as a person, making people realize that they had subscribed to him over lies or exaggerations, and that he never showed his true self until now. You've no doubt somehow heard about this already. So many people are talking about him because it's that much of a crazy story, and so I thought of making a video going back to the first ever incident and how it led us here today. So without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so the first question to even ask here is, where the hell did Pirate Software even come from? Well, he created his channel in 2016, and while his channel would grow over the years, it would do so in a very slow manner, reaching 13,000 subscribers after 7 years. But then, at the end of October 2023, he would take a decision that would change his life forever. And that would be uploading highlights of his Twitch streams as YouTube Shorts. These were such an incredible success that for a while they took over the YouTube Shorts algorithm. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at all if a huge portion of you watching this video right now came across these shorts on your own time. The views speak for themselves, with tens of millions of people being exposed to his channel for the first time and liking it. But how did he manage?
I did a test a year ago. So I was like, this Pirate Software, every time I look at shorts, he's like, incognito. I opened different incognitos. I even made a new account on YouTube to see. On a every 5 shorts of the first short I picked, 5 out of 10 were Pirate Software, and they weren't always the same shorts. So he had such a presence that you were basically flipping a coin on if you saw him or not on your first viewing of shorts. And I did this over different days, different accounts, incognito, not incognito. Mostly incognito because that doesn't save the things. Effectively though, he has such a chokehold on it that a 50-50 is crazy for anything else.
Managed to do that when so many others couldn't? Well, many different shorts actually share the same factors. All you have to do is just watch one to understand.
A hollow type short.
This short right here, titled Social Engineering, has every single one of these factors combined. So let's take a look at it and then I'll explain. Watch.
So when I worked at Blizzard, I had to do a social engineering task where I had to hit customer support, and I had to get 50 questions answered. And let me tell you, I got my questions answered. I shouldn't have. That was the problem. They're not supposed to answer those. And one of the things that I found that was really interesting is people that had been there for 1 year were really, really hard to trick. But people that had been there for 5 years were really easy to trick. What have we learned? We've learned that training is the issue. Everybody that actually worked at the company got training in their first year, and then they never got training again. So they became complacent, exactly. The director of
Simple
CS
presence,
came, and he said, I want the names. And I said, I'm not giving you the names. You're just going to fire those people. And he goes, I'm going to go to your boss. I was like, do it. My boss is like, you got the names? I was like, yeah. And he goes, you going to give them to him? And I was like, no. And he goes, he's not going to give you the names, bud. And then I sat down and was like, look, I'm not giving you the names, because if I did, you'd fire all of these people that are your best employees, the ones that have been here the longest. And in 4 years, you will have the exact same problem with the people that are newbies right now. The issue is not the employees, it's your training regimen. I sat down with him, we created a new 6-month training regimen, and guess what? I went back about a year later, did the same thing. All those people passed with flying colors. Not a single one of them answered my questions.
This claim by the now is dubious, given a former roommate and coworker of his. He may or may not have extremely or overemphasized his importance in the company and his contributions. So, half of his claims take with a grain of salt.
Well, there you have it. The deep voice, with the confidence and eloquence in his speech, as well as the whiteboard he was drawing on at the bottom that was meant to soothe any attention span issues Gen Z might have, was the perfect combination. Additionally, this story made him out to be a genius, but not just any genius, a noble genius who saved 8 employees from losing their jobs by standing up to the evil boss. And where did that boss work? At some unknown company? No, he worked at the grand, prestigious video game company Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, that's right. This guy right here, talking in such an amazing, eloquent tone,
the breast milk
at
company.
Blizzard Entertainment. And that's something he would make sure to mention any chance he got.
When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment.
Anyway, we'll get back to that later in the video, but for now, all you have to understand is that these shorts were extremely
That compilation is like 6 minutes of him doing that.
From 13,000 subscribers to 1 million before the year even ended. That's 2 months, going from 13,000 to 1.1 million. And over time, his shorts have racked up almost 2.3 billion views, a massive, astounding achievement in such a short amount of time. But YouTube wasn't the only platform that benefited. I mean, these shorts were highlights from his streams, so of course people went to those streams to see the real thing live. And so his Twitch channel went from 400 concurrent viewers to thousands. And within barely 3 months, he was at over 8,000 concurrent viewers. That's top 1% of the top 1%. Now look, of course you might think, well, there are bigger streamers out there, of course. But even those streamers must have gotten envious sometimes because of how loyal and supportive Pirate Software's community was. On December 2023, he would beat Twitch's hype train record. When enough people donate bits,
that's also dubious.
Subs, the hype train is activated, starting at level 1. While that's happening, a timer starts counting down to 0. If more people donate, the timer resets and they get to level 2. Pirate Software's community had gotten him to level 55, and they discovered together that level 55 was actually the cap. No one had ever reached a hype train level this high on the entire platform. He had gotten over 7,000 subs and 1.8 million bits. If you don't know what this means, he had essentially made $50,000 in one stream. This guy's community was so unstoppable that it made everyone else be aware of his existence. So much so that he actually was able to get nominated to the Streamer Awards in December of 2020.
I don't know if Mugen covers it in this video because it was a more recent development. That, I don't know if it was that hype train or a different one, was possibly faked. Well, not possibly, there's DMs with a mod. Essentially, the mod saying like, hey, I'm gonna donate $1,000 to extend it. Which, the mods are paid. So, well, yes, I think the math works out. The mod spent $1,000 and only lost like $300. That's not okay to do. Like, if they want to donate, sure. But he did it, his mod did it on an alt, and then pretended to be someone that wasn't an alt. It was like, oh yeah, I'm a friend of this mod. He's a real weird guy, yeah. which is just odd behavior. That came out like a week or two ago, and this video is 3 weeks old. So I don't know if it's going to be talked about. But effectively, like, hype train fraud is insane to do. Which leads into that thing that I mentioned, like, Wubby was talking about. Pay Money Wubby was talking about a couple weeks ago. There's a ad agency that did a recent thing where they looked at, like, out of the top 500 channels, how many they think have fake viewership. Either intentionally, someone doing it maliciously to them, or someone on their team. And in their findings, 450 out of the top 500 streamers had dubious viewership claim, like numbers. Like they weren't accurate. Which is, you know, effectively 4 out of 5 of the top streamers didn't have the right viewership numbers. Which pirate software would be included in. But also like Wubby would be, Hassan, like Asmongold, top big people. And whether intentional or not, same with this hype train thing, it ruins the experience and parts of the platform for people of my size. If you are a company, like let's say you're Coca-Cola, and you're doing a sponsorship run, right? You are a streamer, you say, I have 10,000 viewers, give me some money. Coca-Cola goes, gives you money. And they look at the amount of people from your viewer base of this 10,000 that actually interacted with the sponsorship. And it's around 500 people. That's really, really bad. Like for me, if it was I get 5 viewers, 1 or 2 of you interact, that's pretty good. That's half my viewership. But 10,000 to 500, that's not good. But if it turns out that you normally only have 5,000, that's a better ratio. That company feels better in that investment because, well, that's a larger ratio. But if it's 5 out of 10,000, they don't want to put money into the platform anymore, which means they're less likely to sponsor other creators, especially smaller ones. And it's out of the top 500 creators, you will get over 1,000 viewers on average. You don't need to fake your viewership because it doesn't change your ad revenue. It's only affecting sponsors. This hype train shows, look, our viewers are really committed. We can do really cool things with our viewers, and he will get more opportunities and awards as such. But when your mod is donating with the intention of artificially extending it as a way of like, look, someone just put $1,000 into the hype train, maybe other viewers will be like, you know what, I want to do that too. Let me put some more money. Now Twitch will look at hype trains differently, and hype trains are a metric people use for sponsorships. It's like, hey, my community's really engaged. They're really loyal. We hit a hype train because people gave this much money. Stuff like this ruins the platform and ruins it for people that this isn't their job. For Pirate Software, this is his job. He has 1,000+ viewers, average. So he doesn't need to do this, and yet they do it anyway. It's stupid.
2023, he was barely getting viral, but this is just how influential he was in such a short span of time. But what I want you to understand here is that the Streamer Wars actually have way bigger streamers than Pirate Software in other category nominations. For example, like XQC or Kai Cenat. These streamers would of course send their own communities to go vote for them on the website, and they did so with no issues. But when Pirate Software sent his community to vote for him, they crashed the fucking website. No other content creator had even come close to crashing the website. So it goes without saying that he won the Best Software and Game Development Streamer Award in 2023. He wasn't just absolutely killing it, the guy was speedrunning being a content creator, getting to 1 million subs,
Yeah.
getting hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitch, winning streamer awards, and beating records when it came to donations on Twitch. So of course, I say this with no exaggeration, the sky was the limit and the guy was barely getting started. If he could achieve that in just a couple of months, what could he achieve in years? Would he become a legend? Achieve stardom? Either way, he was unstoppable until he wasn't. And he had no one to blame but himself. The first incident that would begin his cataclysmic downfall was, in the most ironic way possible, in a World of Warcraft dungeon. Yes, Blizzard Entertainment's biggest game of all time. And it would become his worst.
This was such a nothing drama that got blown out.
Warcraft needs any introduction, okay? It came out in 2004 and revolutionized gaming forever. Many games tried to copy it, many games tried to compete with it, they all died, and this game is still alive today in 2025. Now, throughout the years, it has received many different expansions, 9 in total. And while they would add more content, quests, story, sometimes new races, sometimes new classes, some of them would also permanently alter the game's fundamental mechanics. In other words, the game that you're playing now in 2025 is vastly different from the game that you would have played on release
Incredibly
day.
so.
One could even go as far as saying that they're completely different games at this point. Seeing that so many people's most meaningful gaming experience while they were growing up was World of Warcraft, a lot of them yearned for nostalgia. A lot of them wanted to relive those days when all they had to do was worry about mechanics from 10 or even 15 years ago. This would result in the rise of WoW private servers, unofficial servers ran by fans in which they would use old versions of the game. At some point, Blizzard would start taking down some of the most popular private servers and would cause community outrage, with many asking Blizzard directly, well, why are you going to take them down, seeing that there's demand for them if you're not going to make one of your own? And so they took their sweet time, but eventually, in the year 2019, they would launch World of Warcraft Classic, bringing back World of Warcraft exactly how it was back during patch 1.12.1 of September 2006, before the launch of its first ever expansion. It would run in parallel to the normal World of Warcraft of today and would slowly re-release its expansions, allowing people to relive them once more. In the summer of 2023, World of Warcraft Classic would release the Hardcore Realms game mode. These are separate servers from normal ones in which you can create a new character, but if you die, you lose that character forever, hence why it was called Hardcore. And this is where Sodapoppin comes in, a streamer that has been streaming for over a decade. In his early days, he was a popular World of Warcraft streamer, and when he saw the announcement of World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, he would create a Hardcore streamer guild in October 2023, in which he and a bunch of other big streamers would try their best to level up their character to level 60 without dying, and eventually also try to do endgame content. It was a big success, so at the end of 2024, he decided to launch Season 2. This time, better and bigger than ever before. The amount of streamers that participated in this Season 2 was insane. There are streamers here who had never even played World of Warcraft, that were huge in games that they played. Some were League of Legends pros, some were Counter-Strike pros. I mean, the list went on. It was an astounding amount of people.
Some weren't even gaming. Like Canute was there. Canute's not a gaming streamer. He's fitness IRL. Or there's like, I think Kenji was in there. Anypants? Or not Anypants. It was Kenji and Demi. They're not real, like they play games and stuff, but they're not who I would consider like a gaming focused creator. They're more variety. But this was a big opportunity. There was a lot of people that were relatively not big, like they were smaller creators compared to everybody else. This was a big opportunity. And there was always drama, like weekly, that never mattered. There was never like actual problems. It's half a drama Twitch. It's either illegal or it's high school.
One of the many big streamers that had joined OnlyFans was none other than Pirate Software. Seeing that he had built such a massive influence over the year of 2024, adding him to the guild was seen as a net positive. It was seen as a good thing, until one day it wasn't. The maximum level you could reach in World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore was level 60, and getting there, just by itself, is already an ordeal that lasts dozens of hours and sees you try your best to not die. Now, Dire Maul is a dungeon that you can only access if you're level 58 at the minimum, and its appeal is the amount of great gear that it drops. Dungeons are typically ran by 5 people, so Pirate Software and 4...
I think for that, it doesn't just take a lot of effort. I think it took some people like a solid 3 weeks straight of playtime to hit level 60. Like a full month of just grind to hit the level. So keep that in mind when he's about to say what happened.
Other streamers decided to take this on in order to get better gear. Now usually, when you're in a dungeon or a raid, there's always a team leader, someone who calls the shots. It's a very stressful role, especially in a raid when you're managing a couple dozen people, and it's even crazier in hardcore World of Warcraft because whatever you decide might affect the accounts of the people playing. One wrong move and they lose dozens of hours of progress, and it's all on you. I'm saying this because I want you to bear in mind that Pirate Software is not the group leader here. But as silly as this sounds, the beginning of Pirate Software's downfall was because of this dungeon and what you're about to see here. The YouTuber Dev, otherwise known as Short Fat Otaku, great name by the way, combined the perspectives of everyone who was streaming in the...
Dev has his own problems, by the way. He's got a lot of drama and history behind him too, that we might look at another point.
Dungeon minus one person. One of them was Pirate Software on the top right. As you're watching this, you're going to hear the team leader say, run. In World of Warcraft dungeons or raids, this means retreat, but help each other retreat. Not every man for himself, don't care about your teammates. You're meant to stick around, try your best to outmaneuver the enemies while making sure your teammates also make it out with you. But as you might guess, that's not what happened here at all. Watch.
God damn it.
Run.
Just run. Guitar, you dummy?
Alright, so he said run.
And like the cockroach in Asmongold's house.
Make sure that they all get out together.
No.
Look at Pirate Software.
Also, are you fine? Any grenades,
I got
anything?
last stand. You can just
Heal him.
Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
What's on me? Sitting bear form.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help a lot. Yeah.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking?
This
Look
is
at my mana.
savageable. Come on,
Innervate you?
man.
Kill the.
So his teammate told him, Pirate, why are you
Salvageable.
walking, bro? This is salvageable. Come on, man. He doesn't care. He keeps running all by himself.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Innervate.
Innervate the healer. Kill the mastiffs. We got this. In a sense of.
War something?
Do you see my mana?
He's smiling, by the way. They're dying, and he's smiling. I don't even think it's like... Okay. I don't think Mugen will go into it as much, but I'll explain if he doesn't.
Just kill the mastiffs. One shot. Okay, we
More on the way.
Run now. The mastiffs can be Ice Novas.
Crash out.
Musara?
Oh.
Okay, get out.
Run.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
I can taunt last.
How much mana is
as
ice?
well?
There's no way that much mana.
You have a boss in you called run.
Getting slowed.
Fuck. Wait,
Anything for me?
Snuppy. Oh,
I
no.
don't think... I cannot stun him. Also,
No,
you're
just
good.
run out.
So, that sounded like a massive fuck up, didn't it?
Yes, it did, Short Fat Otaku. Bear in mind, Pirate Software's excuse here was, I have no mana, I can't help you, when he clearly had 2 items in his inventory that could bring back up his mana. He could have totally helped and saved his 2 teammates that ended up dying.
So Pirate is playing the support class in the game. He's got not just 2, he has 3 items, I believe. He's got 2 in his inventory, and then he has another ability with a short cooldown if he uses a separate ability. He had 3 different options to try and help people, and instead, he decided to just bug out. Jonah, this is like if both your healers in Rivals come a fight, instead of healing you and using their abilities, just dipped. And left you and like Spider-Man and Jeff just on the cart. Or whatever. It's been a while since I've played Rivals. I don't know who's meta. Can you imagine that? Or like League. You're pushing down lane. And 3 out of out of your team of 5 leave, and you're just there. Pirate could have pulled stuff. Even this, his apology isn't an apology. We'll get to it. But his excuse is, I didn't have mana. When you are streaming your screen that shows you have mana, replenishing items, you could have said, I panicked. You know what? I panicked? My bad. I don't think people would be upset, but it's like, okay, you panicked, you know what? Hey, things happen. But when it's like you are just refusing to help and smiling, you deserve the hate you get for that.
Losing all their progress.
It's also a game. It's like, yeah, you spent like at most 3 weeks on this. It's a game. It's not like someone actually got shot. It's all blown out of proportion.
This was a disaster. One of his teammates, Yamato, on the left here, confronted him and was asking him what happened, like what's going on. And this was what Pirate Software had to say right after the fact.
You instantly ran. You didn't even look
As
back.
much as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
Don't be angry at all.
You overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources, you overpulled, and you weren't paying attention to where the boss was. That's not on me.
2 or 3 people out of my team of 5 died. That's on you, though. I'm just the healer. It's not his fault. He just didn't use his items. In Destiny, I play the support class. I'm a warlock. If I don't put down a well to buff my teammates, we could lose a raid. Like, we could lose whatever activity. I get turrets I can put down to put, like, CC. If we're in person, I'm ready to fight. Fighter class in-game and out. You can't tell me, like, just play better when you're the healer. Oh.
So 2 of his teammates pretty much lost everything.
Yeah.
He very clearly ran on his own when he could have just said, you know what, look, yes, I panicked, I screwed up, my bad, sorry.
Exactly.
But he instead decides to blame his entire team except for himself. It was your guys' fault for pulling in the enemies. It was your guys' fault for calling run in the middle of a fight. It was your guys' fault for this and that. This was very weird behavior. I mean, this is just a game. And he was acting like if he apologized, he would be committing a cardinal sin or something.
Yeah.
It made his teammates very uncomfortable to the point where the guild leader had to step in.
Oh.
Now, Soda Poppin was initially the guild leader, but then, unexpectedly, he dueled Tyler 1, who had leveled up to level 60 and became a very important member of the guild. And
That's... If I had to explain this to my dad of like, well, you see, there was an internal power structure that had a duel of honor for the leader of the guild. And because of that, Tyler 1 beat Soda Poppin in hand-to-hand ritual combat, and now he was Big Papa. And therefore, he told Pirate Software to stop roaching and kicked him from the guild. My dad would have a conniption. He'd tell me to leave the room. Like... What do you mean? Like, this is like watching a Fern video and like, these policies would have been fine, but there was an election a day before.
step in. Now, Soda Poppin was initially the guild leader, but then, unexpectedly, he dueled Tyler 1, who had leveled up to level 60 and became a very important member of the guild in a fight that would determine who the new guild master would be. What no one was expecting, though, was that Tyler 1 would beat Soda Poppin, becoming the guildmaster. Seeing that this was becoming a big guild issue, he had to step in and brought both Yamato and Pirate Software into a call in order to squash the beef once and for all. The result? A catastrophe. Why?
Of course.
What do you want, man?
Let me say it again.
He already said his piece.
Pirate.
Go on.
Oh,
Yeah,
dear
I
God.
want to speak to him because I didn't speak to him correctly. I said it again. We all did mistakes, bro. Like I didn't say, we are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero
You see the point?
accountability, dude. Everyone can do something better.
you-
But when you open up and you
No,
yell
you-
over another
No,
person
listen,
like
can
you were
I
doing earlier,
speak?
nah, I'm good.
You
See ya. I'm not doing that shit again with him. Nah, he did it the first time. I'm not doing it a second one. Not interested.
I mean,
That is the worst way you could handle this situation. You run. So when confronted with, hey, you know, we all made mistakes, it's just, can you just accept, like, you also made a mistake? And reaction of, nah. And then you run? Jonah, I know you're not a confrontational man. But, like, if it were me, I'm fighting you. Like, full on. I don't know. Yeah, time and time and time and time and time again, people pick, like, the worst. It's like, option A. Relent. You know, yeah, I messed up. That's my bad. It's on me. Jonah, what would you do in this? Like, if you were Pirate Software, or if you were in the room and someone would refuse to admit they did something wrong, and instead of doing that, or even just arguing their point, they just ran. They left. Well, how would you react? Kill them. It's like option A. Take your lickings and just be like, you know, yeah, I messed up. That's my bad. You know, I should have tried something. I could have done this. You know, right? I'm sorry. You own up to it. It's like, yeah, I made a mistake. You're right, we all made mistakes. I made them too. I'm sorry. Or you double down and try to, like, I don't know, argue your position more of like, no, I didn't have a choice. I had to run. If I ran and I died, I definitely couldn't help you, and I didn't have enough mana to save you. You could have been like, you know, it would have taken time to use those items where I could have died. I didn't want to risk it, so I left. People might not like that answer, but it's better than running. It's always the secret third option. The secret third one is always the worst. And it's always the one that's chosen.
this is so weird. Yamato was being as mature as possible here, saying, listen, this was all our fault. We're not blaming you. We just want you to admit, just like we've admitted, that we all screwed up, and he couldn't even say that, leaving the call like an immature, disrespectful baby as Yamato was talking. This not only rubbed his dungeon teammates the wrong way, it rubbed the entire OnlyFans guild as well as the viewers the wrong way.
Yeah.
As criticism was mounting, Pirate Software was for the first time confronting massive controversy coming his way.
This is the point where I think officially there's a term called a lolcow, which is essentially you can milk a person for laughs. Like, you can goad them into saying or doing something very easily, and you can make fun of them and get a laugh out of them. That's basically what a lolcow is. In commentary spaces, there's a lot of people like that. I think Darkside Phil is one of them. It's like Dark Viper is also another one. Pirate Software will never take ownership of his mistakes, thus leading to people very easily goading a response out of him. That's just bad. This, I think, is where it started, where you refuse to acknowledge something's wrong, and you continually make the worst response possible. Like, you have to be trained to make the responses he's about to make.
At any point in time, he could have just simply apologized and moved on. Instead, he only chose to double down, playing the victim and saying that other streamers and OnlyFans just want to cause problems with him for no reason whatsoever.
Content is causing drama and problems. There's a lot of streamers actually in this guild that want to cause problems specifically with me, and have even stated so publicly on their Twitch, saying that they want to have a fight with me for content. That's not content. That's dog shit.
Not what was said. What was said was, hey, basically, like, you know how WWE, like, wrestling, like, fakes a beef sometimes? and then you have like you set up a fake rivalry. That's what was suggested. Not, hey, I'm gonna mess with you and piss you off just on purpose. It was like, hey, you're like the sorcerer healer. I'm like a warrior. Let's have a little like, you know, I'll be the heal, you can be the good guy. We'll do it up for like a stream bit. That's what was presented. Not, hey, I'm gonna piss in your cereal as a bit. Just to piss you off. And then we'll just fight daily. That's not what was presented. And that is effectively how Pirate has described this on Twitter and on his stream other times, of just someone just wanted to fight for some reason. They were being a delinquent. A hoodlum. Which is odd to me, because acting as if these people also don't stream and have their reactions and words recorded, clipped, and shared on like 20 different platforms, you know? Like, these aren't small creators. They're not thousands of viewers, but it's not like they're my size. It's like 200 viewer streamers. Insane reactions every time.
Ridiculous. Keep it. Not gonna be a part of it.
I mean, seriously, why would people just want to attack you unprovoked for no reason whatsoever? What a cruel world we live in. The bulk of these events will unfold from January 10th to January 12th, 2025. By that time, Pirate Software would have received so much criticism, so much hate, that he felt compelled to post a long tweet explaining his point of view on Twitter, saying, "To those trying to character assassinate me online for a bad pull in Dire Maul
Character
WoW
assassinate.
This is hardcore WoW, and a lot is on the line when you step foot into a dungeon. Here is a light breakdown of the last 24 hours. Our party went the wrong way and overpulled multiple packs with the boss. The shot caller made the call to run, then went back on that call. During the run out, another pack was pulled as we had opted to skip it previously, which is never a good thing. Communication was completely broken throughout this, and it was our second time failing the dungeon. Everyone played poorly, and 2 people ultimately lost their characters for it. Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. I have never once said I was perfect in my play, nor that I was a god gamer. I'm just an ex-Blizzard employee that has played Mage for a long time. To pin that on a single person is absurd at best, and if you're calling for death and cancellation over it, you're too invested in this content in a very unhealthy way. If you're a creator engaging in this kind of behavior, then eventually your content wave will end, but the relationships you've sullied will be permanent. Hope it was worth it for you."
The relationships you sullied will be permanent. Brother, it's World of Warcraft. You could have just said sorry. Your content wave will end. I'm praying on your downfall. This bridge burned, reduced to ashes, smoldering ashes. What was the drama? I stubbed my toe, and I blamed you for it. A 6-paragraph thing. It's always, people always bring up death threats as a thing. Everybody gets death threats. Everybody who's a creator at a certain size will get death threats. That happens. Using that as like a shield for criticism is lame. Yes, it sucks. But trying to paint that for every... Are you telling me Soda Poppin told someone to go over to you to send those? Really? Tyler won, all these other creators, and it's not just some deranged fans? I doubt it. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts. Those accounts were also people just being like, hey, why couldn't you just say sorry? Like, this was a good event that was going on. Why couldn't you just apologize? And they'd get banned. And then someone would be like, you suck. And like, send a death threat, and they'd get banned. And he's lumping those 2 people together. Streamers didn't try to get him banned from Twitch. There was some people that falsely reported him, yes, but it wasn't streamers. He got kicked from the guild because of his behavior, not because of the drama. And people making comments about the ferret rescue. It's just people being like trolls and shitters, not other streamers. He can't be wrong. It's wild.
To those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. This too shall pass. Do not attack anyone else
Okay,
on my
Gandalf.
behalf. I've always hated that kind of behavior. I have no intention of stopping making things or not doing stuff as I have already been. Those who are banned will stay so. I've never liked that kind of knee-jerk reaction behavior in our community before, and I will not be changing that now. For those that don't understand why they will stay banned, we had a 10-hour long hate raid over it live on Twitch. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts across all platforms, and our moderators received death threats regularly throughout it all. People called for me to be killed both in-game and out of game. They tried to get me banned from Twitch, the guild, and WoW. They tried to make disparaging comments about our ferret rescue or that we somehow hurt animals. They tried to spread rumors saying I was convicted of felonies and many other things. The internet hate machine will not defeat me or the community that supports me. See you in WoW Hardcore tomorrow. So this was posted on January 13th, 2025. And while
He could have
didn't
just said
admit that
sorry.
Everyone in the group made mistakes, including himself. It truly didn't feel genuine. It seemed like it was absolutely impossible for him to just say, I'm sorry, I misplayed. He just couldn't do it. Someone pointed that out, saying, where's the I messed up? And Pirate Software said, apparently you have no idea how to read, hope this helps, highlighting the paragraph in which he said each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. Again, it was worded in a disingenuous way. He just couldn't take individual accountability here, no matter what. The top comment was a WoW streamer known by Joker D saying, just take the L, it's not that hard, to which Pirate Software said, hope this was worth it for you. So overall, this entire
Such a
response didn't
lame.
really help him at all. And even if it did, he would single-handedly ruin any progress.
Hope this was worth it for you. Fuck off. Not even a high horse. You're on, like, a dragon. Actually, he's probably on a hyena given his persona stuff, but that's stuff for other times.
It might have had in the coming days. He would double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, and eventually sextuple down, only to call OnlyFans a content guild built on hate.
And a lot of it was from a rogue that was bitching the entire time about every goddamn thing that was going on except for his own play. But
Oh.
the mage is the one at fault because the mage is the hero class and the mage has to do everything perfectly. Everyone in that played badly. The druid butt pulled an extra pack on the way out. The tank chose to take us into a bad route through the entirety of the dungeon, pulled 2 packs and the boss at the same time. I, as the mage, went into that fight with 40% mana, tried to use my resources, used them poorly, and got myself out when the call was made to run, which, by the way, was made by them as well. Everyone played badly. In fact, the only person who didn't was the healer. And I explained that in the Twitter post, but no one wants to hear that shit because they want it to be a double down, a triple down, a quadruple down. They want to have a villain. They want to have an enemy. They want to fight that shit into the ground. They want to send death threats to people over it because they're goddamn insane. Because this guild has turned into a content guild built on hate, not a content guild built on experiences. Because they're freaking monsters.
Experiences.
It's just crazy how we got to this point and we're not even halfway through this drama, and all he had to really realistically do was look at the camera and say, you know what, I'm sorry. We all misplayed, yes, but I screwed up by running away the way I did. I had 2 items that could have restored my mana so I could help the 2 people who died, but I just simply panicked and ran away. And so even though we all misplayed, I just want to say I'm sorry for my play. But no, it was too hard for him. Guys, he worked at Blizzard, and Blizzard employees simply don't make mistakes. That's a given. As Pirate Software was too busy playing the victim, a clip of the streamer Lucari surfaced in which he was doing a dungeon with Pirate Software. You see, Lucari is someone who had never played World of Warcraft up until this
I feel
point.
so bad for
He was playing
Lucari.
a mage just like Pirate, but he was kind of having a hard time keeping up with everything going on. Here's how Pirate treated him. I'm sure you can tell from the title. Pirate Software bullying a totally new player to the game. Pathetic, dude. Watch.
Basically have to evocate to get your mana back for the next pull. Ugh.
Remind me, sorry, I don't play the game, so I forgot. If you remind me, I can help you out real quick.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Jen. If only someone else would cast Arcana. If only.
Such...
Can't really keep wishing for things that just aren't here, though.
That's true. That's true. Can't wish for the rogue. Can't wish for another mage to cast Arcana.
It's such a lame thing to do.
May I have some votes? Oh, since we have 2 mages, we could probably poly the ads.
Wait, we have 2 mages. Oh, man.
Yeah, I can poly.
Here I've been the only one casting Arcana. Incredible.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's wild, right?
God, even reality TV can't recreate such an awkward moment, man. Just ruining the whole vibe.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Jen.
Hey man, I'm new to the game, so if you want me to help with Arcane, just let me know, remind me. Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the game, right chat? Oh, we have 2 mages. Oh, I didn't know that. All that in the face of a new player who was being nothing but nice, honestly. And yet Pirate Software had the gall to complain about being bullied by other content creators when he was literally doing that to someone as innocent as Lakari. The culmination of all this would force Sodapoppin to take the decision of kicking Pirate Software.
Lakari's such a nice guy
Meaning
too.
everyone in the OnlyFans Discord and saying this: yes, I made the decision to kick Pirate. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may have not felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision, but still I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on, in my opinion. Stay safe, gamers. So look, at the end of the day, in World of Warcraft in general, when you're in a raid or dungeon, you have to trust every single member on your team to make sure that not only you complete the raid or dungeon, but that you also survive. This also applies on a way bigger scale in World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, because one bad teammate can cost you the account that you've put dozens or even hundreds of hours in. And people just couldn't trust someone who couldn't take any accountability like Pirate Software. As soon as things would have gone wrong, he would have probably just ran for his life and said he had no mana again. And not many people really felt sorry for him because at the end of the day, he was the embodiment of this meme. No one was forcing him to sextuple down. No one was forcing him to bully a new player. The only person who was shooting themselves in the foot with a shotgun was none other than Pirate Software. At this point, Jason Thor Hall, otherwise known as Pirate Software, was slowly but surely becoming a lolcow, but he had no idea. But that was normal, because fundamentally speaking, a lolcow is never aware that they're a lolcow. Look, there are a lot of definitions of what a lolcow is, but if I had to sum it up, well, it would be very simple. It's someone who simply embodies the worst of the worst when it comes to human traits, but they would be constantly convinced that they are the perfect human being, never able to admit fault, and never willing to, even when they know that they're in the wrong. This by itself becomes very entertaining, and there are many examples. They come in all shapes, sizes, and even colors.
Oh, Boogie.
And the mage who ran out of mana was about to join their ranks imminently. All he had to do to avoid this fate was just fucking apologize, man. But he just couldn't. In fact, what he ended up doing was maybe one of the cringiest things in this entire video. I genuinely can't believe that someone in his 30s said this, but I mean, watch this yourself. You'll know what I mean.
I didn't get this deep. Stop feeding into it. All of the accounts that are messaging me are getting reported. There's a funny fact about this. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. There's a whole lot of other people there that still know me. And all of these reports are going directly to me.
Really can't
They're well
stop
aware of the situation, and
bringing it up.
messaging me. They're going to get read. It's kind of a dumbass thing to do, and I can't wait for all of them to get banned. Yep.
Yeah, so all you guys whispering me right now with these threats, well, guess what? My dad works at Nintendo, and I'm going to tell him personally about every single one of you, so good job. See you later. It's like, bro, if they're sending you death threats, you really just have to report them in game, and I'm sure something will happen. You don't have to actually bother your Blizzard alumni. This clip was on January 14th. And guys, I swear to you, I am constantly impressed by how ironic life can be. I don't think we live in a simulation, but sometimes I do get the feeling, because some things are just so perfect in comedic timing, you'd think that there was someone writing a script. One day after this clip came out, Pirate Software was streaming the game Ashes of Creation during its second alpha. This is an MMORPG similar to World of Warcraft, and it also has raids as well as dungeons. During a raid, Pirate Software would wipe the entire team. He would kill everyone single-handedly by pulling in the wrong unit. What would be his first reaction? Well, watch for yourself.
Sabu is not paying attention.
He pulled in the enemy.
Sabu.
And he died.
God damn it, guys.
No, he pulled the ocular.
Who pulled the ocular? I wonder who.
So one of you pulled the ocular.
Pirate did it, by the way.
Now half the raid is dead. Was there a reason for that?
I I swear, it is so funny knowing that he was the one who pulled the ocular. This is also another thing with lolcows. They are unintentionally hilarious. Pirate Software here was genuinely pissed, okay? He genuinely was livid. But knowing that he was the one who caused the wipe is so fucking funny. It showed people that World of Warcraft wasn't an isolated case. He was doing this in Ashes of Creation and would very easily do this a third time somewhere else. It was him. He was the issue here. And his lack of accountability was astounding. But you know what else is astounding? His ability to keep digging.
Thank you, Coke Gaming, for the 1,000 bits. Hey. I wouldn't mind a few thousand bits my way. Hey. Science is expensive, man. I saw Valo gifted 5 subs in that clip. Yeah. I think they were about to get to the boss, so people were like, hey, a little free promotion. You're about to hit the apex of your stream. The ultimate cinematic moment. And then you hear the TTS. Did you know Burger King has the new Whopper with whatever pickles and charcoal, whatever thing that was going around before? Thank you, Coke, for the bits and Vala for the subs. And then you're like, hey, why do y'all do that? And you have an extremely awkward moment when Coke is on screen. Horrible promotion. Also, Pirate knew he was the one to pull Oculus, but he wanted to blame somebody else. Because he aimed specifically for the Oculus. So, he's not just a cockroach, he's also a bit of a rat. But that's just my opinion. And how you act.
Digging himself in deeper holes. During this whole fiasco, Joker D would talk about Pirate Software and would call him out.
I honestly fuck Pirate Software. Like, straight up, bro, this dude is a complete fraud. At least in the WoW space, I don't care if he worked for fucking Blizzard. The guy probably made fucking coffee for some devs. I don't even believe for a second.
So out of all the streamers in OnlyFans, Joker D probably went the hardest on Pirate Software.
Yeah.
He took segments of this rant and uploaded it as a YouTube video. That YouTube video would then be removed due to a violation of community guidelines, and the person who striked it cited the reason as being harassment and cyberbullying. One could only guess who took this video down. I mean, seriously. Joker D would never reveal the name of the brand or whatever that was behind this, but seeing that the video had gotten brigaded by Pirate Software's community, for many, it was safe to say that Pirate Software was the one who took this video down because he simply didn't like it, abusing the copy strike system on YouTube. Seeing that Pokemon
not the first time he's done that.
Past, back in 2020, getting an amazing community reaction, and of course, we can't forget about Alinity doing this as well back in 2018.
Oh, I'm old.
Wow, I'm old.
I'm gonna copy strike this guy.
I mean, it was genius. It worked so well for every content creator who had done that prior. So obviously, this was the play. Congratulations. You know, it's so fascinating.
Okay, the thing with Pokey, right? Well, Pokey did that. People didn't have reason to assume it was her until she said so. Alinity just outright said it and had no qualms about it. Pirate didn't address it, though. He already had a very public feud with the guy and has expressed sentiments before about not liking this viewpoint and will just ban people. So he had no... He gave people no reason to not assume it was him, even by him not addressing. So, even if he didn't say anything and it really wasn't him, he's kind of out of luck because, well, why wouldn't it be you? This is in line with how you act.
The internet works sometimes. Someone could mind their own business for months, for years, for decades, but as soon as they do something that makes them so incredibly unlikable, the internet starts seeing a big red target on your back and they strike. Pirate Software had a talent of building up a huge, loyal community in just the span of a couple of months. When January 2025 came by though, he proved to us that he had another talent, building up a massive community of very loyal haters. These incidents that we just talked about had ensured that.
He can build a community.
Those very same haters would start scrutinizing every single aspect of Pirate Software, both as a brand.
Nepotism be damned. He can build a community.
Only to eventually dismantle this massive empire that he had built. Now look, just to be clear, Pirate Software has always had
waste of a
haters, dating
platform.
all the way back to September 2024, and there were earlier instances too. This is normal. When you get famous, when you take over the algorithm the way he did, some people will naturally get fatigued from you. I mean, you might not believe this, but even someone like Queso has haters, purely.
Also, note on Queso. Queso's been on break, I think, recently because of health problems. Queso is apparently on an upturn. He's doing better. I saw a thing from his mom. So he's doing good.
Because he's a massive content creator, no pun intended. Some of these early haters of Pirate Software would start
He's live right now?
videos talking about his past. About how, for example, he wasn't the game developer he was making himself out to be, especially with his Blizzard experience. About how he used to go by the name of Moldavius Fig Tree and was a well-renowned furry in Second Life and EVE Online. But those videos would never get enough traction to actually matter. As you can see, this video right here with the title of Pirate Software, the streamer who faked his game dev career, had reached almost 100,000 views. From the like and dislike ratio, we can see how Pirate Software had somehow, either directly or indirectly, sent his community to brigade this video, and just like Joker D's video, it was taken down by abusing the copy strike system and inciting harassment and cyberbullying. So essentially, if you were an early hater of Pirate Software, if you had something to say, well, chances are no one heard you. This is how for a long time he was able to sweep all the hate, feedback, and criticism under the rug. Except this time, after all the events that we just saw unfold, he had way too many eyes examining his every move, and he couldn't just sweep criticism under the rug anymore. For example, around the end of January 2025, Pirate Software had DMCA'd in India.
I don't think he's going to talk about the furry thing.
Its developer. Why? Well, the developer shows us the main reason why Pirate Software wanted the game taken down. Here it is. It's this roach wearing the same wizard hat that he was wearing during World of Warcraft, while mimicking some of the things that he was saying. Watch.
As much as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
This whole game got DMCA'd because of this. I mean, this is how sensitive he is. And now...
Okay, also, that bit with the roach wasn't in the game. So, Pirate DMCA'd the guy for a section he didn't even know if it was in the game or not. It could have just been an experimental build. It could have been a fake ad like all the mobile ones. He didn't know, and he still filed it anyway. Which is the proof that it was fraudulent, because the game dev proved it could have been a mod, exactly. But it was an experimental branch that was just made as like an ad. It was like a, hey, shock marketing, you know? So he didn't even know. With the furry thing, I don't think it's touched on. There was a thing, a point for Pirate. Pirate would ERP with another person on his side monitor while he would stream, doing like furry ERP. And it was a big thing because it was bad that it happened. This person he was ERPing with, full adult, you know, tried to blackmail him and be like, I didn't consent to this, but very clearly they did. So this person was just looking for something for some reason out of Pirate. It comes up in a lot of other videos. I don't think it comes up in Mugen's, but if you see any other drama thing, especially by more Pegasus, just milks content. Nothing that he did for furry stuff was bad. It's just unfortunate that furry stuff has that stigma, and for it to be used as an attack on him.
Oh, many people were made aware of this. He couldn't just copy strike or DMCA just about anyone, because every time he did, he spawned more haters. His strategy was now outdated. everyone was made aware of what had happened to this indie game. And speaking of indie games, there was renewed scrutiny over Pirate Software's indie game called Heartbound, with many wondering why it's been in early access since 2018 with no release date in
Almost
sight.
a decade.
Even 3 more years, it'll be a decade. Some people were comparing him to Yandere Dev, a very well-established lolcow who hadn't released his game in over a decade. And when people actually analyzed its code, they found some of the worst.
Yandere Dev has code that is thousands of lines of like if statements, and I think Pirate does the same thing too. It is the most redundant code ever. And Yandere Dev had a blank check from Devolver Digital to make Yandere Simulator, and he fumbled it massively in like the worst way possible. Where it's just like, produce the game. We'll assign people to you to help. We'll do whatever. It didn't work out. Yandere Dev is also a pedophile, but that's like drama we can deal with at a future time. But for it to be comparable is horrible. Yandere Dev taught himself how to code. Supposedly Pirate Software was trained and went to school for it. So keep that in mind. A little schooling, not like full schooling, but like certificate.
Written code known to mankind. Seeing all this scrutiny and criticism catch up to his own game development must have hit one hell of a nerve, because very shortly after he announced that Heartbound would start receiving monthly updates.
All it took
was people going there and reviewing it negatively. He was hoping that this would steer off the criticism and the scrutiny, and that things would eventually finally go back to normal, but the haters weren't really done just yet. People were putting into question his entire identity, the fact that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years, but worked what exactly? As well as him claiming that he was one hell of a hacker who had gone to the yearly hacking conference DEF CON and won some pretty important events there with the help of his team that he never mentioned, of course. Always taking credit for this by himself.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point he was invited to a podcast called Dropped Frames. This was a clip from it, and here's the title: Pirate Software on how he became a hacker for the government.
Before he gets to that, there's a short from Pirate Software. You know, Joni, you might know the show. There's that one show with the guy, Rami Malek, I think is his name. That's like a hacker show kind of thing. I don't know if you know it. You might also as well, Corette. There's a short Pirate has where he says their solution to a problem for this DEF CON event where they posted this problem-solving thing was ripped for the show and used for it, and no credit was given. For what I've been able to find, Pirate and his team weren't the one to come up with this solution, but they're claiming ownership over it because they're the more famous people to use it. Which is just horrible as someone who is against stealing ideas and trying to be like, oh, original stuff, and against pirating. He's willing to pirate ideas if it benefits him. But if it's like, stop killing games, which isn't pirating, by the way, it's just better for everybody. All off the table. Quick side note for that. Also, currently, some ordinary gamers, Mudahar, is having the same kind of scrutiny level that got thrown his way. Of now people are looking into all his kinds of all the work he's done and trying to see if it actually lines up with the truth. And for Mudahar, it's not. For Pirate Software, it's not looking like it either.
These were the stories that he was telling people. Watch this.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
An actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like,
Yes,
not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual hacker. You won.
Like an actual hacker.
Yeah,
my last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of Energy.
So a dude walks in with a laptop and a suit.
I was watching him like a week ago.
Who's that guy?
Yeah.
Well, that's the hacker from the government.
Yeah, that's the hacker.
It's even worse 'cause we go in like 3 to 4 man teams, man. So like we've got a team. Of
Oh, you
dudes
had a
looking
fleet.
Like
You had
this.
like a team of dudes in
It
suits
wasn't just
holding
me.
laptops,
Yeah,
walking into
exactly.
restricted areas. Okay.
When he says things like this, what he's trying to paint in your mind as a viewer is that he's some sort of Unit 8200 Mossad agent.
I don't know why. This is Coding Jesus. Coding Jesus went over Pirate Software's code and like scrutinized it. Was like, hey, if you're actually at the level of coding you said you were, you shouldn't be doing these mistakes. Like, there's incredibly more efficient ways to do this. Why aren't you doing them if you're at the level you say you are? I don't know why he brings up Mossad. I don't understand this level of comparison. You could have been like, you know, FBI, like Men in Black instead, but okay. Sure.
Writing zero-day exploits on USBs that are snuck into Iranian nuclear facilities and that infest and shut down the entire technical operation of that nuclear power plant. When in reality, if you look at his LinkedIn and reconcile it against his skill set, what he did was social engineering. He wrote phishing emails and tried to gain access to credentials and user systems that way.
So Coding Jesus said it best. Pirate Software's entire identity was slowly starting to unravel right before our very eyes. From the shorts that made him go viral, to the stories he used to say on stream, to quite literally everything about him was nothing more than either an exaggeration or him trying as best as possible to sugarcoat reality. We can very clearly see on his LinkedIn that first off, he didn't work at Blizzard for 7 years, it was actually 6 years, 6 months, and that his initial roles were him being in quality assurance. For the first 4 years at Blizzard, so the majority of his time there, he was in an entry-level role, eventually being promoted multiple times and finishing off as a senior red team specialist. In his own description of the job, he said, infiltrated and exploited physical access controls, managed social engineering operations to improve employee awareness and resilience, and finally created, launched, and managed a global web application bounty program.
Infiltrating is just like someone is going through the door and you quickly sneak in behind them, or you just like, hey, my key card's not letting me buzz in, can you let me in quick? I'm on the 3rd floor. Or like you use some information you got from some other social engineering, like, hey, you know Tim on the 3rd floor? I'm on his team, can you let me in? My key card hasn't been activated yet. And they let you in. That's all that means. It's just everything companies want for like security of like whatever. That's all he did just to test people. And he's using that as like, I got into super secret government facilities and I could shut down the nation's power systems. And blah 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 blah. Typing, hacking, I'm in. Like they do in TV shows. He wasn't doing that. He's like, hey, you won a free gift card, or hey, the Bank of America would like to contact you about a suspicious charge you made. Click this link. And then he has your bank info. That's all he did.
Program. As Coding Jesus said, this guy would literally just send phishing emails, make phone calls, try to pretend to be an outsider in order to have employees make mistakes so that they can improve internal protocols. I mean, it's an important job, that's for sure, but even on his LinkedIn, he would make claims that he worked on all these different games. I mean, yeah, indirectly, but none of your code made it to the game. You didn't model, you didn't texture, and you sure as hell didn't animate. You just so happened to work on internal projects in parallel to these games. And yet, every time someone would mention something about games, about the video game industry, about whatever, he would always start off by saying, I worked 7 years at Blizzard, actually, so I know what I'm talking about. When in reality, no, you have more experience as an indie developer than you ever had as a developer at a AAA company, and that's the truth. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that he made this such an important and integral part of his personality that it felt like a massive betrayal. But that's not all. His dad was Joey Ray Hall. This picture right here is of 10 people. And if you don't know who they are, these people happen to be the original founders of Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, these guys are legends in every sense of the word. And the guy in the middle is none other than Jason Thorhall's father. He later became the director of cinematics at Blizzard, which is probably the only thing that Blizzard has been consistently good at for the last 20 years. He was also the inspiration behind this guy in South Park from the famous World of Warcraft episode. I mean, this guy was a legend in every sense of the word. And so Mashable.com, when they made this article about pirate software titled How Streamer Pirate Software Gained Nearly 2 million subs in 6 months, they just had to mention the fact that he's a Nepo baby, saying when he was 16, he landed a dream job as a game tester at Blizzard Entertainment, which before the bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition by Microsoft for $68.7 billion was considered one of the most respected companies in the video game industry. It helped that he was a Nepo baby, since his dad, Joey Ray Hall, had spent over 2 decades at the industry titan since almost the very beginning. Now, of course, after 6 months, he would leave because he felt that the corporate life wasn't for him, and many years later would reapply by himself without the help of his dad, landing a QA role, which I believe, because if he had the help of his dad, no way he would end up in an entry-level position. But still, just them including this sentence, calling him a Nepo baby, just truly triggered him beyond belief. I mean, look at what he had to say.
Yeah, really not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. It's one of those things that I've been trying to fight my entire career. It's one of the things that I've had to argue with people in chat about. It's one of the things that we ban people for here. Anytime people say shit like that, because it's deeply disrespectful and it completely overwrites any of the things that I've done throughout my career.
It's not bad to be a Nepo baby.
Somebody else's success, which they have not been.
That's how most people get jobs, is from someone they know.
It's rude as fuck. So, what do you say? In the thing, he said it was.
It's the truth, yeah. But it's like, yeah, my dad was Steve Jobs, and I worked at Apple for 6 months, and then I left. I came back, applied on my own, and I got in. Totally not a Nepo baby. But my dad is still Steve Jobs. Like, okay, well, yeah, you may have applied on your own, but the moment I'm the recruiter and I see the name Paul, and I go, hey, that's my boss's name. Oh, right, you're his son, because I've known you for the 2 decades I've worked with your father. Yeah, of course. I know your family. Or, hey, I really don't want my boss asking, hey, why didn't you hire this guy? Even if it wasn't intended, you're a Nepo baby. That's not, but also like, most people get jobs because my friend works here, or a family member works here. I've had trouble getting a job because I find out, oh, they just hired someone they knew. That's... Everybody's a nepotism hire. That's what's recommended to you in college and universities. Network, make friends, make acquaintances, get as many connections as you can, so at some point you can be a nepotism hire. That's not a bad thing. You just have to be, like, you got hired for your name, but they kept you on because of the work you did. If they hired you because of your name and you didn't do anything, yeah, I would probably be a little upset that, like, oh, you know, maybe don't bring that up because I didn't do anything. But if it's like, yeah, they hired me because of my name, but they kept me on for 7 years and through multiple firings, yeah, maybe because of your name, but also probably because of the work you did. Doesn't always have to be because of who you're related to. When I had my drafting job, I got hired because my dad was working there and he recommended me. But I put in the work. They kept me through a couple things until they literally had no other work to give me. It's fine to be that kind of hire, because what makes it is the work you do. If you only coast off of your name, that's bad.
He called me a Nepo baby in his article. No,
boo-hoo.
That's dog shit behavior. Really gross. In any case, let's go find somebody to raid.
I mean, you heard him, right? He would ban people in chat if they called him a Nepo baby. It's the easiest way to
so
trigger
lame.
him. And yet, at the same time, the same guy who's acting triggered over being called Nepo baby said this multiple times on his stream. Watch.
So I'm second generation Blizzard. I'm the first second generation Blizzard employee that ever existed at the company. I'm also a second generation Blizzard employee. I was a second generation Blizzard employee. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee ever. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee. And I love that shit.
Oh, yeah.
I love that company. Working for Blizzard sucked. And
Again, a lol cow is someone who is unintentionally hilarious when being 100% serious, and I just can't stop laughing at this guy. I mean, seriously? I was the first second-generation Blizzard employee? What is this, the Chinese dynasty? What are you even talking about? And let's be real here, the only reason you were the first second-generation Blizzard employee was purely because of your dad. Because back then, they didn't even have a recruiting team. You were just the easiest hire. And I think one thing he has to understand is that being a Nepo baby isn't a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but also, why would you not hire a family member or a friend? That's like the best vouch you can get as you're bringing a stranger in. Would you rather bring in someone who's a complete stranger or someone who's like, hey, I know your dad. Like, I went to your, like, I was helping barbecue at your 10th birthday. I know you. You know? It's like, your dad can also rein you in if you're causing problems. Like, versus just some random guy off the street. Why would you not want someone who you can have just a little more control over because you know who they're related to? It's acting like like this never happens.
I think most people, if they had a dad or a mom who worked a really cool job, they would love to take advantage of that, and they do. For example, Jack Quaid is an actor that was called a Nepo baby multiple times by fans. That's because his parents are both Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan, two very successful actors. His response was very refreshing for fans, agreeing with the Nepo baby label and saying, I'm an immensely privileged.
So much easier to build a working relationship with someone you obviously have stuff in common than a literal stranger. Exactly. And if you're hiring at Blizzard, you're like, hey, you're interested in cybersecurity? I know your dad, you've known me for a while. This is going to be easy to, like, work with, to get to know, like, to work effectively. Why would you? That's the obvious pick, is like, hey, I've known you for, like, 3 years. You know? It's just how it is. Don't know why you would be upset about that. Unless you, like, were, for some reason, really sensitive about it.
Person. I don't think it undermines my talent. Adding that he was able to get representation pretty early
That's what I'm
on
saying.
because of being a Nepo baby, and that it's already more than half the battle. So as I said, being a Nepo baby isn't inherently a bad thing. It's only bad when you try to deny it. When you get defensive, because come on, who are you lying to? And that was what Pirate Software was doing. It was becoming more and more obvious that Pirate Software had a massive ego, but also very deep-rooted insecurities. He wanted to appear like a genius no matter what. And according to him, geniuses never apologize, geniuses never admit fault. But they also never make mistakes and always, no matter what, figure things out on stream. This is something that became painfully obvious when he would play some pretty hard puzzle games and would figure out some of the hardest things all by himself miraculously.
He's so
after
smart.
looking at his phone, playing it off like it was some genius eureka moment. Outer Wilds is a critically acclaimed, story-rich space exploration game that just so happens to have some pretty complex puzzles. Pirate Software would play this game on stream, and he would proceed to solve these puzzles all by himself, miraculously, and more specifically, after looking at his phone. In the VOD of his gameplay,
I've
around
done
8
this.
hours and 7 minutes, he gets stuck in an area and he needs to get out somehow. This is one of the many puzzles in this game. Now he would struggle to find the solution, deliberate with his chat, talk a bunch, and then at around the 8:20 mark, he would pull out his phone right here and continue talking to chat.
I've done this before.
This goes on for 2 minutes in which he deliberates while very clearly looking at his phone. And then eventually, at around the 8-hour, 22-minute mark, he would get a eureka moment.
Maybe it's not with the scanner. Maybe there's a different way. Maybe it's not the scanner at all. Maybe it's the time. Maybe the fact that we were able to destroy the surface like that was the point.
Huh. I wonder.
Wait a minute.
That's.
I have an idea.
Guys, wait a minute. Oh my god, I have an idea. Guys, oh my god. This just came out of nowhere. My brain just works differently. Did I mention that I worked 7 years at Blizzard? This would spread like wildfire on Reddit. This guy is faking his Outer Wilds run in order to appear to be a genius to his community. That's crazy.
Also,
it's so ridiculous you can't even believe.
Outer Wilds is not like a difficult puzzle game. Like, you need to think a little, but it's not like it's not theory of relativity type. It's just time rotations. It's really not a genius level game. Or where you need to be a genius level intellect for it. This guy is so lame.
Believe it. But as I already mentioned, he was facing increased scrutiny. He normally would have been able to get away with this, and he did get away with this in other games. It's just that now things were different. When questioned about cheating in Outer Wilds, this is what he had to say.
Why did you cheat in Outer Wilds? What? How the hell would you cheat in that game? Bro, we played it all live on stream. Alright, bud. It's a wild-ass thing to say.
Yes, how would you cheat while live streaming this as he stares into his phone for 2 straight minutes? You're absolutely right. The real controversy would be
You can
when
see
he
the
would play
reflection on his
game
glasses.
Animal Well that released on May 2024. You see, he played this game before the World of Warcraft controversy and before the increased scrutiny. But after he had embarrassed himself in Outer Wilds and World of Warcraft, people thought to go back and check his gameplay because they thought, wait, now that I think about it, this was kind of suspicious. And the evidence here was damning. It was simply undeniable. You see, Animal Well is a puzzle game, but not just any puzzle game. It has many puzzles and many secrets that are very easy to miss if you don't take your time analyzing every aspect of it. When the game first came out, you had people on Reddit and in forums trying to work together in order to find all of its secrets and puzzles. One of those puzzles was the Wingding puzzle. This took the entire community over a week of teamwork in order to find the solution. This was a group effort in every way, and no one person could have solved it by themselves. The guide came out on May 19th, 2024, and
interesting.
It just so happens that Pirate Software, miraculously, all by himself on stream, solved this puzzle on May 19th, the day the guide came out.
Interesting.
Bro, seriously? You'd also have some people write entire essays with proof as to why they think that Pirate Software cheated. If you want to read this and have actually played Animal Well, you can pause the video, but in a nutshell, it's almost like he was trying his hardest to ruin any ounce of reputation he had left. I mean, seriously, are you that insecure that you would cheat in a fucking puzzle game in order to appear to be a genius to your community? Really?
Yeah.
It's insanity. But this was reality because, as I said earlier, this scrutiny was disassembling every aspect of his brand and personality, even down to his most fundamental traits, like his own voice. People would somehow unearth this old clip of him at a convention in which he sounded completely different than how he sounds today, leading many to believe that he's either faking his voice or simply using a voice changer on his microphone. Listen to this.
Show been so far?
It's actually been amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con, and there's so many people, and they love the games, so it's been awesome.
So speaking of games, what do you have for us today?
So we have Champions of Breakfast, which is a twin-stick shooter that we made in 24 days, from concept to release on Steam. Blew up. It was really, really awesome. And that game is pretty difficult, so if you're into really hard arcade games, that's the kind of thing for you.
You know what though, to be fair, he sounds like such a pleasant person here. This is someone I can see myself being friends with. Look, people want to theorize and say that he has a voice changer or is faking his voice. I think he was just killed by an evil clone. I think that's a better explanation. This of course wouldn't be the only clip where you'd hear him have a different voice, like this one for example.
I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog. I have to peel it. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
I hear a little bit of an Urkel in there. That might just be me though. That might just be me. I hear a little Urkel in there. I don't know why you would fake your voice. That seems like the first thing you shouldn't do.
You see, now that I've peeled the hot dog, it's ready to eat.
Look, a hot dog is
That's
about
right.
to be eaten by Thor.
It's ready to eat.
Okay, look, if you're not convinced yet, here's a more recent clip of him playing Animal Well. This was around a year ago, back in 2024. Look.
I don't know what that gives me, though.
I don't know what is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit in there? Oh, god damn it.
To some people, this was his voice changer glitching. To others, this was him mistakenly getting too comfortable with his real voice. What does Pirate Software have to say about this? Well, apparently, according to his doctor, his voice went through a second puberty in his 30s. That's right. Apparently your balls can drop twice, but I could only find a handful of
Just like
sources
New
on
Year's.
this, and this article from the BBC pretty much sums it up by saying that as we get older, the larynx gets stiffer, making the vocal cords less flexible. I mean, this isn't new. When you talk to someone who's 90 years old, they'll sound different than what they used to sound like in their 20s. But to have this much of a dramatic change? That's crazy. Regardless though, I mean, the pressure was getting to Pirate Software. Not only was his game getting scrutinized, not only was his past out in the open, but people were criticizing his gameplay, the way he played games, and even his voice. Things were getting out of control. So the next thing you know, he was on stream with a psychologist by the name of Dr. K. Alok Kanoji, otherwise known as Dr. K, runs the healthygamer.gg organization. He's a clinical psychologist who founded this brand in order to be able to reach the very big and growing demographic of gamers, a group of people who very often will struggle with mental health and not really seek out therapy when they should. His content is mostly educational, drawing parallels between video games and what you go through mentally, and overall, he's been quite successful. Now, of course, that's not to say that he doesn't have his fair share of haters. Some people, for example, have criticized the fact that he does these therapy sessions with streamers in public, even though the person in question consents to it. From Dr. K's perspective, though, he wants to show people that streamers are humans too. And if someone like those streamers that they idolize is brave enough to get therapy, then they can do so too. His conversation with Pirate Software would last over 3 hours and a half. It would get viewed by almost 1 million people, and having watched a good chunk of it, I can tell you right now, regardless of what you might think about Dr. K, I think this stream truly shows his incredible skill in being able to converse with such an obvious narcissist without having him rage quit the call, while still trying his best to give him a reality check. And for you to understand that, I want you to watch this clip.
I don't think he'd be able to rage quit the call.
Like, did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
God, it must be so hard talking to someone like that. Anyway, in the next clip, you'll be seeing the logic behind Pirate Software's attitude when it comes to never apologizing.
Let me
like not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, "Hey guys." So basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes. I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No. That does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved.
I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
This really gave us an insight as to how his mind functions. And as you heard from him talking, he hates the idea of just saying, my bad, let's move on. I'm sorry, let's move on. He wants to sit there and type 12 paragraphs as to why he was wrong but not really, while others were more wrong than him. All of a sudden, things make a lot of sense.
He got angry for no reason.
Now, listen to how Dr. K responded to that. Okay, just watch.
So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
I don't know if I could do 2 hours
There's
of
something about
this
the way
with
that
this
you
guy.
talk that seems dismissive. So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So
No, I
it's
can
like
see
I made a mistake. We all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right. So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage.
I think the funny thing here is that Dr. K is known to be very caring, very nice, and not confrontational at all when it comes to streams like this. But in this case, seeing that he's an experienced psychologist, he knew when to become confrontational. He knew when to call out Pirate Software on his bullshit, and this is what it was: bullshit. In just a span of like 20 seconds, Dr. K had essentially summed up people's entire problem with Pirate Software. When he would be criticized, when he would be given feedback, when he would be given advice, he was always dismissive and smug. And this smugness is what led us here. People were hoping that this productive 3.5-hour conversation would actually lead somewhere, maybe actually make him apologize for once and take a step back. But it didn't. His empire kept crumbling until we had finally reached the final nail in the coffin. Stop killing games. Stop Killing Games is an initiative launched by Ross Scott in the European Union and the United Kingdom. It was meant to be a direct answer to what happened with the game The Crew, made by Ubisoft. At the end of December 2023, Ubisoft all of a sudden announced that The Crew would no longer be purchasable and that its servers would be going down on March 31st, 2024. Seeing that this was a live service game, this meant that after March, you'd never be able to play this game ever again. The salt in the wound, though, was that barely a couple weeks after the servers went offline, Ubisoft revoked The Crew from people who had bought it digitally, attaching a message saying, "You no longer have access to this game. Why not check the store to pursue your adventures?" To many, this was an outrage. It essentially meant that you never owned your games to begin with. Ubisoft
License
can
to own,
take
which
them
is
away. This also more recently happened with Concord. It barely came out for a week and then the servers were offline. If you bought the disc copy, you were played like an idiot. The Stop
Get
Killing Games
$40 for
initiative
Concord.
argued that it wasn't really legal. It was very weird for live service games to just shut down like that without giving players an alternative. With Ross Scott on his YouTube channel saying that games as a service is fraud. One thing to note is that this initiative wasn't forcing publishers or developers to keep game servers online forever. What it simply wanted was to have a way to access these games after the servers went offline, by allowing players to host their own servers, for example, arguing that if taking games down like this would become the norm, then way too many games would become lost media, because that's what The Crew and Concord.
So Toontown is a great example of this. Toontown was lost media until people had a revitalization project. There's a How to Train Your Dragon MMO that's currently having the same. There's a lot of games that just don't exist anymore. World of Warcraft Classic was born from this. And it isn't even just like the capability to own or make your own server. It could be as simple as like a manual on how to just get into the game. Or just the assets to rebuild it yourself. Not just a server listing, but if you want to rebuild the game and continue to add more to the game, that's what you would do. It's not stealing like Pirate Software has stated. It's not gonna kill companies because it's not a perpetual, just always on system. as he frames it, because he either didn't read it or is just being malicious. It's just having a plan on what to do afterwards. And he's against that for some weird reason.
Are right now. They're essentially lost media. It was classified as a European Citizens Initiative, in which European citizens could sign it, and if it would reach 1 million signatures, then it would be talked about in the European Parliament. It would initially get a couple 100,000 signatures until a certain person would speak out against it in the most aggressive way possible. Of course, we're talking about our good old friend, Pirate Software. He felt so passionate about this topic that he made 2 videos about it, very shortly after it launched in the summer of 2024. Now look, we're not going to watch the whole video, I just want to show you the first 10 seconds. Let's do this.
Hi, my name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been...
There's just something about this guy, man. I don't know. I can't explain it. Anyway, he worked at Blizzard Entertainment for around 7 years.
Can't not talk about it.
And he vehemently opposed every single thing this initiative stood for, arguing that it would kill live service games and kill gaming in general, completely misunderstanding what this initiative was even about, and using his massive influence, which was still present at the time, to kill it instantly. I want to be clear here. In this video, he tries his best to appear level-headed, professional even, echoing the genius that you first saw in his YouTube shorts at the end of 2023. But on his stream, oh my god, this guy was a mess. These are the very nice things he had to say about this initiative. Watch.
Shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit.
Oh.
It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Oh.
That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No. Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive.
At least he's
was
respectful.
like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This.
No, yeah, according to him, this is the worst thing that's ever been made by humanity. Like, this is like, oh my god, you'd think that this is actually going to end gaming as we know it. But it's not. It's seeking to do the opposite.
Shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely.
In his very professionally level-headed video, he says this.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out.
That's exactly what Stop Killing Games wants to do. The whole point of this initiative is for this medium to not die by allowing so many games to become lost media. And yet, this is what Pirate Software was saying about this whole thing.
I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine. I've always said that, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, at this point, just no comment. When he would start receiving quite a bit of backlash, of course now there's more dislikes, but when it first released, I'd say 30% of the like to dislike ratio was dislikes. He made this pinned comment, outlining some points that don't really help his very aggressive reaction that came out of nowhere, and then ended it with a quotation saying he won't even talk to Ross, who is the founder of Stop Killing Games. To which he replied with, correct. I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. It's a bad direction, removes validity for what the initiative is trying to do.
Why is it a bad direction?
The process in an
Game
incorrect manner
developer.
and just builds sensationalism.
In
Thinking
quotes.
that kind of language is okay puts him squarely on my not worth it to talk to list, as there are others that could have a more productive conversation. So what he's talking about is this slide here. This one slide in the entirety of this initiative is the only reason why he refuses to talk to Ross. It says reasons the European Citizens Initiative could pass. Politicians like easy wins. Politicians mostly don't care about video games. The law is already unclear on this practice. The initiative is in line with other consumer policies. It's a diversion from more serious topics. Now, according to Ross, this was a half-truth, half-joke slide. And I think that's how a normal person would view it. I don't think it was tone deaf in any way, but it angered the hell out of Pirate Software for some reason. I don't know why. Some people theorize that it's because he got close to Ludwig, and together they founded the games publisher Off-Brand Games. When the
Ludwig
Stop
always
Killing
gets
Games initiative
drawn
came
into
out,
stuff.
They were in the process of releasing a live service multiplayer game. So there was definitely some sort of a conflict of interest here. Regardless, this European Citizens Initiative had a one-year deadline. It would be automatically closed on the 31st of July, 2025. And by the end of June, it barely had 500,000 signatures, which meant it had no hope of ever reaching 1 million. or so it seemed. This was until Accursed Farms, the channel owned by Ross Scott, would release a video titled The End of Stop Killing Games. It's an hour-long video that kind of reminds us what this initiative is about, how we got here, the feedback and criticism he's received, the changes he's made, and of course the majority of the video is him responding to Pirate Software's very aggressive criticisms. Most of the clips of Pirate Software crashing out over the Stop Killing Games initiative were actually from this video. Ross addresses every single one and ended up, whether intentional or not, making Pirate Software look like a clown who had no idea what he was talking about.
Good.
This video almost has 1 million views, and many people watched it. Some of those people happen to be way bigger content creators than Pirate Software, and seeing that this very important initiative was very close to failure, tried their best to bring as many people as possible to sign it. For example, Moist Critical talked about it in his videos at over 3.5 million views.
My goat.
Even Jacksepticeye talked about it on his second channel.
Oh, another
with
one.
video sitting at over 1 million views. People understood that this initiative wasn't just a good thing for video games, it was integral to ensure its survival for the future. Hell, even Minecraft creator Notch had something to say about it, tweeting, "Hey guys, just got back to gaming after a brief break. Wait, why is there a Nepo baby doubling down over there?" Adding, if buying a game is not a purchase, then pirating them is not theft.
Rare
This
Notch
truly
W.
solidified the position of Pirate Software in the Hall of Fame of lolcows. It was undeniable at this point. His stupidity had made an entire movement succeed, just purely on the basis of him being so unaware of what was going on. He lacked the most basic form of self-awareness. And thanks to that, the Stop Killing Games initiative not only reached 1 million signatures, but is currently at over 1.3 million in overdrive, about to reach 1.4 million any time now, with the UK petition reaching double the signatures required. He even had a vice president of the European Parliament voicing support for this initiative and signing the petition himself while urging other Europeans to do the same. This initiative gained so much traction that a publisher group full of the biggest publishers on the planet, including EA and Ubisoft, for example, responded saying that these proposals would curtail developer choice and that it was unsustainable and unfeasible. In other words, they were very scared that this could actually pass. Being a gamer myself, I wish this initiative the best of luck in Parliament, and I truly hope it passes. When I buy a digital game, I'd like to know that I actually own it and that it won't be taken away from me at any given moment. But while this initiative was gaining a lot of positive attention, Pirate Software, on the other hand, was gaining all the negative attention. He's currently bleeding over 10,000 subscribers daily on his YouTube channel and has currently lost a massive chunk of his viewership on Twitch. I mean, look at these numbers. He used to peak 15,000 concurrent viewers and is now down to 5,000. That's 1/3 of where he used to be 7 months ago. And that's without mentioning all the followers he's been losing. I mean, look at this, minus 50,000 just in July. Additionally, this renewed scrutiny has
all from his own
many
actions.
YouTubers like Coding Jesus and Slop News Network to analyze the code that he writes on stream, concluding that a child, a literal toddler, can probably do a better job. Seriously, this is the gift that keeps on giving. Because, of course, instead of just apologizing, taking a step back, taking the L for once, admitting you made a mistake, maybe taking some advice that Dr. K gave you, he would triple down or quadruple down, I guess I can't even keep track at this point, and make this post, saying the most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps. So at this point, I can't help but be impressed how much he's
Making
willing
me
to
the
die on
villain did,
hills
though.
that don't matter. People aren't
So
even tracking cumulative
lame.
signatures and daily signatures. They just understood that this initiative is worth fighting for. It's very important for the longevity of games as a medium, and that you, with your massive platform, not only criticized it very aggressively, thinking that this was going to be an easy win that made you out to be a genius, but urged all your audience, all your strong community.
I think he said,
to
like, I
not
hope
to
you get-
sign it when they were telling you to sign it initially. That's how
You
you
get
even
everything
found
you
out
asked
about
for,
the
but none
initiative.
of what you
He
wanted.
then later
Which is
tweeted
such
this,
a...
saying, I am no longer working at Off-Brand
Okay,
Games. People were
dude.
attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. Learned a lot there, accomplished a lot, hope they succeed regardless, love those dudes and loved working with them, hope they keep cooking. Ludwig would reply to this, saying stop killing games is a good initiative, but a few bad actors review bombed / harassed developers of the games we support at off-brand games. Appreciate Thor stepping down for the betterment of the devs and their games, to which he would get community noted. The note said, Rivals of Either 2 has not been review bombed. Verifying this is as easy as opening the Steam page and looking at the graph of reviews. And if we go to the game, scroll down, and look at the graph that shows review trends, we can very clearly see that there's no review bombing going on. If anything, there's positive bombing. Look at all these positive reviews in June. But hey, anything to be the victim, right? In fact, the guy became such a victim that I think he started losing his mind. He started comparing his current situation with the Stop Killing Games initiative to Coney 2012. I mean, dude, no, I'm sorry. This is a full-fledged, fully developed and evolved lolcow. There's no way you can say this while being self-aware. It's impossible. And after months of complaining about people brigading and harassing him, he does the same exact thing to Coding Jesus. He would leave a comment on his code review video and would then link his comment to his chat so that they can go upvote it in an effort to ratio the video itself. Like, how petty
Brigading
is
it.
Come on, man.
You make a link.
That's a good. So that's also brigading the video. That's against TOS on Twitch and YouTube, and he just does it blatantly. Just full on, no awareness at all of like, hey, this could get me banned off of every platform. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Oh.
Link to it. You have to click on the little 6 hours edited. Aha! So that doesn't seem to do it. Oh, do I have to right click on this and then copy link address? And then do that. Is that what does this? Ah, it does highlighted comment. There we go. Boop. There's my comment on it.
Did I get it? Here, there.
Enjoy.
Oh!
And I also have a whole argument with a whole bunch of people and the replies in there so they can see what's going on with it. I talked them through the entire thing of why I did that all in an array, because that is not normal practice to do that, and it's specifically so that you guys can reverse engineer the game and solve the ARG.
That's a horrible excuse, because he's saying he made something of bad quality on purpose to make it solvable. Brother, people have looked at physical motherboards for codes on stuff. You don't have to do this. Making something bad as like a, no, actually, I meant it to be horrible. Silly goose. I did it poorly on purpose. You can't then be mad at people for being like, hey, this is bad quality. It's like, okay, it's on purpose. Cool. That doesn't change the fact that this is bad. Where's the counter argument? There isn't any. Yo, Jonah, eat this blueberry muffin. It's moldy on purpose. It's dumb.
Sometimes doing bad practice has meaning, which is...
Whatever, man. He later deleted this odd because this literally breaks YouTube TOS. This breaks every aspect of terms of service when it comes to brigading and harassment.
Yeah, I think exactly this breaks about like 3 to 4 rules of YouTube and Twitch TOS. So, you know, it's just not good. I don't know why you would do this. Like, as someone who brags about, I know all the rules, I know all the background, I know how to do all this, I gamed the system, I know all the algorithms, I've mastered the internet, I am the greatest at what I do, and then you blatantly and I think he's doubled down on this, you blatantly break 2 different terms of services at the same time. If he has a PR team, they are not getting paid. He either needs to pay them more so they start doing their job, or get new people. Because they are not doing anything to try and curtail any of his actions. I don't know why. The best advice I've seen anybody give for criticism, whether it's like actual cancelable criticism or just whatever, is just ignore it. Keep posting, or just leave the internet forever. You just don't address it. Or if it gets to the point you have to address it, you hire a PR team to help you to help you write something so you get precisely what you want to say done. If you're like bad with, like, if you're bad at statements, get someone to help you write it. Or ask for help. Even if it's not like cancelable. Like if you can't say sorry, have someone else write something for you. There's infinitely easier ways to do this.
I mean, at this point, can this get any worse? Yes. He'd be asked about his opinion when it comes to Stop Killing Games finally reaching 1 million signatures, and he said, "I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything that you asked for, but nothing you wanted, and I'll leave it there." See, if I was 12 years old, I would have probably thought this was really cool, but now it's just edgy beyond cringe. But listen, as much as this was a ridiculous roller coaster ride on the Lolcow Express, someone did end up asking him, "Hey man, would you consider making an apology video, setting everything straight? Because you know what, this is still salvageable. You can still redeem yourself." And here's what he had to say.
Put up a video saying you were wrong with every situation and the internet move on. I am not doing that. I don't give a fuck.
Seems like you do.
Yeah, simply bend the knee and lie about how you feel, and everyone will stop bullying you. That's a great idea, dude. Yeah, no, eat shit.
This guy is so hopeless, man. Now, I will say this because I'm sure this will appear in the comments. Yes, I'm aware that Pirate Software is a massive furry, and I'm also aware that he was legally married to someone, and during that marriage, he got in contact with one of the Kickstarter backers of Earthbound, the game he's working on, and started a very inappropriate 18+ relationship with them while being married. Yes, he committed adultery. The reason why I didn't mention this in the video is because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. If he had just apologized during the WoW Classic incident, this coming out wouldn't have done anything to him, because guess what? Most of these messages involved 18+ roleplay, but more specifically, furry roleplay. Yes, they would literally say to themselves, pets you, nuzzles you, plays with your tail.
Okay. That's okay. It went a little further than that, but yeah. This is nothing. This is someone trying to blackmail him. But adultery in the thing of like, that's the part that people harped on. Like, wow, you cheat on your partner and in puzzle games. Interesting.
And then get, more 18+ into it. Yes, most people couldn't even read one page of chat logs because of how cringy it is. So I'm so convinced it wouldn't have done anything to his reputation. It's meaningless to talk about. But if you're interested, you can check out this video by Fearful Tears titled Pirate Software, the most delusional Twitch streamer. Look, Pirate Software is a lesson, not just in content creation, but in quite literally anything.
It's not worth looking into.
Make mistakes, and geniuses make mistakes too. We're all human. Admitting that you make a mistake isn't you admitting that you have a weakness. No, on the contrary, never admitting that you're wrong is a weakness in itself, because it shows how insecure you are, how fragile of an ego you have. And it'll only make people want to avoid you. I mean, what's the point? Pirate Software is the stupid person's definition of a genius, and he managed to ride that wave for a little while. But now the party's over, and he only has himself to blame. He'll still be a content creator, he'll still have a sizable audience, but he'll never be able to touch the sky like he did at the end of 2023. And they're never coming back unless he finally humbles his dumbass. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the entire video up until the end. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next video fairly soon. Yeah, I love you so much. Mwah.
Yeah, okay. So that was Mujin's video. Him saying like he needs to humble himself, he'll keep making content regardless what happens. The fact now that he's had this like hype train fraud thing come up as well really doesn't help, you know? Where it's just, regardless what he does, if it's good or whatever, every action he does, everything he's a part of, everything from now on is going to be looked into and scrutinized heavily. Everybody he interacts with, all his friends, are going to have an eye on them of like, you can't do anything, even you can't mess up legitimately, you can't mess up in our eyes either, because we'll attribute everything to malice, which isn't right. But he's kind of brought this onto himself. Now I'll put the link again. And now the fun part. Second video about the V Shoujo situation. This one is twice the length. So this is a 2-hour video. I've told Jonah a bit about the V Shoujo stuff as it came out. I think there was like 4 Google Docs or something, or whatever. It's crazy. But we're gonna take a quick break. Bring music back up. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get a refill of my drink. Okay. And then we will continue on, right? Quick, at most 5-minute break. Be right back, chat. Alright, chat, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we good? I've returned. With a Pepsi. This one I think pisses me off more than Pirate. And like the Cinder and Adora stuff that I'm assuming Adora's going to get talked about at some point soon by Mojin. Even like the Twisty stuff, by the way. With Twisty, we watched the thing. Aster Arcadia, his contract ran out. They didn't even fire him. His contract ran out. He's now on Twitch again under a new name. If you know what it is, or you find out what it is, don't watch him. Don't give him support even as a hate watcher. Don't do it. This one? Oh. Oh.
On July 21st, 2025, Ironmouse, one of the biggest VTubers on the planet, would suddenly, and without prior warning, post this video titled Why I Left VShojo, one of the most iconic and recognizable agencies in the industry that she's been with since 2020. So
I would, apart from Zentreya, I would consider Mouse the face of, like, out of the two people who I would consider the face of VShojo, Mouse is the main one.
Almost 5 years now. It would be in this.
This is like if Elmo posted a video going, why I left Sesame Street. You know? Like, crazy video to just drop on a random day.
Video that she reveals to the world for the first time ever that VShojo had stolen over $500,000 from her that were meant to go to a charity. Something that even a comic book supervillain wouldn't think of doing. But it only got worse from here. Soon enough, you'd have previous and current talents of VShojo, as well as some other very prominent VTubers in the industry, reveal to us how VShojo was behind the scenes, how they were mistreated, and how this once iconic company was nothing more than a facade, hiding behind it an extremely toxic and disastrous management that was leading it. But some of these crazy revelations, these bombshells that these VTuber talents were telling us, occurred years ago, making us revisit past controversies and incidents that this company was in and see it from a completely different perspective now with this new added context. This is why, in order to truly understand the depth of this catastrophe, I had no choice but to go back to the absolute beginning, even before VShojo was founded, even talking about the origins of its CEO, Gunrun. And this 2-hour video is the result of that. We're going to be going through all the major lows and highs of VShojo all the way to its very violent and sudden death. I say this with no exaggeration. This is the biggest VTuber related controversy in history, and it's not even close. So without further ado, let's talk about it. The dot-com crash was a catastrophic financial incident that took place in the US around the year 2000. You see, the World Wide Web had been introduced in the early 1990s, and early adopters would quickly understand that this was going to change life as we know it. So all of a sudden, the word internet held a lot of weight. I mean, this was going to change the world. So obviously, if a company was going to operate on that internet, then it was going to be a part of this new world order that stands to be very profitable. This is when investors would decide to throw stacks of cash at any company claiming to operate on the internet. There was truly no need to dive into any specifics about how they were operating, their costs, and how they planned to make money. Just the fact that they were on the internet meant that they were going to be successful because this was going to change the world. Soon enough, the word internet would lose all meaning, becoming a buzzword like AI is in 2025. If a company claims to have AI in their product, then their stock skyrockets in a day. It's ridiculous. And so, after years of euphoria and investing in anything internet related, investors would realize at the end of 2000 that many of these businesses weren't even generating any revenue. They literally had no way to make money.
Just a
so
name.
Everyone started panic selling at the same time, causing the bubble to literally burst. The majority of these companies went extinct and very few survived. This would actually be quite similar to what happened with live streaming websites, although on an extremely smaller scale and not affecting any global financial institutions. I mean, have you ever heard of the website BattleCam?
Yes.
No? Well, that's normal, but don't bother Googling it because it doesn't even have a Wikipedia
Okay,
page.
man.
But at the time when it was founded in the early 2000s, it had a proper community and a sizable amount of streamers, competing against each other in challenges in order to win cash prizes. And while the majority of things related to this website were lost to history, one of the only things we still have left is a clip of Keemstar
Oh. There's so many things that come back down to Keemstar that it astounds me. Can this bubble go away? So many people got their start from Keemstar, either directly or by like just talking about him. Like I think Leafy's first video was talking about Keemstar. Or one of. Crazy his connections.
crying when he was shown a picture of how bad his balding had become. And speaking of Keemstar, in this now very infamous clip, he would start off his rant.
Okay. I don't think Mugen's gonna play this clip. Are you familiar with what this clip is, chat? I'm assuming most people on the internet my age that are spend way too much time on the internet are familiar with this clip. Sorta. This is the clip where Keemstar calls someone the N-word. It's old. The Keemstar Alex clip is ancient internet stuff.
Saying, "F this, I'm on Block TV with my hands up," referring to yet another streaming website that was lost to history. In the early 2000s, there were so many of these, but unfortunately, 99% of these websites would cease to exist, and many would be lost to history, except one in particular.
Justin TV.
Justin.tv.
Yes, sir.
It was founded in the year 2007 and was named after its founder, Justin Kan. But initially, you couldn't even stream on the website. Only Justin could. Its entire purpose was centered around Justin and him live streaming his entire life. He called it life casting. Today, we call it IRL streaming. And when I say that he would stream everything, I mean it. I mean, this is him sleeping right here. And during this interview, he's literally live with his apparatus that he made himself. Eventually, this trend of live casting would catch on, and Justin TV would allow anyone to create an account and broadcast themselves live to, well, a group of strangers. And as the platform continued to grow beyond anyone's expectations, in 2011, it would come up with a decision that would change everything forever. The creation of Twitch.tv, a separate website from Justin.tv that was not only centered on just live streaming, but more specifically centered on live streaming video games. But early on, after Twitch.tv had been created, the best way I could describe how the website functioned was more like a Discord server, in the sense that everyone kind of knew each other. Everyone knew who the most prominent streamers were, but more importantly, Twitch staff was very approachable. They'd always be in someone's chat, making the streamers feel like they were really part of a community. And at the time, what really differentiated Twitch from other websites was their global emotes. You could use these in any streamer's chat and you wouldn't have to pay a single thing. But what was really interesting here is that many of the early emotes were inside jokes that only people on the website would understand. One form of these inside jokes was creating emotes out of Twitch staff in funny pictures, like this one right here by the name of Anele. This was one of the earliest employees at Twitch. And another emote that you'd find that was based on a staff member as well was the gun run emote. What made this emote special is that whenever you saw a streamer encounter some sort of technical difficulty, the chat would start spamming it as a way to summon Gunrun himself, the staff member that the emote was based on. He was seen as a genius who understood live streaming like no one else. In fact, when Business Insider went to Twitch to visit their office and create an article on the people who work there, the first image you're greeted with when you click on the article is Gunrun himself, sitting on his desk, smiling. This is how Business Insider would describe him, saying, Justin the Gunrun Ignacio went from esports fanboy to streaming guru by the time he was 21. Twitch hired him out of college to help run thousands of simultaneous video streams and orchestrate the tech for its signature tournaments. In 2013, Forbes named Ignacio in its 30 under 30 games list. So yeah, no big deal. This guy was just kind of a genius. He'd be single-handedly helping Twitch run these massive streams of hundreds of thousands
His
of
setup
viewers
is immaculate.
watching tournaments from Dota 2 and League of Legends, for example. And additionally, he was in the Forbes 30 under 30 list for 2014, which is a list made up of 30 people who are under the age of 30 that have been a huge influence in their respective industry. Not bad for a 21-year-old. But if that wasn't enough, he was also taking Justin Khan's vision to the next level, creating a backpack filled to the brim with technology that could withstand streaming IRL at high resolution with no interruptions. He called it the Gunrun IRL Backpack. Overall, as time would go by,
creative.
Twitch and its staff would get a lot of attention. Forbes would be calling it the ESPN of video games. It seemed unstoppable. So much so that even Amazon took notice and eventually bought the website for $970 million on August 26, 2014, making its founders very rich, but also ending its tight-knit culture centered around staff and streamers, transforming it into a very corporatized company. After this buyout, Gunrun would keep working at Twitch for the next few years. He would also keep developing his Gunrun IRL backpack and would create the company Unlimited IRL that sells these backpacks straight up to streamers who want to stream IRL with high quality and no interruptions. And while I'm sure his life was going good and he was achieving things that he found fulfilling, there would come a time where his life, and pretty much almost every human's life, would change forever, making many of us divert to places that we never thought we'd end up in. And that would be none other than the COVID 2020 pandemic. During the
When I should have started
many people
streaming.
were isolated and couldn't do much outside. This meant that for many, in order to stay sane to some degree, they had to keep themselves entertained, and the only way to do that was through the internet. This completely skewed the numbers on so many things, Genshin Impact being an example. Launching at the end of 2020 and getting so many players that it had made over $1 billion in under 6 months. But video games wouldn't be the only thing that would go up in numbers substantially. Entertainment of all kinds would skyrocket, including streaming. This also included a fairly new genre of streaming, which was VTubing. You see, the pioneer of VTubing was none other than Kizuna Ai, starting her activities at the end of 2016. Unlike Hatsune Miku, which is a virtual being run by a team of people and a corporation, Kizuna Ai was actually a person, except that person was using a virtual avatar to express themselves. And even though she was a streamer, much of her brand was centered around the Japanese idol template. She wasn't just a streamer, she could sing and she could perform. She behaved like an idol, and the expectations of an idol were laid upon her shoulders. But for years to come after 2016, VTubing would really remain a very Japanese-centric form of entertainment. This would change in 2020 when many content creators and, well, many people in general would start using VR chat in order to combat isolation. Seeing so many people express themselves through avatars would make the idea of a VTuber.
Chat, is there anyone who's a VR chatter around? Anyone who would like to give some insight? Jonah, do you inhabit the realms of VR chat at all? In what way? When did you start using VR chat? When and why? Why, I'm assuming, is like to connect with people, but what time did you start? AD&B would know better, IMO? Or better though? IMO, where did I get that? Well, when and why did you start? I saw it as, when I first heard about it, I thought it was a dating thing. Like, I didn't know there was game servers and whatever. I just had heard there was a bar and people met up and talked. So I thought it was like a dating, like a, basically like Discord, but virtual. Like VR space. I didn't know it was similar to like Roblox. I definitely downloaded it because of YouTube videos. The cute interview one. I don't know which interview one you mean, but okay. I think I saw clicked for me that it wasn't just dating stuff. Obviously, there's like dating, whatever. There's bars and clubs. I saw prank videos on VR chat. A guy called Lolathon. And then I found stuff on Twitch of people just like running around interacting or like dancing while mute or whatever. My computer couldn't run it at the time though, so I never like went it. With random people in random worlds that, oh, I've seen those, yeah. Yeah. And then like James Ski with like Ugandan knuckles and all that stuff. Dude, that was so long ago. That wasn't even. Oh, it's been almost 10 years. Oh. That was 2018, 2019. Oh, why is it widescreen? Oh, flashbang. We're old? Oh, man. Oh, okay. Destiny's dying.
Way less weird than it used to be. This would contribute to how VTubing would
Less weird than it used to be. Well, I don't know about that. Jonah, has VR chat gotten less weird over the years? Or would you disagree on that? Because that seems kind of not accurate. It's much weirder. In odd question, in what ways is it less or is it more weird? I hear so often about like, hey, there was some weird cult, whatever, in VR chat. Anytime I hear VR chat, it's from commentary stuff. And it's usually like something like super out there.
start to
Less niche and underground, like more people definitely know about it, yeah. The more people that know about something, the weirder it gets, which is weird.
all of a sudden blow up beyond proportion. But of course, the ones that would benefit the most and the
Haptic feedback and shit, so there's more opportunities. Aha. Opportunities. I see. Interesting. I also see people making fun of whoever with like haptic sense or like phantom touch. Where people being like, don't touch me, I have phantom sense on. Why would you put on phantom sense if you don't want someone to touch you? Or like don't want that feeling on your skin? That doesn't make sense to me. I get like random people touching you, you don't want that, but like if you go into a public lobby with that on, I don't get it. It's not something you turn on. Well, I know it's not something you just turn on, but if that's a problem, why are you going it? Well, no, because I mean, I've seen. Okay, maybe I don't understand. I'm talking about like the suits people wear, like the get up and stuff. I don't mean like, the same kind of feeling like you feel something that's not actually there. It's like if you're wearing the suit. And I see people complain about random feelings, and it's like, well, why are you in a public world then? I can't complain about how people smell and then I go to Walmart. That just doesn't really feel fitting. Yeah, why just announce that? Yeah. It almost feels like you're baiting to get someone to mess with you. Where it's like, hey, I'm uncomfortable when you do this very specific thing to me. It's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna do it more now. Why would you tell me that? Sidetrack, but I just don't get that stuff. Maybe it's old man. Confused about Cloud type thing. It's also just, don't be a dickhead, but yeah, back to the video. Unless you have something to say on it, Jonah, and then I'm willing to sidetrack about it. HoloLive? Obviously. HoloLive English, my goats. The only one I really watched was like Half Sna. Okay. I watched Gura, Ina, Mume. Ollie is insane. Same with Kobo's pretty cool. The one person I watched the most, I think, was Bae and Mume. I can't speak Japanese, so I just kind of sit there and like, yes, orca woman. I don't know what you're saying, but yes. I know a few of them. Subaru, I watch a little. Jonah is a Fuamoko morning person, so Suisei is also a good one. Personal recommend.
Quickest would be the two biggest VTuber corporations on the planet, both based in Japan and are
Hollow Stars is also good. The dudes, they're pretty cool. Gold Bullet, 10 out of 10. Can I go into the thing, please?
already possessing a big established talent roster. They would go by the names of Hololive and Niji Sanji. They were absolutely dominating streaming in ways that people could have never imagined. And to give you an idea of just how much VTubing had blown up, when Niji Sanji first went public on the Japanese stock market, it was valued at $1.1 billion. Yes, a VTuber agency valued at $1.1 billion. These are not rookie numbers by any means. VTubing was very hard to ignore at that point. So much so that even popular streamers that would have never delved into this before...
That's... okay. So... the thing of, like... there's a lot of people that, like, call VTuber... people who get into VTubing briefly because of the fad. They call them a tourist. Pokey never used this model afterwards. A moment like this, or like... I wouldn't say what Kai Cenat did would be. I think he was trying to indulge that, like, actually learn and try to get viewers. Not in a tourist way, but like actually trying to learn. Pokey was just trying to do the hype train for it. Some of these are that Niji Sanji. There's one creator named Parrot who I've considered watching as like reaction stuff, but he's a little, I don't know. 4chan's never really the stuff I want to deal with at all in any form.
Saw the potential and tried to do some VTubing themselves, trying to snatch a piece of that pie. Look, it was safe to say that by that point, there was global demand for VTubers. It wasn't centered on Japan. And
also for Niji, Reimu is no longer with Niji. There's a whole lot of... dude, Niji needs a better vetting process. Jonah, have you heard of a creator named Mary FD before? Or Marie FD? I don't know how you would say her name. Does that name ring any bells for you? At all? No? Colombian musician, like singer, content creator, friends with notorious pedophile and like child abuser. And some other stuff. Became a Niji Sanjay VTuber. She never got any like backlash for her stuff, really. At least from what I know. It's in the parrot video. You go over it more. Niji needs a better vetting process. Like Vox Akuma has some stuff. Obviously, Astor Arcadia has some weird stuff about him. Like a couple other people's, like Luca. I don't get it. Because these are very public things. So I don't know how you wouldn't know this. Dude, there's so much drama stuff I unfortunately know about. And I want to bring it up to y'all just so it's no longer just in my brain, it's for all y'all too.
Anymore. And while that was really exciting, it also kind of came with a problem. Ever since Kizuna Ai, VTubers were seen like idols. So these Japanese idol expectations came with being a VTuber when you worked for these two corporations. This meant that they owned everything, even your model. If you were to graduate, which is a Japanese idol way to say retire, then you wouldn't get to keep your model. You would lose your entire identity because it belongs to the corporation. Additionally, it was cool to see these corporations expand to English-speaking talent, but even though this industry was blowing up, there was no real agency in the West. Gunrun would see this as clear as day, which is why on November 24th, 2020, he would announce the creation of the talent agency VShoujo, a San Francisco-based VTuber talent agency with its main goal being centered around talent freedom, allowing any talent that chooses to leave the company in the future to retain their full IP and model, as well as their brand in general. He would co-found this company with Mountain Dew, who was a content creator and would hold the post of Chief Marketing Officer at VShoujo, and Daniel Sanders, which would be their third and final co-founder. He would hold the position of Chief Operating Officer and would sometimes act as the chief financial officer. Now, what really made VShoujo special was the fact that their founding members were already very well established in the VTubing community as independent VTubers. This was completely different from corporations like Nijisanji and Hololive, with every talent starting from scratch with a new identity when they were hired there. Here you had 7 very prominent VTubers carrying over their identity into VShoujo and having their already substantial communities follow them. The founding members were Nyaners, Zentreya, Iron Mouse, Silverveil, Project Melody, Apricot Fruit, and Himehajime. A few months later, they would also add Weibei to their roster, another independent VTuber with a substantial community. This wasn't just another VTuber agency. This was one that had the potential to not only revolutionize the VTubing industry as we knew it, but to also compete head-to-head with the big two, which were Hololive and Nijisanji, without being a Japanese corporation. And I mean, why wouldn't they? They had the genius Forbes 30 Under 30 CEO, and they had top-tier talent, some of the best in the industry. It normally should have been smooth sailing from here. But unfortunately, barely a year after being established, VShoujo would face a monumental controversy that would significantly stain its reputation in the VTubing industry. Nuxtaku is a content creator turned VTuber that heavily benefited from the VTuber boom of the pandemic. He was one of the first independent VTubers to ever reach 2 million subscribers on YouTube, and his most successful content would be centered on collaborations, anime critiques, and of course, Mr. Beast style content in which he would donate to people on Twitch in order to get them to do challenges. His rise to fame was very quick. He practically knew everyone in the VTuber industry, and he had a very mutually beneficial relationship with VShojo talents, collaborating with them on many occasions, and by that point be making content with them quite regularly. However, on October 20th, 2021, to everyone's surprise,
and then he would also rate Lolicon mangas. Just slight note for future reference. He's not uncontroversial.
He would tweet this out, saying, "Someone is trying to dox VTubers by masquerading as VShojo. I can't say more at this time, but please share this around and be careful. They tried to dox me, but I sniffed them out and gave them wrong info, so don't worry about me. I spoke to the CEO of VShojo and I'm trying to untangle everything. I'll update you when I can." You see, VShojo's domain was vshojo.com, that's what they used for their emails. But there was someone impersonating VShojo staff sending emails to VTubers under the vshojo.org domain, hoping to gain their trust and doxing them, uncovering their real names, addresses, and eventually swatting them. Now, Nux was already quite popular. He would have many people try to dox him, he already knew what to do. Unfortunately though, that doesn't apply to everyone. A smaller VTuber by the name of Saki Nightshade would tweet this out around the same time, saying, "Today may have been the most exciting day I've had in a couple of years. Holy fuck, my emotions are off the charts right now, what a day. Unfortunately, I don't think I can elaborate, which makes me extremely sad." She then goes on to say, "Alright, so what I can say is that I've been contacted for something amazing, and if all goes well, it could be truly life-changing. If that doesn't answer questions, I'm so sorry, I'd like to not say anything else about it." So that person, posing as VShojo staff under the vshojo.org domain, had sent an email to Saki saying, "We want to recruit you to VShojo," raising her hopes up and demanding personal information, which she gave. The day after, she would tweet this out, saying, "Well, the group of people who've targeted Nyaners and leaked her info earlier have my info and sent the cops to my door earlier. They're threatening to do more. Other than the threats to leak my info, they aren't saying much else. I guess I should have figured it'd be too good to be true. Oh well, not much can be done." And we can see Nux in the replies saying, "DM me please." So that was the situation. Very messy, very tricky, and very nasty. And Saki gave out a very important piece of information. The group of people targeting her were the same people who had doxed an important member of VShojo, Nyaners, earlier, leaking some of her personal information, but at this point we didn't know just how much. 11 days later, Nux would tweet, "The last 10 days were the most insane of my life. No words could describe how appreciative I am of you and the friends I've made here. Can't wait until I show you everything. I'm changing the game, boy." Teasing something that was in the works. Over the next few weeks, he would keep teasing something that was about to release, and on November 22nd, almost a month after he had received that phishing email, he would tweet out, "Recently, there was a group of doxers that have been harassing VTubers and swatting them by impersonating VShojo. We spent the last month tracking them down. Please share this video." With the video being titled, "I caught a swatter that doxed 12 VTubers, myself included." In it, he would talk about how the email scam worked, how Saki Nightshade was affected, and then would go on to give us information that we didn't know about, which is how 12 VTubers got doxed when we only knew of 2, and how Nux had gained footage of the doxer in a call with a bunch of friends because one of those friends happened to be a Nux fan and was willing to backstab the doxer. And finally, he would specify that that doxer was facing jail time, and if anyone had the same idea of doxing VTubers, they would end up in handcuffs as well. Additionally, when the video was initially posted, VShojo themselves, their official page, had replied saying, "Thank you Nux for working with us, we've added our own response to the events," specifying that during this, no information was breached from VShojo, and that the fake domain was taken down. It was never going to be used for harmful things ever again. Overall, it seemed like Nux had taken the time to make a detailed video of the events, and that VShojo as an agency not only approved of it, but was able to get through this thanks to this cooperation. So imagine the shock when all of a sudden, almost every single VTuber talent at VShojo would speak out against the video and tell the world how disappointed they are in Nux for releasing it. This same sentiment would of course be echoed by their communities, and it had reached a point where Nux was forced to make a response, tweeting "RE cybersecurity/doxing incident, read," linking a twit longer. And before we even get to the twit longer, on this post you can see VShojo members stating publicly how disappointed they were with Nux and his actions. Ironmouse would say that she was so disappointed and hurt that he was doing this when he full well knew what was truly going on. We asked you to take it down, we told you we feared for our safety and you didn't care. Fruit would say, asking for you to take it down because I felt my safety was in trouble and for you to go to the company and ask for numerous terms and conditions in return, that's not friendship. Silverveil, Vey, Zentrea, Hime, and Melody would all echo the same statement, publicly announcing that not only were they disappointed with Nux, but that he was a liar, a clout chaser, and someone that didn't care about any of his friends at Vishoja. With Hime saying that the girls had begged for days for this video to be removed out of fear for their safety, and Project Melody saying he flagrantly disregarded our team's feelings and the facts our security department shared with him. But the biggest response was from Nyaners, who wrote a huge message in her Discord denouncing Nux's actions and expressing how disappointed she was with what he did, saying, didn't want to have to type out something stressful like this on what was supposed to be a chill Sunday and my only day off so far this week, but I do not condone the video that Nux has released where he postures himself as our savior and seemingly takes credit for pretty much an entire year's worth of painstaking work done by Vishoja's cybersecurity team. I would know that it took that long and took that much work since I was one of the people who unfortunately had to work with them, and I'm incredibly thankful for their help. Whether or not any of the information he gathered helped or not is beside the point, as releasing a video like he did about a very sensitive and potentially dangerous situation that involves me and many of my friends only draws unneeded attention to it for some quick views, when if a video were to be made about this at all, it should have been handled with a lot more care and consideration. But for someone like Nux, who has consistently used my friends for clickbait views and has done things like try to bait my friend into watching the Logan Paul Suicide Forest video on stream, and secretly recorded a private call with another one of my friends without permission and then proceeded to use said call to make a video, it's clear that our safety or feelings about any of this is not the priority. The past year was hell for me due to the situation, and it's straight up painful to see it being used in a video like this.
I don't like Nux. He's clickbait as a person. He will use whatever flashy, flamboyant, like, title and thumbnail to get someone's attention. He's shock marketing is Nux's thing. The reason a little bit ago, Mudahar, some ordinary gamers, made a video being like, I'm no longer friends with Nux Taku, was because he saw a thing where Nux was reviewing, like, lolly manga or something, and he was like, that's not cool, and then like a day later he took it down. Nux just likes to do, he's edgy to be edgy. He's like Leafy as a VTuber, but stayed around. There's a lot of various things. So it's, I don't know.
That doesn't treat the issue carefully at all. A video that he was even told not to release since it could potentially be harmful to us and many other VTubers who were targeted. Responding publicly draws even more attention to it, so I have to choose between sitting quietly and seeing him receive pats on the back for coming to our rescue when his video could encourage even more harassment, or calling him out and hoping he retracts what he said and takes the video down before it gains more traction. If he wanted to actually protect people, he could have made a general PSA video about how to keep your information safe online, or warn people about things like the fake Vishoja email situation in a way that didn't reveal a ton of unneeded sensitive information and paint himself as a hero. He doesn't care about helping us. If he did, he would have listened to several of our concerns when it came to how he treats people and uses them for content. This video ultimately makes things worse for us. Anything for views though, I guess. My heart goes out to anyone else who was affected by any harassment, and please be careful with giving out your information online. So obviously, this was one hell of a statement. This wasn't just about Nux releasing a video that the talents at Vishoja didn't want released. It seems like they've had a problem with him for a long time with how he uses them for content. None of this had ever been talked about publicly, and it came as a shock. I mean, these people collabed all the time. It seems.
Why would you talk about this publicly? If you've tried to handle it privately, and he's not doing it, they stopped collabing with him. And maybe it was like small things here and there, but it's like, we're two big creators, we don't want to cause a problem, sure. Or like he has like some contract or whatever. There's no reason to talk about, hey, this person, I think he's a piece of shit. There's no reason to talk about it publicly if you have to a viewer, a decent relationship. If you can try to handle it privately. The issue is they tried handling it privately. All 7 of them. And he didn't listen, and then was like, I'm a hero, and then when they all poo-pooed on him, he was like, I'm a victim. Just because he didn't listen.
Seemed like they were friends. Nux, on the other hand, would keep his statement shorter than Nyanner's but would still manage to drop some pretty big bombshells, saying, "This has been a stressful week for many, and I'm confident and proud of the community and the efforts that went towards resolving things efficiently. My latest video concerned someone that was maliciously impersonating Vishoujo, and managed to trick individuals into giving personal information and doxing themselves and getting swatted. With the efforts of everyone involved, I believe this situation can be put behind us with the culprit behind these attacks having been brought to light. I do still fully stand by the need for raising awareness of phishing scams. I'm incredibly glad Vishoujo released a very well constructed cybersecurity statement addressing the situation, and you should all read it. In regards to my video, I worked with Vishoujo on this for a while, as they mentioned in their statement in response to my video. I did show them my video before posting it, and I was not requested to refrain from uploading. The rumors that I had posted it regardless of being asked not to are untrue. In fact, leading up to the events of posting it, I was a part of a 4-hour conversation with their chief cybersecurity officer, overseen by an executive of Vishoujo and one of the members of the group. I sincerely apologize if my actions have caused any undue stress on anyone. It was not my intention. I was only hoping to contribute to keeping the community safe. With every statement someone would make during this incident, things would somehow make less sense. But regardless, for now, Nux did mention that Vishoujo released a very well constructed cybersecurity statement addressing the situation. It was actually released just a few hours before this twit longer, and it would be after they stealthily deleted their reply to his initial video tweet. But that's not all. This new cybersecurity statement had a completely different tone from that first reply. They would say things like, Vishoujo does not endorse any statements or views by parties that have no official affiliation to Vishoujo. Adding, the methods used to attack the other VTubers were confirmed to be unrelated to phishing and impersonating Vishoujo. As mentioned before, the fake domain was created on October 14, 2021 and survived for less than a week, and the other VTubers incidents happened outside of this time window. As mentioned before, thanks to partners, Vishoujo confirms there are only 2 victims of this campaign.
So, effectively, at this point, because I remember this, there's 2 possibilities in the eyes of everyone. 1, Nux is lying. And like tried to pull a fast one, or him and someone at Vishoujo tried to pull a fast one on people and wanted to get like a quick savior complex video. Or 2, Vishoujo is lying and is trying to ruin his reputation for some reason. After like some miscommunication internally or something. Either staff of Vishoujo thought it was good, the girls didn't, or everyone thought it was good, but they didn't watch the video, or none of them thought it was good, waited for him to release it to then renege and try to like ruin his reputation. Now, I'm thinking it was management wasn't listening to the girls and was kind of speaking on their behalf.
Referring to both Nux and Saki Nightshade. Things were getting very weird. It's like they were completely discrediting the person they were congratulating when the video came out. But things only got weirder from here. After Vishoujo had released their official cybersecurity statement, Nyanners would have this to say in her Discord. Vishoujo was forced into making a statement on the matter after asking him repeatedly not to release this video. They had to issue corrections to the video since he would not, and there were several inaccuracies within the video, and had to word the statement carefully to not anger his large following and make us a target for even more harassment.
Also, yeah, Nux has 2 million subscribers on YouTube at this point. They are fiercely loyal. He's like a shit poster. He's a troll. So you can imagine 2 million viewer base for that type of content. There's going to be a fair amount that, not a fair amount, but a couple that might be a little deranged. So the fear of like, oh hey, our personal information's at risk. Please don't put out the video. And then he puts out the video. And you're like, okay, well, it's out now. What's to stop someone from releasing it in like your info in retaliation? Right? Like if I'm holding your personal info, where you live and whatever, over your head as blackmail, like don't talk about this, or if you try to do something, I tell people your identity, and then someone trying to like look like a hero or trying to help. Maybe they're misguided or something, or they just want to look like a hero and disregard the complaints of 7 people, releases a video. What's to stop that person from just dropping the information and doxing you or doing whatever? That was my thinking when this came out 4 years ago now. Of like, if someone's asking, hey, don't put it out yet, or please make these changes, and you don't do it, I think you're in the wrong already. Unless you have a good reason not to, which fear of safety seems like a good reason to not put out a video. Just seems like disregard for no reason.
I feel especially backed into a corner as I'm afraid to say anything even more publicly than I already am because I know it would invite more hate. I'm exhausted of pissing people off and having them hurl threats and shit at me and my family members constantly, so saying anything about this is scary for me. It sucks and I don't know what to do. Nux chose to release the video knowing that Vishojo did not want him to and told him it was a horribly bad idea. Myself and my family members experienced heavy harassment pretty much all year, and the entire situation had to be kept a secret, and I had to continue on as normal, acting happy even when I was terrified so that I would not draw more attention to them and encourage them. Now he releases a video making everything public like this in a way that is careless and dangerous to many people. It's mind-boggling to me. It's like making a video about how to make a bomb and showing it to a bunch of 12-year-olds. I don't want anyone to go and harass him or threaten him in any way. Please do not do anything like that. I just wanted to be able to finally say something because cat's out of the bag anyway, and I'm also tired of sitting and watching him do fucked up things to my friends. So far, you probably are confused as hell, and that's normal because everyone was at the time. How is it that the official Vishojo account had given its stamp of approval to Nux and thanked him for working with them when the talents were so clearly against the idea of a video? Something simply wasn't adding up at all. Something was missing, a big piece of the puzzle, and no one really knew what the hell it was. At this point though, Nux as a target was fair game. According to every Vishojo talent, he had done something horrendous. So of course, just like with any cancellation, other people started piling up on him, talking about their bad experiences with him. And very few people actually took a step back and said, hey guys, listen, maybe we're going a bit too far here. Maybe
Ebonito, I'm not taking a side. I really respect everyone involved, but he is human. He makes mistakes. And this is one instance where I think he's getting more hate than he deserves. Tried to do the right thing, but maybe not in the best way. But at least he tried. Yes, you try, but if you have... Okay. I understand that argument, but when you have 7 people telling you repeatedly, please don't do this, and you still do it anyway, at that point it's not, I did an oopsie daisy, you're intentionally going against them. Is that a bad take? Because, like, I understand people make mistakes and, like, maybe you misunderstand something. But if each one of them is telling you multiple times going, hey, don't do this, please, and you still do it, I don't have sympathy for you. I don't know what more to say.
Maybe we don't have all the facts. The situation was getting so critical that Nux had to release a formal apology. But in this apology video, he would show Discord logs between him and the cybersecurity expert that Vishojo had hired, Phoenix. He would reveal that these logs were in a group chat with one of the Vishojo girls and Gunrun, the CEO. In these logs, you could see that Nux was working on a video and Phoenix was fully aware of it. But instead of telling him, please don't post this, you're putting our talents in danger, he would be sent a draft of the video and he'd say this: not trying to downplay or anything, I really appreciate that you were providing info at 7:03. Do you think you'd be willing to blur out the word blank from the screenshot for the purposes of denying them notoriety? To which Nux said, okay, I can do that. Phoenix would then say, I appreciate that you are doing the public service announcement and that isn't the problem at all. My comment is narrowly specifically about praising that one fan that reached out. I am 99% certain that is a fellow member of the harassment gang and not a fan. So Phoenix's problem wasn't the video at all. He was completely down with the idea. He just thought that that fan who had leaked the doxer to Nux was actually part of the harassment gang and Nux was being socially engineered. At some point, Nux would say, honestly, I think this video will be helpful to you as well. If you need help with anything, feel free to reach out. To which Phoenix would say, thanks a lot. Would you be willing to include a link to a written response by us as well? It's not going to be anything against the video. It's going to be more about making sure people don't think that contract language is real and answer some likely FAQs that will result from all this. To which Nux said, of course. And of course, as you can see, this was their reply that they had deleted shortly afterwards. This video added even more confusion to the whole situation, because from these logs, it seemed like two people were working together, and the CEO was very well aware of it, and one of the girls that had called Nux out publicly was in this group chat seeing everything, very well aware of the fact that he was going to post this video. And thanks to Fruit leaking her DMs with Nux at some point on Twitter, she would accidentally reveal who that VShojo talent was, and it would turn out to be Project Melody. In these DMs, we can see Fruit and Nux arguing, and at some point Nux says, I'm not sure what you mean. I had a group chat with Melody, Gunrun, and their head cybersecurity guy, and I showed them the video beforehand. They had a few notes, which I changed before uploading, and they asked me to link a statement they would write in the description. But that's so weird. As you saw earlier, Melody had posted a tweet calling him out, saying, I'm hurt Nux posted his doxing vid. He flagrantly disregarded our team's feelings and the facts our security department shared with him. I trusted and defended him only to feel secondary to getting clicks. If he meant to raise awareness to protect streamers, he would have corrected it. But she, as well as Gunrun and Phoenix, were in a call with Nux for 4 hours. This wasn't just confusion anymore, someone was lying here. After these DMs would leak thanks to Fruit, Project Melody would delete her tweet because of the hate she would start getting. And shortly afterwards, apologies would start raining in. Fruit would say, Nux apologized to me privately yesterday as I apologized to him for subtweeting, and others would follow suit. Except one person in particular who was practically seen as the biggest backstabber in all this, Project Melody. She didn't make any public statements or apologies regarding this incident, and as far as we know, did not do so privately either. Nux has never mentioned this. It was especially weird since Nux had collabed with her the most out of anyone in VShojo, and they've had a multi-year friendship. But by that point, the drama had been going on for quite a while now. The talents clearly just wanted to move on and get back to creating content, and it seemed like the community was heading in that direction too. But as things were finally starting to heal, Gunrun would make it a point to post this article on medium.com saying, addressing miscommunications, I hope this clears the air on the confusion, let's move forward together and not spread hate. This would be an article attempting to show that VShojo already knew about the security accusations, did not condone Nux in any way, and was always behind their talents, while of course acknowledging some wrongdoings in the process. But they would refute the allegation that VShojo gave Nux approval to release his video, saying that the reality is that VShojo never at any point said that he had permission, nor were we asked. VShojo was given limited time to suggest edits and create a statement. Politeness in Twitter reply text was misconstrued as approval/endorsement. Suggestions for edits were ignored beyond blurring of some names, and Phoenix makes efforts to educate Nux on why this is a bad move, which are ignored. But this wasn't just it. Gunrun also added more fuel to the fire by saying, staff's context. There is a negative history of interaction between VShojo and Nux that led us to proceed with extreme caution. Something that had yet again come out of nowhere because, as I said earlier, people were under the impression that they were all friends. Gunrun would then post the full conversations that Nux had shown in his video, and in the first one it would be Phoenix imploring Nux not to fall for the bait of that one fan who reached out to him because it's not random. Their MO is to do this good cop, bad cop thing. But Nux wasn't having any of it. He was convinced it was a fan, he wasn't being socially engineered at any point. This showed us that Nux was stubborn, and even though he understood some aspects of doxing, was very naive, sure. But never at any point in time did Phoenix express that he didn't want Nux to release the video, only sending him timestamps to change things. Gunrun would conclude this by saying, we hope clearing the air here with our context helps put this drama behind all of us. I'm understanding of Nux stance and hope our detailing from our side helps put everything into context.
It doesn't.
We do not wish to see this matter escalate further, do not send hate or harassment to anyone.
Hey, we're just trying to move on. Let me put out a statement while everyone's trying to move on. Surely that'll help. And that won't cause any problems. Oh. Jonah. As the PR head of Donna McGee Industries, how would you react? Caps, smile and wave. Also, if you want to join the Fortnite lobby, you're more than welcome. Perhaps a little smile and wave never hurt. Okay. Everyone's trying to move on, showing the full context. Okay. And I get the third party, like, thing with Phoenix. Kind of throwing Phoenix under the bus, though. Instead of being like, yeah, we should have clarified our position with him more. It looks bad on Nux to not show the full messages of the fact that you disagree with somebody. Like a cybersecurity expert being like, hey, don't do this. And you're like, nah, I'm different, I can handle it. And then being like, look, I had the go-ahead. When in the full messages, you clearly do not have the go-ahead. And Project Melody being on the call, just because there was a 4-hour call, does not mean the contents of that call were relevant to everything. They could have been about a specific part of the video or just about information in the video. Like, I've been in meetings that are considered relevant, where it's like only 5 minutes out of an hour actually mattered. So it's not always relevant info.
We're looking forward to continuing work as usual and hope all fandoms can see the many perspectives of this complicated interaction between Vishojo and Nux. Thanks everyone for reading. Gunrun. Of course, as is the trend with this controversy, people were left even more confused after reading this. When you say something like, thank you Nux for working with us, how is that not a way of you saying that you approve of the video? It just didn't make any sense. Finally, Nux would post a video titled Moving Forward on his second channel and would detail how throughout the entire week of him releasing the video, he was barely sleeping.
It should have been on your first channel. That's where most people are going to see it. Putting it out on your second channel where assumedly less people are going to see it is disingenuous. Not disingenuous. It's... I see that as kind of like... kind of lame. Like you're trying to hide your response. A lot of people would do that where they put their like... their response to a drama on their second channel instead of their main. It's just dumb.
Having anxiety attacks, and overall really showing us that no one here, including the Vishojo talents, had a good time. But even though I'm sure many people were hoping that things would die down there were still way too many questions surrounding this whole incident. A lot of things simply didn't make any sense, causing many YouTubers like Turkey Tom to make videos about this whole mystery surrounding this incident and garnering over 1.2 million views. People weren't satisfied with how this concluded, and you can see that the top reply on Gunrun's post to Medium was Omni saying, at least apologize to the dude? He got dragged for the past 2 days, and the deleted thank you tweet made it even worse. Nux took accountability, only fair to do the same, methinks. People had many theories as to what had happened, how this miscommunication could have occurred. One of the most common ones that was even mentioned in Turkey Tom's video about the situation was that Nux Taku was in the process of founding his own VTuber agency at the time. Vishojo's management saw this as a threat, so they took the opportunity to character assassinate him in public, making him seem very problematic and making other VTubers not want to associate with him. Now look, I'll admit, when I first heard this theory, I thought, come on, this is way too far-fetched. But you have to remember that the VTubing scene back then was so much smaller than it is today. And Nux was at the absolute top. The guy had 2 million subscribers as a VTuber. He knew everyone in the scene. No one didn't know who he was. He could have so easily made an agency that directly competed with Vishojo. But would Vishojo's management, as well as Project Melody, his friend of multiple years, truly stoop this low in order to take down a potential competitor? Honestly, as someone who's covered the VTubing industry for a while now, that's not even the craziest thing I heard this week. But I think if we're going to take a more realistic approach with all the evidence we currently have, then what most likely happened is that Vishojo was totally down with the idea of letting Nux post the video. This tweet was sincere. However, when management
Oh.
saw how much this pissed off the talent, how they were completely against the idea of this video, they did a full 180, deleted the tweet, and backstabbed Nux into being the fall guy so that they wouldn't piss off their talents. When reading Nyanner's messages, it seemed like she had a very strong negative impression of Nux, saying things like, "He doesn't care about helping us. If he did, he would have listened to several of our concerns when it came to how he treats people and uses them for content." Something echoed by other Vishojo talents when it came to criticizing him. It seemed like someone was getting some very wrong information, and maybe Nux wasn't the only victim here, the talents were too, they just had no idea.
Bad
Regardless,
management?
though,
No
back
way.
then, no one really bothered delving that deep, instead preferring to go either Team Nux or Team Vishojo, with Team Nux claiming that Nux had done nothing wrong, that he was the victim here, and with Team Vishojo being convinced that Nux is a clout chaser that doesn't care about anyone but himself. The whole thing would truly stain Vishojo's reputation and show them as unprofessional. How could they ever compete with the likes of Hololive when they never had such weird petty drama? How could they compete with Nijisanji when none of the talents would ever dare to make a public statement criticizing another VTuber like that? Maybe talent freedom was a mistake. With just one controversy, Vishojo had gone from hopeful contender to yet another talent agency that could never compete with the professionalism of Japan. But hey, while this would definitely be
well.
damaging to their reputation and be brought up multiple times by haters in the future, the internet has very short-term memory. Give it 1 or 2 weeks, and even the most major dramas get forgotten. And so after 2021 had ended, Vishojo had somewhat been able to put itself back on the map in a very strong way. During 2022, Iron Mouse, a VTuber under Vishojo, would grow so quickly that even the mainstream outside of the VTubing community was made aware of her existence. On
That's
February
cool.
5th, 2022, she would hold her first ever subathon, streaming for 30 days straight and garnering over 171,000 Twitch subscribers. That equates to over $850,000 before Twitch takes their cut. Articles like this were being written about her, saying that she was breaking all kinds of Twitch records. By that point, you'd see people who didn't even know what VTubing was hearing about Iron Mouse's success. And if you didn't, well, Vishojo made it a goal to make you hear about her and every other talent in the roster, enlisting Crunchyroll to interview every single one of them while having them talk about their favorite animes of all time. But that's not all. When it came to VTuber-related awards, the Vishojo girls were dominating, with the Streamy Awards having 5 nominees and 4 of them being from Vishojo. That's not all though, because the Streamer Awards would have 4 nominees and 3 of them would end up being from Vishojo. They wouldn't win that year, but it was still very notable. But regardless, the efforts of these talents, including Iron Mouse's very successful subathon, the Vishojo girls being nominated practically everywhere, and Vishojo's efforts to make marketing a priority, ended up being somewhat of a success, because the CEO was able to raise over $11 million for the company. More specifically, during seed funding led by Athos Capital with participation from GFR Funds and Green Bay Ventures. Yes, Vishojo, a VTuber talent agency, had somehow secured an 8-figure funding round from Venture Capital, infamously known for wanting to get their money back no matter what, and also only known to invest in companies with long-term growth potential. They didn't just invest in anything, which made many believe, well, shit. Vishojo must be doing something right compared to other agencies because wow, that's very impressive. And Gunrun, of course, with this announcement showed huge confidence, saying VTubers are the future of the content creator industry. Adding,
True.
since the medium is built upon animated personas, it is more accessible and scalable than being a traditional creator, especially as the technology becomes more widespread.
He's right. If you look at like I think kids media is the most blatant form of it. If you look at stuff like Sesame Street and most cartoons that have like a non-human character, that's something people are more open to dealing with, and it's more accessible. Elmo, most people realize as a kid, like as a kid or as an adult, like Elmo's chill, right? For stuff like interacting with things, certain medias are better. For instance, Elmo cartoons can reach out to more people than just like Blue's Clues. Even though Steve is also chill. The problem with that is it's not as human of a connection. So while this is good and it'll be widespread, we're still like essentially puppets. I don't really have a thing to lead with this, but at some point I have a goal where I want to do like an educational thing where I can have other VTubers and stuff come on and can do like educational content, because there's a lot of smart VTubers. They got degrees and doctorates and stuff. And not necessarily like kids entertainment, but an educational format where you have like a Hellhound VTuber, not Cinder, talking about something, or some scientist talking about something like me, in a way that's it reaches out more to people. This industry will only go up. This genre can only grow. And then you have people like Gunrun that come in and like, oh, $11 million? I don't know where that went. Uh-oh.
With the funding from Anthos Capital, we are now in a better position to support and grow talent in this market with more innovative technology, extensive promotion, and the ability to assist with content creation and distribution. So this money was going to go towards specifically growing their existing talent roster, pretty much any VTuber's dream at the time. And speaking of VTubers, a few months after raising $11 million, Vishojo would add 2 more talents to its roster, marking their first major expansion since recruiting Veibe in 2021, adding both Keisan and Amamiya Nazuna to their roster. And what made these talents special is that they were based in Japan and spoke Japanese most of the time on their streams, showing us that Vishojo wasn't just interested in English speakers, they were interested in this talent-first approach globally, with Gunrun saying that this expansion will break down barriers in VTubing, and it kinda did. On her first stream after joining Vishojo, Amamiya Nazuna would get over 30,000 concurrent viewers on her Twitch stream, while Keisan would also receive just as many, if not a bit more, with her YouTube debut being at almost 1 million views today. At the same time, Vishojo wasn't lying, they were truly putting those $11 million to use, putting their existing talent at the center of some very cool projects, be it animated music videos or just straight up general marketing. By the end of 2022, Vishojo was yet again seen as an agency that could someday compete directly with Hololive and Nijisanji if they weren't already. Yeah, sure, they've been through a very big controversy with Nux that put everything into question, but whatever, that's behind us. They got 2 more talents, raised over $11 million, and were doing some amazing things that made everyone else envious.
Harry Potter.
Things could only get better from here, right? Well, you know how it goes. Good times don't last forever. And very shortly after 2023 had begun, Vishojo would find itself in such an unpleasant situation that to many, it seemed like this was going to be their biggest existential threat yet. Harry Potter is a series of books that needs no introduction. It's critically acclaimed across the world. The same can be said about the movies that were based on those same books. This of course resulted in having a very large and extremely passionate fan base all across the globe. The person behind these books is none other than J.K. Rowling, and for most of her career she was loved by pretty much anyone who loved Harry Potter. Her humble background as well as her authenticity truly made it hard to dislike her. But then one day, just like many other celebrities, she decided to take the decision of splitting her audience in half by becoming political. You see, in 2011, the Syrian population would revolt against its current regime. The result would be a civil war that would last for over a decade, destroying huge chunks of the country and spreading Syrian refugees all across the world. It would be dubbed the Syrian refugee crisis, and at a certain point, political voices in Europe specifically would start expressing that the infrastructure of their countries could barely support their current population, that they were not fit to take in so many millions of refugees, trying their best to stop them. J.K. Rowling would see this and would take the decision to use her platform to show solidarity with every single refugee coming to her country, tweeting, "If you can't imagine yourself in one of those boats," the boats the refugees were using, "you have something missing. They are dying for a life worth living. Hashtag refugees welcome."
Okay. That's not the statement I thought she would make. So, what? At what point do you go from Immigrants are welcome to being severely racist and homophobic. I feel like there's a... I know he's gonna... I want to try to think about it before Mugen says it. I genuinely don't know. Unless you have a bad interaction with someone who immigrated to your country, but I can't think of why you would have that such a severe change in your stance. Because I've seen that before where other people are like have that stance and then they have negative interaction. They're like, oh, never mind.
Half her audience found her to be hypocritical, saying things like, well, if you want refugees, then why don't you take any in your massive mansion? And the other half was fully in support, praising her and really admiring the fact that she would use her platform for such a humanitarian cause. 5 years later, though, J.K. Rowling would take on a stance that wouldn't just split her audience in half, it would more accurately shatter them into 1,000 pieces. She would criticize an article for using the term people who menstruate, saying, I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out, wumben, wimpend, wumid, implying that there's a word for this, it's called women, and that people who menstruate is a silly term. People, specifically the audience that had supported her so staunchly during her 2015 moral stance, were outraged. But J.K. Rowling doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. Honestly, she went all the way to the moon, saying things like, if sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. Over the years, she wouldn't let this topic go, and this would result in her creating a substantial amount of haters that used to be her ex-fans, ones that were particularly very loud on the internet. So on September 16th, 2020, when Hogwarts Legacy, a game developed by Warner Bros., was announced, Harry Potter fans all around the world were extremely excited because this actually looked good. It wasn't one of those crap movie games that looked like they were done on a budget over a year. You'd actually be able to explore Hogwarts here and actually become a wizard just like in the movies and the books. But when the game was heading towards its release on February 10th, 2023, those J.K. Rowling haters had another idea. This post on Gaming Circle Jerk would be one of many, saying, a friendly reminder from your mod team that this woman is a TERF and anyone who pledges to support her monetarily is also a transphobe. TERF being an acronym meaning Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist, a term that J.K. Rowling had used openly in order to describe her beliefs. This post was made by a mod of the Gaming Circle Jerk subreddit and drew over 4,000 comments. This wasn't the only subreddit or community that echoed these statements.
I remember
and so
all
when
this.
the game came out and actually had an astounding success, those people boycotting the game shifted their attention to the people who bought it. More specifically, people who were making content about it, helping spread the word about how good of a game it was. This is when the Hogwarts Legacy harassment campaign would begin. And you had people like this individual make an entire website where you could put the username of a streamer and it would tell you if they played that wizard game. This was taken to the absolute extreme, and here's just one example. The channel Girlfriend Reviews features a couple playing games, and the chat was harassing them so much throughout their playthrough that the girlfriend in question started crying and ended the stream. Bear in mind, this was a streamer who had a donation link to a charity that helped the LGBT directly, but these fanatics made no differentiation. And one of the people who had suffered the most from harassment and other disgusting things in relation to her playing the game was none other than the Vishojo talent Silverveil, being absolutely harassed to tears just for having played the game. Here's a clip of that in which he describes what she's been going through just for having launched that game on stream. Watch.
And harassment and doxing and people doxing my friends and like so much horrible, vile things all from streaming a fucking video game.
So this wasn't just harassment. This was doxing, attempts to dox her personal information, successful attempts to maybe dox her friends. I don't want to imagine the things she was receiving in DMs, for example.
Oh.
And this isn't just some crying. This is intense crying. Like, she's been going through it. Of course, some of the amazing individuals who were behind this movement would see this clip on Twitter and would have some very productive things to say. Like, this is a volcano lava hot take, but this action should be encouraged. Or
I'm gonna
boo
go
plus
back to
try
the lobby
louder
quick,
plus maybe
Jonah.
listen to trans and Jewish people. But what was really interesting here was the approach that both Vishojo and some of its talents took when Silverveil was practically at one of the lowest points of her content creation career. One of the only people who would speak out in support of Silverveil was actually Iron Mouse, saying nobody deserves to feel threatened and live in fear every day of their life. That is not right. Specifying that there are ways to support the LGBTQ+ in positive ways, while hoping that people become a little kinder to each other. But here's where things get very tricky. Around the time this harassment campaign was taking place, Fruit, who is another Vishojo talent, would tweet, "It costs me $0 every day to be kind and accept people for who they are. So for every like this tweet gets, I'm donating $1 to Mermaids, a charity that supports gender diverse children." Seeing that no one except for Iron Mouse had said anything about Silverveil being harassed, and this was the closest thing that Fruit had said about this situation, people immediately assumed that this was Fruit subtweeting Silverveil, giving her sort of a middle finger, so to speak. Now, of course, Fruit would quote tweet this tweet 12 hours later and specify, "My twin
little
brother
late.
means the world to me more than anyone. It means a lot to me to support and protect people like him any way I can. If there's a better transgender supporting charity to donate to, I can just switch. It's not that deep." So yeah, Fruit probably saw everything going on surrounding Hogwarts Legacy and decided, you know what, instead of hate, let's just donate. Let's just use money to donate to this cause. But of course, by that time, it was too late. People had already made up their mind about this tweet, and it made many assume, oh, wait a second, is there trouble at home at Vishojo? Are the talents not all friends? What else are they hiding from us? And what didn't help at all is that during this time period, Vishojo had said nothing. They were in complete and utter radio silence. They had not come out in support of Silverveil. They had not commented on Fruit's tweet. And it made people start questioning, why is Silverveil even in an agency? Because right now it's as if she's an indie VTuber being harassed all alone and not having the support of anyone, including her own agency. Because in the end, she was a Vishojo talent. And her being harassed like this was ruining her reputation in some way, which also in turn ruined Vishojo's reputation and the talents within it. In fact, regarding Silverveil, the only thing we'd hear would only be a couple months later in a shock announcement that no one was expecting. It would be Vishojo posting this on April 26, 2023, saying, "To our community, Silverveil and Vey have chosen not to renew their contracts at Vishojo. We respect their decision and want to thank them for helping make Vishojo what it is today. They will also retain their IP so they can continue as the creators you love. We wish them the best on the next leg of their journey. Sincerely, the Vishojo team." So look, by 2023, when it came to graduations, people were used to how Nijisanji and Hololive did them, which was one at a time, spaced out, with a graduation stream in which talents say goodbye. This was an absolute shock on every level, not to mention that a founding member and the first external member to have joined the company were both leaving. And as soon as this announcement had come out, they would quote tweet it with this image of her in Silverveil saying, "Indie bitches." Naturally, seeing how rare a double graduation was and seeing this quote tweet made many people question what was going on and come up with conspiracy theories. So hours later, Vey would clarify, "Since this post got so much traction and people are speculating as to why I have left and blaming other talent for it, it's nothing like that at all. I left because new contracts didn't make any financial sense to me." So you see, again, there was this rumor that the talent at Vishojo was not in agreement, that the girls were fighting, especially with the conspiracy theories running rampant over Fruit's tweet in regards to Silverveil. Vey would continue, "I can't speak for Silver because we didn't leave together. We were just announced on the same day. Can't say much else because of legal shit and stuff, but please be kind to everyone involved. Don't make weird rumors up to control your own narrative. TLDR, left because new contracts
should have
are no
made
good.
that
And for all
response
indies,
sooner.
always hire a lawyer to read through any contract, however minor it may seem. I know it's a scary process to think about, but you'll be so fucking thankful down the line. Hire lawyers that know what the industry standards are. Okay, have a nice day, you fuckers." So this was her attempt to completely kill any speculation or conspiracy theories surrounding her graduation. She just wanted to move on as soon as possible. Silverveil would echo the same exact statement on her stream, saying this, watch.
Anyone missed the announcement? Vey and I are both leaving. We were announced the same day, but it has nothing to do with each other. It was independent. We are just being announced on the exact same day.
So this whole thing was kind of messy. Why announce two talents at the same time and have to make them both make separate statements saying, guys, it just so happens that we both wanted to leave the company
cheaper.
and they announced us on the same day. It was definitely a shock, but hey, at least Vishoujo kept their word. They would be keeping their IP. This wasn't a graduation in the traditional sense because nothing would be changing. They would continue streaming just like they did before joining Vishoujo. And so as soon as people were starting to finally process this news and maybe even start to move on, just a few days later, Vishoujo would come up with another bombshell saying, to our community, we'd like to inform you that Nyanners has decided not to renew her contract with Vishoujo. We fully support her decision and are grateful for her contributions to the growth of Vishoujo. Nyanners will retain her IP, ensuring she can carry on as the beloved creator you know. We wish her the best in her future endeavors. Sincerely, the Vishoujo team. This was another complete shock. Okay, listen, one founding member, the first member to join, and another founding member in the span of 1 week? Nyanners would release her own statement saying, after much consideration, I've decided not to renew my contract with Vishoujo and return to being an indie. This decision is my own and not a reflection of my relationship with any of the other members, and it is something I have been seriously deliberating for a while. I'm deeply appreciative of all the opportunities that being a member of Vishoujo has presented over the past 2 years and wish everyone, staff and fellow talent alike, all the best. While this change likely comes as a surprise, it won't change who I am, any of my content, or who I choose to collaborate with moving forward. My streams will continue as usual. I'm looking forward to seeing what the future will bring in this new chapter. Thank you all for your support and understanding. Nyanners. So again, dispelling the rumor that no, this is not because other talent in the agency is pissing me off or is being toxic. This is my own decision and I'm leaving with no drama. I just want to put this behind me.
Well,
but how can we just put this behind us and move on so easily when so many members had left in just the span of a few days? Vishoujo had 10 members by this point and they had essentially lost 30% of their talent roster just like that. If the talents were truly happy, then that wouldn't have happened. So what the hell was going on? More importantly though, was anyone else going to leave as well? And that's when people understood there was a risk that Iron Mouse could leave. And if she did, this talent agency would have, without exaggeration, imploded in just a few months afterwards. So people were obviously concerned. They loved Vishoujo, they loved the talent there, they didn't want to see it implode. So many were asking Iron Mouse, hey, like, are you gonna stay? Are you gonna leave? To which she responded. This is a clip that was in False ID's video from over 2 years ago, in which she says that she's currently negotiating. Watch.
Have to make this very large. Good news or bad news? I don't know. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. Leaving Vishoujo, guys, I'm still in contract negotiations.
So this definitely didn't reassure her audience or anyone who was a fan of Vishoujo. Iron Mouse was in contract negotiations. 3 talents had just left. If she leaves too, we can safely say the agency's not really going anywhere. So without exaggeration, it was facing an existential threat. And seeing how often people would see VTuber agencies establish themselves then literally fall apart within a few months, the same fate awaiting Vishoujo didn't really seem that far-fetched. Except it was. Because shortly after this, in the summer of 2023,
I think Vishoujo messed up so bad. They could have been like, hey, they should have stuck with Silvervale. It's like, even if someone's in the wrong, you sign whatever contract, it's not causing damage to your brand, it's damage to that person. Contract will have, usually, the company will stand by. Just being silent. Vishoujo messed up there by being silent. Fruit should have said something sooner. Waiting 12 hours is absurd for that. And then also the game was Hogwarts Legacy is kind of mid from everything I've heard. It's not like a bad game, but it's not a good game. It's just, it exists. So lame. But we got hanging out of it, so.
Vishoujo would begin a new chapter that would thrust it straight into its golden age, where it finally became a global contender. One could say that Vishoujo started taking their first steps towards a golden age barely 10 days after Nyanners had officially left the company. Yes, even though the entire agency's future was being put into question, they managed to surprise everyone on May 11th, 2023, when they would announce that they'd be adding the first English-speaking VTuber to their roster since Weibo in 2021. And that VTuber would be Henya the Genius. Someone who already was very beloved and had one hell of a fan base in another corporation and had left it recently, not being able to keep her IP and restarting in Vishoujo. And one of the many things that made her special is that she was both fluent in English and Japanese, which helped her further bridge the gap between Vishoujo and their Japanese subsidiary. But the agency wasn't done here. Just barely a few months later, they would also recruit yet another new member by the name of Giga, another independent VTuber that was already established and had a fan base that was going to follow her into Vishoujo. What made these two talents special is that they weren't problematic at all. If anything, they were wholesome and well liked by the community. This was Vishoujo heading in the right direction, but it was them barely getting started. You see, at the time, one couldn't simply ignore just how big Nijisanji's English branch had gotten. Just like their main competitor Hololive, they had established some very well-known household names in the VTubing industry, and with them came very passionate and sometimes rabid fan bases that would do anything to show their love to their idols. In other words, they bought any merch you threw at them, okay? They were money printers. So when some talents started to all of a sudden start leaving Nijisanji around the end of 2023, Vishoujo would take notice and take full advantage of the situation, announcing the recruitment of a new member very shortly after Giga. This time, it was Kuro, an ex-Nijisanji VTuber that had a very loyal fan base and had an established identity in the scene. But they were on a roll because barely 2 weeks afterwards they would announce yet another member joining, Matara-kan, also being a very well-established ex-Nijisanji member. These two would have an indescribable positive impact on Vishoujo's PR. Kuro would bring in some much-needed humor and expertise from his days at Nijisanji running a big fan base, and Matara would come in to act like some sort of a maternal figure to the Vishoujo talent roster, balancing the chaotic energy exhibited by the rest of the roster. All this would serve as the building blocks, as the foundation to the most important moment in Vishoujo's history, when they would take complete advantage of the downfall of one of their biggest competitors. On February 2024, we would witness the biggest PR disaster in VTuber history, when Selen Tatsuki, one of Nijisanji's English VTubers, would attempt to leave this planet twice, citing the toxic work culture at Nijisanji as the main reason. And instead of trying to fix or even salvage the situation, Nijisanji decided to terminate her. What would follow would be mass graduations of the English branch of Nijisanji, and their reputation—
Hold on. Might be starting for it again. They're playing with the graphics settings. Jonah, do you remember when we watched the Selen stuff? When we went over that? And how, like, horrible it was? So Vishoujo right now, or not right now, has recently been accused of poaching, which is like, it's not really accused when Kuro is like, yeah, Gunman was coming up to me, DMing me after my graduation, being like, hey, come work for us. It's like, okay, well, it's not an allegation of poaching, you're just saying, yeah. I feel bad for Matara being told, like, hey, this company will never do wrong by you. We will do everything we can. By the way, we misplaced charity money, and we're not going to pay you for months. Ooh. And Zen, a week or two ago, I think it was a week or two ago, had a very emotional stream. I think she had I didn't watch the stream. I was seeing people talk about it on Reddit and Twitter and stuff. It seems like Zen had an emotional breakdown on stream while drunk over just all the stress and stuff. And that's a dangerous situation. but the only problem Zen ever had was she was supportive of everybody. Always wanting people to succeed, always wanting her friends to be there around her and to succeed with her. And she was vocal about it. And Gunrun and the Shoujo staff never seemed to help endorse that or like take some of that burden off his own. Just let her be the vocal front and the face of like new hires. So when you're constantly hiring larger creators or people you're friends with, all that backlash of like, well, what happened to you supporting smaller indie VTubers and like giving them a chance? All that shit was just thrown onto Zen. They did nothing to try and stop it. At least from there's no outward facing support from them for Zen. It's all just seeming like they washed their hands of it. Which, not right, too. I don't get how you can have, like, essentially, out of the top 10 VTubers, not just VTubers, but streamers across the platforms, like, maybe half of the top 10, 25 VTubers in the world are in your company, and you fumble that. I don't understand. Just the metrics of Iron Mouse should have been enough to get investors for lifetime. I don't get how you do this.
Would never get close to recovering. Vishoujo would see this and would take this opportunity to devour Nijisanji's massive rotting corpse in order to replace them and claim their spot of top 2 VTuber agency competing directly with Hololive. On April 2024, they would recruit Michi Mochievi, another very well-beloved and established ex-Nijisanji talent.
Yeah.
And what would happen afterwards is the complete and full redemption of Vishoujo's reputation. You see, these ex-Nijisanji talents like Michi would go on to praise how happy they are at Vishoujo in comparison to their previous workplace, being Nijisanji, saying that they've never worked at a place like this before, that their past workplace made them feel terrible, and that here they feel valued. They feel like an actual person. We also would hear something very shocking, the fact that Kuro had over 350,000 British pounds in tax debt, because apparently his previous company, Nijisanji, would tell him that they'll handle taxes for him and take a cut from his paycheck, only to end up not paying a single dollar. He was essentially scammed. So he reached out to Iron Mouse for help in order to figure out what was going on, and she referred him to the CEO of Vishoujo, Gunrun, who personally took the time out of his day to help him and put him in touch with an accountant and eventually recruited him into Vishoujo. I mean, guys, at this point, can we just stop calling him Gunrun? Can we call him Gun Angel? Because, I mean, seriously, Vishoujo seemed to be the complete opposite of Nijisanji. This same rhetoric was echoed by Matara in a discussion with Kuro, in which they were reminiscing how their former company mentally affected them and how happy they are at Vishoujo today. I mean, look, by that point, this sentiment was pretty common to find. People felt that Vishoujo was the savior of the VTuber industry, the agency correcting Nijisanji's mistakes and treating their talent like actual human beings, with no toxic workplace and no predatory contracts. And seeing that Iron Mouse had extended her contract with them, they had essentially gone from being a company facing an existential threat to being on top of the world, and things were only getting started for their golden age. Iron Mouse would keep beating records and would get interviewed by the Rolling Stone. Keisan would audition to be in the game Yakuza Like a Dragon and would successfully manage to get in. Vishoujo was opening up art galleries in Japan, showcasing art of their VTubers. And Iron Mouse would successfully become the most subscribed to channel on Twitch of all time, giving away half the money she raised to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, a charity that means a lot to her since she suffers from CVID, a condition that weakens her immune system to the point where she can't even go out. This foundation aims to find a cure. And seeing how much this meant to her, the CEO would personally bring her on a walk for the Immune Deficiency Foundation, using one hell of a high-tech setup where she can see everything that's happening through this camera. But that's not all. I mean, Gunrun would care so much about his talents that he would personally accompany Iron Mouse when she would win the Best VTuber Award in the Streamer Awards at the end of 2023. And if that wasn't enough to impress you, then maybe their global marketing campaigns would. Plastering the faces of all their talents in Japan, more specifically a metro station in Shinjuku. I mean, guys, by this point, everyone, whether big or small as a content creator, wanted a piece of Vishoujo. The idea of joining such an agency that held their talents to such high regards and would give every talent a manager to handle day-to-day tasks while they would focus on what was important to them simply sounded amazing. It seemed that this talent freedom approach was truly working, and Vishoujo knew exactly what they were doing. But hold your horses. I mean, this success does come with a price. Yes, there is such a thing as suffering from success, and Vishoujo was about to find that out. Seeing that everyone wanted to join them, many were wondering what had happened to the audition form that was posted back in 2021. Was that simply to recruit an already established independent streamer like Veibe? Many would start making a joke that Vishoujo was nothing more than a glorified Nijisanji retirement home. That, or they would just hire friends, that they were a nepotism-centric company. The problem was that this criticism didn't reach the company, it would reach the talents directly, causing someone like Zentreya to reach a breaking point. With her tweeting this out during July 2024, saying, "Heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of Zen friends only when each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless. I have other friends who don't want to join who are working their asses off and doing amazing things. I even pushed management to open auditions again finally after so long and to scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. I wanted to meet new people and let the others get a sense for them as well and see who would fit into the puzzle. Then I came to a realization that even if we bring in a new person, people will claim we focused on new people instead of helping others who are halfway to success, or other larger creators be a part of something fun. Either way is a loss. I just wanted to do right and help smaller and up and coming as well as the potential to bring someone on the rise. Management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do all of this, and now I feel as though I made a mistake in doing this. Who knows? But I hope you all still try, because I started from the bottom too and I put in the work."
That part being like not helping people that are halfway, or like not involving larger creators, I don't understand the concern. I never saw, I'm assuming Zen saw it to mention it. I don't think I would ever consider that as a, like, you're holding auditions. Why would you audition only for successful people? That part I don't understand. That's like a concern. It being a nepotism thing I can see. But being like, well, if we don't hire our friends, then people will also be mad at us. I don't really understand. That doesn't make sense to me as a plan. We're only halfway through the video.
This tweet was made in reference to Vishoujo finally reopening applications after 3 years on July 10th, 2024, a day before Zentreya's tweet. And putting aside the fact that some talents were literally getting harassed over this was actually a net positive for Vishoujo. You had droves of undiscovered talented VTubers, established VTubers, big, medium, small VTubers, all wanting to join your agency because goddamn, you guys were doing a great job. I mean, this post alone had over 5 million views, over 1,000 replies.
I applied for this. Just a shot in the dark.
With some very big independent VTubers commenting on it. If you hadn't noticed yet, this is what a golden age looks like. And around 5 months later, Ama Lee, who is a very well-established voice actor, VTuber, and singer, would make the announcement that she was joining Vishoujo. This was of course huge for the agency, but at the same time, Ama Lee noticed that there were some replies that were fairly negative about her joining. Feeling the need to specify, this reveal has been in the works for almost a year and a half. And just to clear up any confusion, I was not a part of the auditions, but I'm so excited for the future debuts of new members. This is simply how badly people were clawing at the chance of joining this agency. She had to actually specify this. But Vishoujo had made an entire subsidiary in Japan, not just for Kei-san and Amamiya Nazuna. They had very big plans for the country in which VTubing originated in. At the end of 2024, they teased 4 different Japanese talents joining their roster. This time under a wave or a team called Vishoujo Nova. And by the beginning of July 2025, they would unveil it, launch it alongside Universal Music Group. This wasn't just yet another VTuber wave, these were superstars in the making. I mean, at this point, maybe Gunrun saying back in 2020 that Vishojo was going to be a new era of VTubing wasn't so far-fetched. Not only were they on top of the world, but now they were considered a direct competitor to Hololive and someone who had very easily outdone Nijisanji. The sky was the limit, and if this company became worth $1 billion in the coming years, no one would have been surprised. But you see, speaking about money, how did they make it exactly? You see, this was a question that would start to be asked as early as 2023. Agencies typically took a cut of sponsors, donations, subs, and merch from talents in order to sustain their business. But Vishojo would only do so, as far as we knew, whenever they brought in a sponsor and whenever there was merch on the line, never taking any of the donations or sub money of their talents. I personally got the chance to speak with someone notable in the content creator industry, and they told me that Vishojo for them was a red flag since 2023, truly wondering how this company even functioned and made money. This Redditor right here was also wondering the same thing, and I mean, look at the top comment. It said, I think there's a running joke about this because I swear I've seen Henya, Keisan, and Giga all commenting, I have no idea how Vishojo makes money, insinuating their contracts are really good. I'm sure there's a really good explanation, but my headcanon is that Gunrun and Vishojo really just enjoy what they do and don't make a ton of money doing it, but live comfortably enough because their hobby is being support for the talents. But by that point, Vishojo was so well established that people who were asking these questions, who were showing these concerns, were simply called stupid and people moved on. This would of course be the sentiment until the end of their golden age, when cracks in the company would start being very hard to ignore and multiple very shocking announcements would be made. On March 6th, 2025, Matara-Khan would tweet this, saying, "Today's the day. Momos, send me your energy. I need it." She didn't really specify further, but it seemed like it was a very important day for her and she was asking her community to send her good vibes. We wouldn't hear from her again until 2 days later, on March 8th, in which she would tweet out, "Hey everyone, as I said on stream today, I'll be taking an immediate emergency time off. Some things came up that I cannot address right now, but I promise you will know soon enough. All is good, I am good, I just need to deal with it all ASAP. I love you, Momos." Now look, at this point people were hoping for the best. It's not the first time a big VTuber took a break like this, but it definitely seemed very sudden, and she definitely was trying very hard to reassure her community that nothing was truly wrong. Except something was wrong, and we would find that out almost a month later. As the Cinder incident was taking over the entirety of the VTubing community, something else would creep up on the side and shock everyone. One day after Cinder had posted her infamous apology, Vishojo would post this, saying, "Dear community members, we want to share that after careful thought and consideration, we've made the difficult decision to formally part ways with Matara on May 5th, 2025. We're genuinely grateful for everything she's brought to Vishojo and wish her the best moving forward. Goodbyes are never easy, and we understand many of you deeply care about Matara as we do. The best way to support us both right now is with kindness, understanding, and respect for everyone's feelings and privacy during this transition. We're committed to our incredible talent, community, and the values we share. Thank you all for your empathy and continued support." To say that people were absolutely shocked by this is an understatement. As I said, up until that point, Matara was seen as the motherly figure of the entire talent roster. She'd be someone with an opinion that was highly valued in the company, and would throughout many occasions sing the praises of Vishojo. So why the hell was she graduating, and why was it so sudden? Well, here's what she had to say about it. "Vishojo made the decision to part ways with me on March 6th, effective May 5th. I thank the girls, plus Kuro, for the great times we had together and the wonderful moments we shared in the last 18 months. I wish the remaining talent in Vishojo the best of luck in their activities. I love them very much and I will carry on being their bug auntie. I will continue streaming as Matara-Khan because I am Matara-Khan and I hope the Momos can still cheer me on even if I won't be Matara-Khan of Vishojo." So this tweet actually didn't specify much, but it gave us a couple of clues. Vishojo made the decision to part ways with me on March 6th. The same exact day she said, "Today's the day, Momo, send me your energy, I need it." 2 days before she said, "I'm taking immediate emergency time off." But realistically, we really had no idea what was going on. It just seemed like Vishojo had fired her in a way. And as people were barely recovering from what had happened with Cinder and what was now going on at Vishojo, 2 weeks later, another bombshell announcement would drop. Mountain Dew, one of the co-founders of Vishojo, would say, "After 5 years, I am leaving Vishojo. For the past 5 years, Vishojo has been an integral part of my life and journey. Since its inception, I have had the honor and the privilege of working with some of the most hardworking and intelligent team members and have made many friends throughout the VTubing and streaming community. I will always cherish the time we spent together. I take great pride in my contributions to the growth of the Vishojo brand, helping shape what it is today through my involvement in most of the forward-facing, large-scale media and the behind-the-scenes growth operations within the company. As of today, I am formally stepping down from my position as Chief Marketing Officer and departing the company to explore new creative endeavors. While this was a difficult decision, I believe it is the right time for me to embark on a new chapter of creative fulfillment in my life. Thank you all for the wonderful memories. See you soon, Mountain Dew. As far as we were concerned, this was a legend in the industry, flexing what they had done in Vishojo and saying goodbye in order to do bigger and better things. Overall though, this post definitely felt sudden. Why now of all times? Why 2 weeks after Matara had left? What was going on at the company? We wouldn't get an answer. Instead, a month later, we would get yet another announcement from Vishojo announcing that Giga will be parting ways with the company. On the same day this announcement would be posted, she would specify in a tweet saying, as of June 27th, I am terminating my contract with Vishojo and will be an independent creator once again. This decision took a long time to come to terms with, but is definitely the best choice for my future. I love my members in Vishojo more than I could ever say, and I will always be their friend and support. There is no world where I want to be without them both as a creator and as a person, and that is something that doesn't require a contract with an agency to still hold true. I'm wishing all the remaining girls and our dog, which is Kuro, success. Always. I'd especially like to thank my manager at Vishojo, Kenzo, for always doing his absolute best for me and making the most of our time working together. Love you lots. As far as my streaming goes, nothing will change from this, as in indie I handled pretty much everything myself and can easily do so again. Nothing changed when I joined, nothing's changing as I leave. I do have a lot of cool projects coming up very soon, so I'd appreciate everybody's support. I'll see you on stream soon. And she did stream, only to give a very surface level explanation as to why she had left, citing disagreements with management, working on some projects that would never—
That's such a... At this point, anytime I hear the words disagreement with management, immediate red flag for the company. Like, it's just not... That's what Fauna said. That's what Yura said. That's what Mume said. Like, every time someone ends up leaving a company, it's disagreements with management. Every single time. You have, like, the most popular people in the industry working at your company, and you can't do anything to try to keep them? Like, there's whatever problem is so big, you can't keep them? You can't convince them? Come on now. That's not how this works. Like, is that not suspicious, Jonah? Of just all of a sudden 2 people leave, one cites disagreements with management, and then management also leaves? Is that not immediate, like, alarm bells of, well, why? Sus.
See the light of day, things like that. And again, as people were barely processing the idea that so many talents had been leaving so quickly from Vishojo, 2 days later, on June 27th, 2025, Vishojo would announce that Zentreya, a founding member of Vishojo and someone who was at this point representing the brand itself, was leaving the company. People were wondering, why? Why now? Why you, someone who has championed Vishojo as a company and who seemed like they were never going to leave? And here's what she had to say. On July 11th, I will be leaving Vishojo for new opportunities and a new adventure. My time here was long, and I had many fun moments. It will feel like the end of the world, but know that I will always be here for all of you. Nothing will change other than where I am currently at. Thank you to Vishojo for many years and the memories. Sadly, times change and paths change, and I decided I wanted to follow my own path and do new things in life. I hope you all will continue to follow me on this adventure. I know change is scary. It's a scary thing to see something you saw grow change, but that is how life goes. We all take this walk eventually, so let's go on this adventure together. Thank you for all your continued support, and even if this is where your stop is, then thank you regardless, and best wishes to Vishojo. She would then specify further on the stream that she was doing this for more opportunities and for personal reasons. She, much like the other talents that had left Vishoujo so far, didn't want any drama or speculation. And just like that, in the span of like a couple of months, 3 talents, including one founding member, had left Vishoujo, and let's not forget that they were joined by the chief marketing officer, Mountain Dew. This wouldn't be the first time Vishoujo would go through this, we saw this ourselves. But this time felt very different, especially because after a couple of weeks, even Panini had left the company after 3 years. This was the director of talent of Vishoujo. So you weren't just getting talents leaving, you were also getting some pretty integral people running the company leaving as well. What was going on here? But of course, as you might have guessed, we weren't done here just yet. 7 days later, Iron Mouse would tweet out, "I'm so sorry for not streaming as much these past 2 weeks. I have been going through a lot, but I hope to get back to streaming soon." People just assumed she was tired, dealing with some symptoms of a sickness, or just overall needed a mental health break. But everyone couldn't have been more wrong in this regard.
Okay, well, no, I think mental health break. That's probably also what had to happen. I don't know how you fumble something this badly. Like, you're a supposed genius, you have this company that anybody who's anybody for streaming that wants to do IRL content has to go to you. Doesn't matter who they are, what size. Whether they're 2 viewer average like me, 2 to 4, or Kai Cenat. They have to go to your company to get your product. You were 30 under 30 in 2014 for the streaming space. You were at the top of the game. You're the boss of the most popular talent around. Some of. And you fumble this bad. I don't get it.
Slapped across the face sideways only 3 days later, when Iron Mouse wouldn't tweet out anything, but instead would release a YouTube video titled "Why I Left Vishoujo." And all you really need to understand the gravity of the situation is listening to the first 30 seconds. Watch.
I am leaving Bishoujo. Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by Bishoujo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most
Roughly $3 to $30 million is owed to companies and talent. From last I saw. How you reach that number, I don't get it. It seems really easy to just pay people. Or be like, hey, talent, we know we've been giving you 100% of all your stuff. But if we go another year, we're not going to be a company anymore. Like, the company's going to die in a year if we don't change this. So how do you feel about a 75-25 split? I have a feeling, the honesty, that's obviously, I wish you would have told us that sooner. But I think they would rather that, still be paid instead of now doing it as indie, which everybody was beforehand, but still. Maybe bringing that up beforehand would be nice.
importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from Vishoujo.
So not only was she not getting paid by her agency, but they were withholding $500,000 from her that was meant to go directly to charity. She had trusted them to make the payment on her behalf, and they didn't. That's something a supervillain would do. In the rest of the video, she would go on to introduce herself again to anyone new that was watching, describing to them just how important the Immune Deficiency Foundation is to her, how they saved her life, and how she started streaming due to her condition in the hopes of simply finding friends, never thinking she'd grow this big. She also reveals that she's speaking to an attorney at the moment. She can't really reveal everything just yet, but what she can say is that around the time she was renewing her contract, when she was having second thoughts, Gunman would push this idea on her that the company needed her to succeed. that if she were to leave, Vishojo would fall apart. Now, yes, to an extent, that is actually true, especially after Nyaner, Silverveil, and Vey had left at the same time. But this resulted in her ironically feeling trapped in an agency that claimed talent freedom. She wouldn't be able to leave because she felt responsible for both the company and the talents that she loved very much in it. It was simply tragic.
I gotta let Maple up. I'll be right back, Chip. Give me a minute. Jonah, you're in charge. Maple was doing her little things to go outside, but didn't actually want to go outside. So we're back.
And then she would specify that she wasn't giving up. She would start a new fundraiser on Tiltify, and the cool thing about Tiltify is that they receive the money, the creator doesn't touch a single dollar, and they then send the money to that charity on their own. Within just a few hours, Iron Mouse had raised tens of thousands of dollars, absolutely eclipsing her initial $10,000 goal, with the entire VTuber community backing her up and encouraging everyone to donate. Soon this news would...
Iron Mouse is basically... Iron Mouse is the LeBron of VTuber. You know? Like imagine if LeBron came out and was like, hey, I'm owed a lot of money and my team has actually stolen from me and not given me any support. How quickly like people would turn on the team. The most beloved person you've committed crimes against. And you think, nobody will notice, surely.
Would spread like wildfire. Iron Mouse, one of the biggest streamers on the planet, was scammed $500,000 from her agency that was meant to go to charity. The Pandora's box was officially opened. Vishojo was fair game. And when it comes to internet drama like this, once it rains, it fucking pours, baby.
Oh yeah.
And now you had many people come out with their grievances that they had with the company.
There was 30 Google documents in a day. Like, if you told me Gun Run kicked puppies, at this point, I'd believe you. Just because it's Iron Mouse. Like, Iron Mouse hasn't had a controversy. Her controversy, most recent one, was just when Silver Rail was, that I know of, was when Silver Rail was getting attacked for playing Hogwarts Legacy. She was like, hey, there's better ways to support people than attacking others. And that was all she said, and people were like, I don't think so. That's it. It was literally just, hey, how about we just be nice to everybody? So even in controversy, she's still like, I want everyone to get along and be nice and be constructive. And that's the person you choose to, like, to do this to. And then also put the pressure on of, like, if this fails, it's all your fault. Like, if you leave, we fail. It's because of you. Fuck off.
Company. Like this music composer here saying nowhere near what Mouse is going through, but for the past year, Vishojo has been habitually late in paying me commissions, sometimes leaving thousands of dollars of my invoices unpaid for months at a time. I tried to be patient, but knowing they were stealing charity money from Mousy while this was all happening makes me sick to my stomach. Another music artist would quote tweet this and say, I have thousands of dollars of unpaid work from them too. Had to chase people down just to make sure my friends got paid. They even hired someone to help with music stuff, but I ended up managing everything while they got paid for my work. This had gotten to a point where it was so ridiculous that Iron Mouse had to make a statement saying any artists/musicians that worked with me through Vishojo and
she's paying people out of her own pocket because of this. These companies do something that's so horrible, and it's just like, this almost feels manufactured, like to make Mouse look better, because it's like, this is just a win. How can you be this bad? This is like Niji Sanji kicking out Selen, Doki. Doki didn't have to do a thing. All she had to do was just kind of sit there and just bask in the fact that Niji was crumbling through no fault of their own. And the same thing has happened again now with Bishoja and Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse doesn't have to do anything. Just be like, this is what happened. Here's a charity. Boom. I think it's like 100K now or something was raised. Like each week or something. And the company's crumbling around her, getting her even more attention. Like Kai Cenat, I think, gave money and like put vocal support, which is bringing out, rerouting his community again back into VTubing. Of like, hey, this horrible thing is going on to someone I like. Go support them. Cinder donated money. She donated $6,666. If you want to come back and like actually feel bad, don't donate for as like a bit. Like, give a genuine amount. Not like, I'm the Hellhound VTuber, I'll do 666s, haha. You don't have to do anything if you're leaving a company. You can just win by saying nothing and just watching them fumble.
never got paid, please contact me ASAP so I can get you paid. I'm so sorry. It turned out that the financial problems of Vishojo weren't just related to talents, they were related to everything. Around that same time, Zentreya would also tweet this out, saying, in all seriousness, I know Vishojo had times where they would take forever to process a payment out to artists when they worked with me if the payment was through Vishojo and not me. I just want to make sure that if you were one, you were paid. Contact me on what project, I'm so sorry. Very shortly after Iron Mouse had released her video, both Kuro and Michi would take Vishojo out of their names on Twitter. As this was all happening, a well-known Japanese media personality would tweet this out, and it would end up being a bombshell, saying, this person moved from a VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his new business cards to give to my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the motherfucker wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant. I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me, splitting the bill. That day I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet because I loved the talents he worked with, I was only secretly hoping he would lose his job one day. Recently, I heard from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info like marital status. I now wanted to
Marital status, that... okay. So... when Iron Mouse put out her video, the guy that left Mountain Dew, or Mountain Dew, put out a thing, be like, I didn't know any of this was happening, what the hell, gun run? You know, try to be like, what the hell's going on? Like, it was only gun run. I think I'm right in saying this is Mountain Dew. This person's talking
to find
about.
a way to warn other employees. Today I've learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he's involved with it, yet all my personal grudge is nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemy. Please always support the talent first. So here Shibuya Kaho was pretty much saying that there was someone who worked at a noted VTuber company, we can only assume it was Nijisanji, was then...
There's also suspected, some people in VShojo had rumors spreading about them before joining VShojo and stuff, but certain members of management in VShojo added to these rumors or started further rumors about them afterwards, after leaving VShojo. It's current speculation, but at this point I wouldn't put it past them.
Hired at VShojo, and that person was very careless with some of these VTubers' identities. Something extremely taboo, seeing that these VTubers valued their privacy above all else. I mean, they're VTubers for a reason, right? But even though that was despicable, she would still say that this is nothing compared to what VShojo had done by stealing $500,000 from Iron Mouse that was meant for charity. Someone in the replies would point out saying, if you knew about this guy, why didn't you speak up earlier? Revealing a VTuber's information is dangerous to them. It just looks like you joined the bandwagon when it became relevant. To which he said, actually, I just came back from the US where I gathered the info that he was still within the company, and I was actually meeting up with someone who's been working with him in Japan this week. Given that it's a story I heard from someone else, I thought it was best to do in person. Miyari, a Twitch streamer, would corroborate what Shibuya Kaho had said, saying, speaking of Vishoujo, I remember one anime expo, I was at an after party and a certain someone was trying to flex how he could arrange private meet and greets with the creators behind the models. Never sat right with me because do these creators even know you're exploiting / treating them like party favors? Zentreya, who cares about her privacy so much that she literally uses a text-to-speech voice in order to communicate, would find out about this and say, someone who worked with Vishoujo was giving out info? What the fuck? Are we so fucking serious? She then tagged Gunrun and said, dude, what the absolute fuck? I wasn't aware of this and I am assuming the others weren't either. Did you know? She would then edit the post and say, reading, it was Japanese side and it's so fuck, dude. It still stands and I personally don't even know what all happened behind the scenes on the English side. I just followed so blindly, leading Vishoujo thinking it's all cool, man. Fuck me for being stupid. Obviously the community shared her shock, but also emphasized don't blame yourself, you didn't know. Even Mountain Dew, who used to be the chief marketing officer of Vishoujo and one of the co-founders, would say, nah bro, what the
I was wrong.
Tagging Gunrun on Twitter. Things were devolving, and they were devolving very quickly, with all of these events barely happening within the span of 24 hours after Iron Mouse had posted her video. Now, seeing that Kason
Dude,
was
there's so much stuff and so many people in this, I can't keep track of who does what. I don't know who's a piece of shit and who's not. We can't even get like just a week of no drama for VTubing, man. I'm tired, Grandpa. Jonah, I think it's time. I think we start our own org and be better. We do the pineapple thing. What are your thoughts on that? What could go wrong? Surely 3 random people can do it. Really easy. Don't scam the people you hire. That seems to be the easiest thing to do.
Different time zone, she woke up to absolute chaos. But she wasn't just going to simply sit by and watch all of this burn. She immediately announced a live stream at 9 p.m. Japan time, with a thumbnail being, "We need an explanation, please answer Vishoujo." In it, she would do the unexpected and bring on the CEO of Vishoujo Japan for a discussion, giving him the avatar of a rat, saying Vishoujo Japanese CEO for now. Yura on YouTube translated the entire conversation.
Is that
Because
a
the
rat?
CEO wasn't comfortable speaking in English, he spoke in Japanese.
It's like a cat.
He would confirm to the world that the $500,000 that the Immune Deficiency Foundation was owed was truly not paid. This was the first time a Vishoujo staff, especially someone as high up as him, confirmed this to us publicly. When questioned about financials further, he would explain that he had very limited access to company financials since Vishoujo Japan was just a subsidiary. He could only see money coming in and out of Vishoujo Japan, and he was taking a risk coming to the stream because he had multiple higher-ups above him. And the most important moment in this entire live stream would be this right here. No need to explain, just watch.
So did you just say that Vishoujo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
In finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
っていうことになるですね。その、本社の中の帳簿上はそうな
That's what it says on the main company's finance books.
んだっていうことは聞いてます。
でもタレントに1円も払われてない状態っていうのを把握しておられたんでしょうか？
そうです。はい。
Oh,
それは資金的にうまくいってないのでは？
入ってくるお金と出ていくお金
if you only look at the figures for the money coming in and going out,
の数字のみを見たら、日本の支部っていうのは
Japan branch is doing well. So, why would you say that on stream? Hey, you know I haven't been paid, right? Yeah. Doesn't that mean we're doing bad? No, actually, we're doing pretty well. So you didn't. So. Oh my goodness. Is it really this hard to just do your job and be a normal person? To treat people well? Is it really that hard? I'm glad you're being honest, but like, maybe you should have lied. You're the CEO. If you were like accountant and you're like, you know, we haven't been paid, right? And he's like, you're just like, I'm not the one that pays people. Like, I can't do anything about that. Okay. The CEO? What the fuck? Jonah, it can't be this hard to be like to have a company. I refuse to believe it. It cannot be this hard. Hey, we're doing really well. Why haven't we been paid? Oh. You know, we're just doing well. But you haven't paid them. So, how much are you getting paid? If you haven't paid the talent, then surely you didn't get paid, right? Surely. Mrs. Temple, surely.
うまくやっていたってことですね。
He's doing what? The Kaison's very expressive. I can see she's thinking. That. Oh.
出ていこうかな。入ってきたおかな。
She's trying to understand. I see
I
that.
quit Bishoujo today.
はい。
はい。
美少女辞めます今日。
はい。
はい。31日予定でしたけど。
Plan to do it
So she
30%.
quit live in front of the Japanese CEO's face, in front of tens of thousands of people, revealing that she was planning on quitting on July 31st because in general she wasn't paid since last year, since September 2024, an amount of money that was in the 6 figures. During this call, he also specified that his salary was slashed in half and that there were talks about separating Japanese Bishoujo and English Bishoujo wallets
His
since the
salary?
half in the 6 figures. During this call, he also specified that his salary was slashed.
His salary was cut. Okay, so he wasn't unaffected, but like. Okay, so is he? So if it's doing really well, why is his salary cut in half and they're not paid? Like, that's 6 people that weren't paid for almost over a year.
Slashed in half, and that there were talks about separating Japanese Bishoujo and English Bishoujo wallets since the Japanese side was doing so well. But again, since it was doing so well, how come Keisan and other Japanese talents weren't paid for so long? This is why she quit. Now the CEO would specify that the staff was still being paid, just not the talent. And to clarify any confusion, Legal Mindset, who
Legal Mindset is a whole different case to look into. Another note from Case on Stream regarding staff being paid first. They had to pay the staff due to clear labor law violations if they didn't pay full-time staff. The banking on ambiguity of these shoujo talent is independent create or contractors to shaft them out of payment.
who is a reliable lawyer, would say another note from Case on Stream
And he's gonna
regarding
read it,
staff
okay.
being paid first. They had to pay the staff due to clear labor law violations if they didn't pay full-time staff. They are banking on the ambiguity of Bishoujo talent as independent contractors to
Ambiguity?
shaft them out of payment. It would
Is that how you say it? I thought it was it. Is it not ambiguity? Ambiguity? I've never heard it said like that. Ambiguity. Oh.
would then go on to say, overall, Case on Stream shows US Bishoujo leadership aiming for bankruptcy as a solution to discharge unpaid payments to the talents as independent contractors. Now is the best time for VTubing industry to challenge this insanity and establish that VTubers are true employees. So now we just went from them stealing $500,000 meant for charity to not paying their talents to try to legally squirm away from paying their talents money that they're owed. As this entire chaos was unfolding, Michi would go live to talk about what was going on. She would briefly go over how we got here, how she started VTubing as a way to hang out with friends, and eventually she would end up at Nijisanji and it wouldn't really end well. After Nijisanji, she'd be at a point in her life where she had picked up bad habits again and had a lot of baggage. So she was very grateful to Bishoujo for giving her a second chance, for saving her essentially, making her trust them fully. This is why she would sing their praises so much and so often. Something that she says she feels embarrassed by now that everything has been unfolding. Finally, she announces that she's officially quitting Bishoujo and that they also owe her a significant amount of money. She then says that of course there are other things, but she can't discuss them right now due to legal reasons. Amelie would join Michi in announcing that she will be terminating her contract with Bishoujo effective immediately and will be returning to being an independent VTuber and content creator. Kuro would also go live to talk about his experience, and he'd say that the first year at Bishoujo was amazing. The contract was amazing, and it was a complete difference to the first company he worked for, which was Nijisanji. He would then say that the second year got more weird, more disjointed, less collabs between the talents at Bishoujo like the first year, and overall, the vision wasn't as clear as it used to be. To him, Bishoujo began being a company with a lot of empty promises. But the reason why he and other talents didn't leave is because they would have many meetings with Gunrun and important staff, explaining their grievances and being promised that things were going to improve. And they trusted them. Unlike other companies they worked for, they had the CEO listening to everything they were saying, telling them that don't worry, we'll take everything into account. But just like the other talents, this trust that Kuro gave Vishoujo wouldn't be rewarded in the end, saying that he also hasn't been paid since September 2024, and that he had only received the funds for the merch that he sold during his debut in 2023 in June of 2025, and only because his manager pushed for it so much. Obviously, that is crazy. He would then tweet out the fact that he removed Vishoujo from his name and would lose the Vishoujo logo on Twitter, saying, "And there it goes, how do you do, fellow indie VTubers?" Hime Hajime would then join her fellow talents and say, "I can confirm I have also quit Vishoujo. These past few years I got to meet and befriend some amazing people, but I can no longer be part of the company." Henya the Genius would then go live to talk about her perspective, and here's what she had to say. Just 5 minutes before the stream, she found out that her birthday merch was never shipped. Merch that her fans paid for. They never received it. Her manager and her attorney are now handling the situation, and she'll update her fans when she can. She's of course officially leaving Vishoujo, and this situation has been very...
At least it seems like the managers were on their side. In Niji Sanji, the managers, like, horrible it sounds. Not listening to any of the talent. At least here it sounds like they're actually doing what they can.
Very heartbreaking for her. And just like the other talents, the company owes her a significant amount of money that they've delayed for a very long time. One could guess that it was since she joined almost. Just like with Michi, Vishoujo gave her hope again. She almost quit VTubing, but here she felt like she had a second chance. She trusted them deeply. But thankfully, even though she was backstabbed by this company she trusted, she will be continuing VTubing as an independent.
Good.
But this wouldn't just be talents currently at the company, this would be also ex-talents that would finally be able to talk about their grievances with Vishoujo. One of them being Silvervale. She went live to talk about it, and I mean, just listen to this clip, it'll tell you everything. This is her talking about what happened during the whole Hogwarts Legacy controversy, and how as she was being harassed, she got on a call with Gunrun. Watch.
I was put into a call with Gun, the CEO of the company, like someone that I admired and I looked up to and I wanted to please, someone that I thought was the coolest person ever. And he told me that I was a damage to the brand, that I was a disappointment. I was told that me being harassed was an inconvenience to the other talents and not to talk to them. Optics were more important than their own talents' well-being. And I was suspended from streaming. They said it wasn't a suspension because they weren't that kind of agency, but what else do you call being told not to stream?
Yeah, as she was dealing with the harassment campaign, instead of the company supporting her, making sure she was okay, the CEO got into a call with her and called her a disappointment. Gunrun was essentially siding with the harassers and doxers. After that, of course, she wanted to leave. Vei wanted to leave too for her own reasons that she would reveal later. But they would only allow them to leave together at the same time to make it seem like it was a joint decision and not an individual one. They couldn't complain because it turned out that their contract had no exit clause, which is, I think, pretty much illegal. And Nyaners, who wanted to also leave, wasn't allowed to leave with them. She had to graduate separately. Now you think, why is it that Vishoujo wanted Silvervale and Vei to graduate at the same time? Well, that's simple, because after they left, they would start talking behind their backs to other talents, as well as the brands, artists, and business partners that they had worked with. Vishoujo management would make it their life's mission to slander both Silvervale and Vei to make it seem like they were problem childs. Like the reason why they left and the reason why they got into so much controversy was their problem, not Vishoujo's.
This is where I bring up the fact that there's rumors that, not just talking about behind their backs, but like actual threads on Reddit and 4chan and other sites about very personal rumors for these two. Not just these two, but like Manners and Fruit and them. Like, even ones that were still in the company. I feel bad for Silver having to go through all this again after the Cinder stuff. how like bad do you have to be at communication to tell one of your, because Silver was one of their top talents. How bad do you have to be at communication to tell them your disappointment and a liability to the others if you talk to them? If that really is how you feel, that's one of those things you should probably keep to yourself. You could even do a suspension and be like, hey, it's probably best if you don't stream for a bit just so you don't keep getting whatever harassment. Hey Moon, welcome back. How's work? How was your day? On this wonderful, Friday? Now that it's 12 a.m. How much? We still have like 35 minutes left in the video. Oh. I don't know how you fumble something this bad. I don't get it. Moon, what do you think of the battle pass so far? I think they should have done like actual Halo skins instead of just blue armor and red armor. Like they should have done like ODST or like characters instead of what feels more like a Rooster Teeth red versus blue than just Halo. Like I know it's the flood and bugs, but like this one I don't get really. The idle one. They have Master Chief, but like is it George or something? Or like what's the guy with the skull at like scratched into his visor? Or the guy that's like Nathan Fillion plays. Like having the like identifiable named characters I think would have been better than just nondescript whatever. I know for like the Fallout one they did like power armor was like nondescript, but that's like player character. I think they should have just gone full into like either the Power Ranger and like have all these guys be like shop stuff. Because these feel just disconnected. Like I don't know how this person is fighting bugs. I don't get the connection. Like the idol skin. Or the panda. This one I get it like video game. There's bugs in code. And like actually fighting games. And then like extermination millions. I get those. This person, I don't know. It feels very disjointed. It feels like filler. You know? I think they should have just gone full Power Ranger. It's dumb to put half of them in the pass and half not.
was disgusting. But even after leaving, Silverveil wasn't done with the trauma of Vishojo. She said that the threat of Vishojo suing her haunted her for a very, very long time. Because at some point, before she even graduated, she had mentioned in her Discord that she was stressed and needed to cancel the stream. Her lawyer was immediately contacted by Vishojo after she had posted that message, and they threatened to sue her if she just hinted that she was leaving or was unhappy at all at the company. She constantly felt watched and felt like she had to be very careful of what she said at all times. This wasn't a company who put talent first or valued talent freedom. This was a dystopian, nightmarish agency. People felt so sorry for Silverveil because she's had to keep this to herself for years, not able to ever talk about it. She said this was the first time she felt like she could start to heal now that she was able to talk. But the bombshells here weren't over, because she would then tweet this out saying, "My heart goes out to all the communities affected by this recent news. I know that it's surprising and heart-wrenching for a lot of people. There's a lot I wish I could say, but I signed a pretty aggressive NDA. They made my mom sign one too."
What?
All I can say is that it's been bad for a long time, and I warned everyone as much as I could. It was so much worse than you could imagine. The VTubers make the agency, not the other way around. To take advantage of those who trusted you is vile. Never derive your value from an agency. Believe in yourself and your content, because you're worth so much more than you can imagine. They made her mother sign an NDA. That's how badly they treated her, and were also scared of her. Legal Mindset came in to clarify, yeah, making your mom sign is not going to hold up. Truly showing us how ridiculous this all is. But if you thought that was bad, Nyaners would then go live to reveal to us even more very disturbing details. Vishojo wasn't good with payments as early as 2023, owing her almost 6 figures worth of payments. She would then reveal that part of the money she was owed was for a...
So up to this point, $500,000 is owed to the company. The current members of the shoujo that were Kenya is owed at least a year's worth of money. Kuro is owed at least a year's worth of money. Each probably around $500,000 as well to $1 million. Iron Mouse is owed money. Both probably over $1 million. Zen is owed money. Everyone else is owed money. K-Zone is owed money. The 4 other Japanese talent are owed money. So they owe current, not factoring in Silverveil, Vebe, and Nanos, they owe around the ballpark of like $3 to $6 or $7 million. That's also not including any third-party talent like musicians, producers, directors, artists, animators, like anybody that would have worked with for stuff that was either late payments or wasn't paid at all. That's where people are getting like all that over years, and like operating costs where they're going up to like the 3 to 30
sponsor stream in which she literally got swatted. Someone doxed her and sent police at her house. She had guns pointed at her. But even though that happened, she would then continue streaming because she was doing a sponsor stream and didn't want to disappoint the agency. Guess what? Part of the money she's owed was that stream. She wasn't paid for the stream in which she got swatted and kept going when she could have just easily ended. After leaving Vishojo, within just a few months, she had made more money than she had ever made under the agency. The same thing applied to Silverveil. Since the first contracts had no exit clause, the only way Nyaners, Vei, and Silverveil were confident enough to leave was because Vishojo at the time had an expired business license. Before leaving, though, she was still in the process of renewing and brought in a lawyer to review the contract. As she was doing this, she was guilt-tripped by the staff. We can only assume this was the CEO, saying things like, "Wow, she's so heartless, she's talking to us through a lawyer," which is ridiculous, by the way. Having a lawyer review a contract should be normal. It is normal. Her lawyer would then audibly be horrified during the contract call, sighing and saying, "Some of this is ridiculous. Some of this isn't legal." We would then get further clarification on the graduations of 2023. Vei comes in the chat and specifies that part of the company's terms for her exit was announcing her and Silver's departures at the same time to avoid panic. Vei also didn't get paid for any sponsors from 2021 to 2023, and she needed to hire a lawyer to pester them 24/7 in order to get her money, which makes her believe that Vishojo had used other talents' money in order to pay her. In the end, Nyaners thought that she was genuinely going to take all of this to the grave, never being able to clear her name. But when the Iron Mouse situation had unfolded, she finally felt like she was safe enough to talk to everyone about this. After that stream, she would tweet out, "I'm so sorry, I'm still sick, so I gotta take today's stream off, but I wanted to express how thankful I am to everyone for all the support. Not just for me, but for everyone who's had to deal with this painful situation. It's heartbreaking they had to go through so much undue stress caused by the people they trusted in. I wish them all the best, and I know they'll go on to keep doing amazing things and have many brighter opportunities awaiting them. It was scary, but I'm immensely grateful and relieved to have finally been able to speak out about a lot that has weighed on me for the past 2 years. It was an incredibly difficult time for me that left me feeling so isolated and mentally burnt out for a long while. I know many others have felt the same way, and my heart goes out to them. To be met with the overwhelming amount of understanding and support from everyone when I thought I'd never be able to talk about this or have any kind of closure has helped me so much. Thank you for hearing me out and being so chill. It means the world to me. It's been an awful time for a lot of people, to say the least, but I hope that on the bright side of things, all of this coming to light can create meaningful change going forward. Seeing the VTuber community come together like this to lift each other up has been so nice to see. Please send the former Vishoujo talent and everyone affected by this all the love you can, and please donate to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thank you guys for everything, and let's look forward to way more fun times in the future." Nyanners and Silverveil were finally able to clear their names, and Vea was able to chime in as well. Many people felt very bad with how they perceived them and were there to show them support. But it wasn't just talents and ex-talents of Vishoujo that had something to say. No, Vishoujo didn't need to have someone be a talent in order to mistreat them. In the summer of 2024, Vishoujo would open their applications again, and since Amelie needed a year and a half to join, it was safe to assume that this was going to be the same amount of time required for a new talent to join as well. What the hell was happening to them as this entire company was crumbling? Well, they would decide to also speak out. I know some people have noticed that I've been spotty with streams lately, and the reason is actually because I was supposed to join Vishoujo this year. A lot has happened, and after over half a year after signing, I requested to have my contract voided. I won't go into detail, but it was an opportunity that I was very excited about, and I'm sad that I won't be able to bring you everything I had in mind. I'm sorry for all the delayed projects and ideas I excitedly talked to you guys about, but I'll be working on them by myself slowly. To the few people at Vishoujo I was able to talk to, thank you for giving a chance to a bug like me. I hope everyone who hears about this news, even if you don't know me or watch me, can still send support to the Vishoujo girls, both existing and my gen mates. I'm sorry things turned out this way.
Gen mates. So I think there was an internal thing saying that Vishoujo had 3 waves of people planned, like at least one wave confirmed, and then 2 more planned, which means there would have been at least 12 different people on top of this.
Thank you to my bug bros and friends for always supporting me and being there for me. You guys are the reason why I'm strong. Let's keep having fun, okay? She would, just like Haruka, link the Tiltify for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And we'd also have yet another VTuber by the name of PayaPie tweet this out, saying, "I've been searching for the right words. Here they are as carefully as I can say them. I was one of the girls who passed the Vishoujo audition. After 4 years of blood, sweat, and slime, I really believed I'd made it. That all the late nights, overtime, sacrifice meant something more. I was excited to take a huge leap with the community I built as me, the weird little slime girl you know and hopefully love. But after learning what happened with Mousie's charity funds, I couldn't in good conscience move forward with my contract, and it all came crashing down. That was the final straw. We were promised support, stability, and financial compensation. I was so excited to join a company I believed in and that believed in me, but it became clear that many of these promises wouldn't be kept. A lot of us are now left shouldering the costs of decisions we didn't make. I turned down other opportunities because I believed in this one, and I don't regret having hope or for wishing on shooting stars. I was so ready, I still am. What hurts most though is losing the chance to debut alongside some of the most incredible, talented, kind, and hardworking girls I've ever met. I didn't just join for myself, I joined for the shared dream we all believed in and that I still believe in. I know some of you have sensed something has been off these past few months. I've been doing my best to smile through the storm, but the truth is it's been raining on me for a long time. You've all given me so much love and support, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to be at my best. I'm working through my feelings, sweeping up pieces of those broken dreams and figuring out how to chase new ones. Thank you for being patient with me. I will find my way again, but I just need a little time. And if you're still reading, please send your love to all the Vishoujo talents, past, present, and future. Everyone is hurting in their own way, and kindness costs nothing. Until then, stay happy. Absolutely heartbreaking. Unfortunately though, the heartbreak wouldn't end here because there was yet another member by the name of Phoebe Chan who found themselves in the same boat. saying, I needed extra time to gather my thoughts before saying anything, but I was one of the undebuted Vishoujo talents who passed the audition last year. Please be gentle towards those affected, linking a YouTube video titled My Experience with Vishoujo. She would also echo the same things as PiePie, saying that she had worked so hard to get to this point, and it is just so heartbreaking to see it all fall apart within the span of a day. It's just a stab to the heart when you see people who were so hardworking and patient get so close to bearing the fruits of their labor and not able to even enjoy them. This would also happen to the 5th and final member that was meant to join Vishoujo. As far as I'm aware, there were 5 of them. She went by the name Tori Oriane, but her story was a bit more unique than the others. You see, Vishoujo had for some reason implored her to completely abandon her identity, to start from scratch with a new model and new name in Vishoujo. That was kind of counterintuitive when it came to talent freedom, but she accepted. I mean, she wanted to be in this agency that signified success for her. She'd be strung along for months, being told that they were working on her debut, working on her model, working on her assets, when in reality they were doing none of that. She only found out recently that this wasn't happening as the company was imploding, and this was with the mindset that she was abandoning this account, so she didn't put as much effort into this, thinking that she was going to start anew in Vishoujo. This company stole $500,000 in charity funds and, with no exaggeration, ruined the hopes and dreams of 5 people that had so much potential. That is criminal. But as you might have guessed, those 5 talents were not the only ones who got screwed over by Vishoujo. You even had the very well-renowned VTuber Mint Fantôme post this, saying, my experience with Vishoujo, sorry to add to the discourse, but I'd be really appreciative if you would listen. In it, she would say that her interactions with Vishoujo started when she would make a podcast with Matara. Even though she wasn't a member, she did collaborate on merch, but didn't receive a single dollar from it. When she met up with Matara in Japan, she told her that she was feeling lonely, that she wanted to join a group or a company. So eventually, she came up with the idea to pitch an idol group to Vishoujo, and Gunrun was supportive. And Vishoujo would audition 2 other people. These would be completely separate from the 5 VTubers we just saw. The problem though is that the debut kept getting delayed. She tried to be as patient as possible in the beginning, but then it just became ridiculous. Another merch drop would happen, and again she would receive $0 from it. And that, technically speaking, throughout the whole thing, she was actually a Vishoujo talent for over a year, even though no one really knew about it publicly. This was, of course, again, tragic. And it would show us a trend with Vishoujo, the fact that they wanted to do so much, but very often would bite way more than they could chew. The same thing would happen with Quinn, who is a VTuber that used to be at Nijisanji that also happens to stream with Facecam. Vishoujo would tell him that they're interested, that they really would love to sign him on, but eventually would just ghost him. This company's higher-up management was ran by complete clowns who didn't really know how to run a business, and more revelations would come out. For example, Shoto, who is a very big VTuber, would say, fun fact, I was contacted for an opportunity to join Vishoujo back in 2023, and I'm very glad it didn't go through. Please support Mouse and support the Immune Deficiency Foundation, y'all. To which Sayu, yet another very big VTuber, would say, you too? Damn, and retweet. Shy Lily, who needs no introduction, would say, good thing I trusted my gut feeling when Vishoujo tried to recruit me. Their contract was riddled in red flags and basically legal robbery. This makes me sick to my stomach. Please, if you can, support Mouse and the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And even more tragically, Sayu, who used to be at Nijisanji and was treated horrendously by that company. Like, I'm talking, she was doxxed and harassed and everything, and Nijisanji did nothing, effectively what Gunrun had done to Silverveil, would get in contact with Vishoujo as she was stepping out of Nijisanji. At that point, she had lost all hope, but Vishoujo had given her renewed hope. She pitched an idea to Gunrun, saying, what if she left and several others left, and they would make a gen of ex-Nijis in Vishoujo? He liked the idea, wanted to listen to more things she had to say. She felt like she was finally validated for the first time in her career. And Gunrun, the CEO of Vishoujo, would tell her that he wanted to help and that this sounded like a plan, saying that the only thing he was waiting on was for her and Nijisanji to finalize their graduation. After she'd go through an absolute nightmare and finally get rid of that company, she would reach out to Gunrun again and would only receive a surface level response, effectively ghosting her. She had lost everything in Nijisanji, she had lost complete hope, Gunrun gave her some hope, and she had lost that too, all in the span of just a few months. It turned out that Vishoujo wasn't this next level, new era VTuber agency, it was run by a manipulator who couldn't run a business better than a kid. And speaking of that manipulator and how he founded Vishoujo, I wasn't fully honest with you in that regard. It didn't really pop out of nowhere in 2020. No, it was actually a work in progress, and it was only revealed in 2020. And according to Project Melody herself, it began with Gunrun DMing her on Twitter. She was exclusively an adult content creator who streamed on adult sites, but he wanted to know if she was interested in streaming non-adult content on Twitch. Watch her say this herself.
I debuted on a different site. That was the only thing I wanted to do. And then Gunrun reached out to me on Twitter the day that I was closing DMs. Like I was going to click delete, and then he was the top. And he said, hey, I love what you're doing. Anime is awesome, and, you know, hentai, and I like your vibe. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. And he's like, have you been on Twitch? Would you consider that? And I'm like, hell no, I won't. And then
So that's a pretty interesting piece of history. She was technically the first ever founding member of VShojo. But here's two more interesting things. The first one being that she thought this was going to be a LootTuber agency, full of people that make adult content like her. And the second interesting fact is that initially she acted as the talent manager. You'll see this for yourself because she explains this too.
in the back of my mind, I thought it was gonna be a
So that's
YouTuber agency.
So that's why she was involved partially with the next thing, was she was higher up in management, not just talent. There is now technically a lewd tuber agency. Valir does ASMR, videos and stuff, and some spicier stuff. But she was essentially the hiring manager. That makes sense for some other things. I have a feeling it was probably good intentions starting out, but then Gunrun got a taste of like, oh, this could go big, and ran with it. Didn't know where he was from.
But then I accidentally ran into Mouse, and I heard her talking about seeing someone on a train, and then she sang Ave Maria, and I said, her right there, she is the one. Yes.
Now, of course, she's half joking over here, but it's interesting to see how much of an influence she had on the early days of VShojo, even before they came up with the name of the agency. And again, I'm not making this up or exaggerating, she said this herself on her stream. Take a look for yourself.
Originally, when we started VSJ, before we even went with the name, the concept kind of was thinking a talent agency, but for more people like me. Because we're like, clearly lewd tubing will eventually happen. We didn't have a word for it because it wasn't a thing. And yeah, exactly, that would be really neat, is a lewd tubing group. And I'm sure it will eventually happen. But oh damn, that would be a cool avenue. Yes, but very quickly we realized like,
there's more money in not.
That kind of like isolates us, and there's a lot of cool people out there, just like people hidden amongst it, because there wasn't that many English speaking ones. It was almost entirely Japan based, and so lewd tubing was more obscure. It was a neater concept to.
Lewd tubing is a niche in a niche.
That's more general and.
So she was the first founding member. She was also the talent manager who decided to pick Iron Mouse and the other founding talents. And the reason why I'm pointing all this out is because all roads lead back to the Nux controversy. Take a look at what he had to say once Nyanners talked about her swatting as VShojo was imploding, well, right now. Watch.
VTuber Nyanners says that VShojo didn't pay her for a sponsored stream when she got swatted. She left the agency in 2023 and claims VShojo had failed to pay her for multiple deals over several years. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I actually knew about this. I actually knew about this years ago, because that stream that she got swatted, the person that swatted her was the person that tried to swat me, that I helped VShojo actually get arrested. Okay? I don't think you are aware of this. I don't think you again, personal Nux information. The reason why a lot of the VShojo girls were so upset about my video calling attention to this swatter is because I think a lot of misinformation was fed to them by the VShojo company, but also because that swatter actually swatted Nyanners. I never said this publicly because I felt like it wasn't actually appropriate. And you know, it's not my information to deliver or release. I never do that. As you know, I don't actually release private information, generally speaking, unless I think it's actually important. But this is actually a thing. And Nyanners actually called me after the drama to basically tell me and express her headspace about the entire situation and why she was so like easy to be triggered by everything because she was actually swatted, and it's fucking horrible. It really is. So she,
that was the-
whatever. I don't want to get into
that was the
details.
apology.
As you know, private information remains private. I don't release anything publicly. But that was what happened. It turned out it was that same swatter that actually went after me. So yes, I do know about this, and I do know that she had to continue her stream after she was swatted because it was a sponsored stream. The update is that she didn't even get paid for that.
Huh, interesting. So Nyanners was doxxed and swatted by the same person trying to dox Nux and Saki Nightshade. That was never mentioned by Vishojo in their very lengthy explanation. They claimed that there were only 2 victims of that specific doxing method. But what I find really interesting is that Nux, even though he was literally being backstabbed out in public, still tried to protect Project Melody, who was in the group. In fact, she was the creator of that group. She was the one who invited Nux, Phoenix, and Gunrun. You can see this in the crown that's next to her name on the right. The only reason we found out she was there was because of Fruit, even though I don't even think that was her intention. So this, of course, raises even more questions. Nyanners was the victim here. How come she wasn't the one in this group instead of Project Melody? And why is it that Project Melody's here with the CEO and the head of the cybersecurity operations of Vishojo? Did Gunrun view her as a co-founder? And finally, seeing that she held some role of importance in Vishojo, was she aware of the financial constraints of the company in 2025? Those are fairly important questions to ask. But with all this new information at our disposal, it comes as no surprise that Project Melody was one of the final members of Vishojo to announce her resignation, saying this: "I waited to make a statement because I'm always anxious and struggle to find my words, but yes, I'm leaving Vishojo. I was an OG talent, put everything into this company, but I'm beyond devastated at what happened, and I'd never in a million years thought I'd be saying these words. Now, I'm not implying anything, and to do so would be dangerous, so take this with a grain of salt. But so far, on every tweet of every single Vishojo member leaving, there were other Vishojo members replying. Not a single one can be found in these 1,100 replies on this post. Project Melody would make yet another post saying that she's taking a 1 to 2 week break. Again, in the replies, not a single Vishojo member can be found. Now look, this could very well be a complete coincidence. It's not like they unfollowed her on Twitter. To say that Project Melody had a hand in embezzling the $500,000 that belonged to the charity would be absolutely ridiculous. But what we can do right now is simply ask questions, especially in regards to the Nux controversy, which is still missing some pieces. We'll see if she'll have anything to add or clarify when she's back from her break. In the meantime though, every single member of Nova would all leave together, putting an end to
For Project Melody, I'm guessing the group was made beforehand, and then Nux joined it, or was added to it, for money. She's the hiring manager, depending on how long she kind of held that position, officially or unofficially. She probably didn't know, but also, if she did, there might have been a contract or some legal thing preventing her from saying something. It's weird that none of them put something, but also I think for some things, I don't know. I'm hoping it's nothing, because man, I don't want, like, just let it be normal. There's too much going on, man. This is... Oh.
to this joint venture between Vishojo and the Universal Music Group in Japan. But Gunrun was silent. The company's page was silent. And it would take yet another 24 hours on July 24th, 2025 to finally get an official statement from Vishojo. Gunrun would finally post his statement using the Vishojo official Twitter page, saying, "Vishojo has failed, and I've mismanaged the company into the situation you're all witnessing. So today I'm sharing the difficult news that Vishojo is shutting down, and I take full responsibility for the decisions that led us to this point. I've been doing everything I can to fundraise and right the ship these past few months, but despite my efforts, we are in a worse position and those I care about are not paying the price. Over the past few years, we raised around $11 million to pursue a bold, talent-first approach in VTubing, prioritizing creators and community over short-term profits to achieve long-term sustainability. Our funding went directly to our creators through generous splits, debut investments, infrastructure, concerts, events, and staffing, all designed to support them. We also wanted talent to own their IP, which we knew was a unique creator-first approach for an agency. However, despite all our efforts, the business failed to generate the revenue we needed to sustain that model, and eventually we ran out of money. Additionally, I acknowledge that some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity, which I later learned was intended for a charitable initiative. At the time, we were working hard to raise additional investment capital to cover our costs, and I firmly believed, based on the information available to us, that we would be able to do so and cover all expenses. We were unsuccessful in our fundraising efforts. I made the decision to pursue funding, and I own its consequences. I am deeply sorry to all the talents, staff, friends, and community members who believed in our brand. You did not deserve this. Signed, Justin Gunrun. What a dog shit apology, right? I mean, look, I've been objective this whole video. Come on, allow me to be a bit biased here. This is fuck.
Justin claims to not know the purpose of the funds, but personally congratulated Iron Mouse on completion of her charity fundraiser event. Reposted Ludwig, correctly mentioning Ludwig yet again. He always gets pulled into things.
Terrible. So no wonder he got immediately community noted, saying Justin claims to not know the purpose of these funds, but he personally congratulated Iron Mouse on the completion of her charity fundraising event and reposted Ludwig, directly mentioning that half the funds would go to charity. You can see Gunrun congratulating Iron Mouse on her subathon, saying you did it, Mouse. On July 25th, Legal Mindset would reply with, the feds will be looking at this post. And here you can see the Gunrun retweeting a tweet from Ludwig, congratulating Iron Mouse on her crazy achievement. Iron Mouse would reply to this apology saying, you broke my heart, my spirit, and my trust. Kason would say, why didn't you let us know the moment you realized the situation? Why did I get this information 2 weeks ago, not from the company, but from my homegirls? Why did you lie to the Japanese branch a week ago that everything was good and taken care of? Henya would say, I had a wonderful time while I was in there, so because of that, it hurts my heart a lot. My community and my friends don't deserve this. I don't expect you to do anything at this point. Just please don't do this ever again to anyone. Giga would say, Vishojo didn't just fail. Many staff and leadership failed Vishojo. Instead of using talent money on operating costs, the company should have shut down or at least informed us, but you used us as cash cows to keep things afloat while keeping us in the dark. Amelie would say, this is exactly what Copium Merch did to me, and you promised it wouldn't happen to me again. I'm so beyond disappointed and frustrated, I don't even know what to feel anymore. Recounting an experience she had with a company that pretty much scammed her and her fans out of merch. Michi Mochievi would say, we trusted you and you knew how hard that was for some of us to do. Our communities, people who only ever do their best to support us and care for us, do not deserve this either. Adding a little humorous twist and saying, this does not get 5 big booms from me, OG. Nyaners would say, so is the COO gonna say anything about his involvement, or is he busy Googling how do I renew my law license past the deadline? Pretty much revealing to us for the first time that the chief operating officer, the one who handled legalities within Vishojo, had an expired law license.
It can't be this hard to run a business. It cannot be this hard. I refuse to believe that you are this incompetent. Like, oh. So, people were able to leave only because you had a expired business license at the time, and now your company lawyer has an expired law license. Oh. Jonah, if we do ever do some kind of company thing, it's gotta be easy. This is... How hard is it to just hire someone with a valid license? Like, that's gotta be the easiest thing. I feel like it's harder to find someone with an invalid one. You have to actively look for them. It's way easier than people make out to be. You secured venture capital, like tens of millions of dollars in venture capital. You have a handful of the largest YouTubers on the planet in your company. Everybody, you are top shit. Everyone wants to be in your company, be associated with your name. Just that, that fact prints money. How do you lose all of it and then also misplace charity money? If your business is doing well, at least on the Japanese side, you still can't pay people. Like, Gun Run has to be making like $1 million a month or something. I don't, like 100% of donations and whatever go to the streamer. You can do that and then just pump out merch. Just like monthly new merch. Boom, boom, boom. And all the merch sales go to the company. That's a perfect thing. Because then there's a split. Or do what every other company does, but do a better one of like 75-25. The only competent people that seem to be in this company are the talent managers, and they don't, even some of the talent. If Project Melody is actually like doing whatever, which I don't think she is, it's just coincidence. I think it's just not going to reply because people were tired and probably uninstalled whatever off their phones or weren't looking at Twitter at all. But like, I don't think Project Melody is involved in the bad stuff. But how can you... I had 2 days at a bar that didn't have a business or like a liquor license. Well, that was because the city didn't give it to them at that time, right? It's not because they just decided to not pay it. This is them actively, seemingly like ignoring a problem or hiring someone that they legally cannot. And I don't, which I later learned was intended for charitable intention. What else would it be for, buddy? Your pockets? Cottontail? Fellow Albert? Pathetic? Noonie?
Silverville would say, how did you not know?
Blowing your own money is reckless, but blowing other people's money, especially charity funds, that's not just a mistake, it's disgraceful. You don't get to play with trust like that. Well, now, fuck all y'all. Alright. Yeah, alright, good. How did you not know? How could you betray the people that trusted you the most? I think the only thing I hope, the best thing I hope comes to this, apart from the fact that immune deficiency stuff got money, is Silvervale, Vebe, Nanners, and all the other girls reconnect. Because obviously, there was well poisoning from management and people inside the shoujo to the girls. I hope they can at least talk.
Oh, how could you betray the people that trusted you the most and think everyone would believe this garbage? You ruined lives. I hope the money gets repaid, but I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. You're a disgrace and a disappointment. Hey, you know what? You go, girl. She's just doing the same exact thing he did to her during the whole Hogwarts Legacy fiasco.
Good.
But one of the most heartbreaking replies would be from...
This was... I read this on my own. This is rough.
From Zentreya, saying, I've been trying to figure out what to say. Why did you keep dodging my messages and concerns? When I wanted to do one-on-ones, you kept dodging or gave me a short corporate answer. Even when I was under immense pressure from the community for answers about the auditions and I pleaded for a statement by your PR team, you told me it wasn't needed. You made a tiny video instead, looking like you were hurt and upset, saying sorry, instead of meeting me one-on-one for my concerns, and I was left crying and frustrated. But like a fucking dog, I went back and happy to even get something from you cause oh man, boss actually answered me. You wanted a one-on-one finally when you knew everything was crashing around you. Then debuting new talents and such even after the community kept asking about it and kept waving it off and letting me take the punches. I smiled, I fucking brushed it off and kept pushing the company cause I was hopeful for new talent and bringing new people to help. Instead, I find you were hiring people without input and poaching without even the idea of truly helping them other than financial gain. We didn't even know who you were bringing in. You and the team told us to just take it. You and some people were really ready for me to be thrown under over and over. Even when Amelie joined, I begged you to put out a statement regarding auditions before she announced her debut stream. You gave us the middle finger. Me and Amelie had to put out a statement because your PR team was unfit for their job. I took it all. Why did we have to say anything at all? Why did I have to keep taking the fucking damage over and over? You were hurting me well before this. You know you have. I've been pushing a company so blindly who didn't even care for me, but I'm an idiot and I kept believing. I was so excited for this. I spent sleepless nights dealing with constant harassment, and you spent money which you didn't even have without even warning us on God knows what, and you knew, don't even lie, you knew that the money was for charity and was supposed to be placed to the side to be untouched. Where did $11 million go in less than 3 years even? What happened to all that money? I'm just really tired from all these years of working trying to push for something that kept pushing me to the wolves. I was so stupid, but I was so excited. I really trusted you. We all did. Despite everything, I don't wish you any ill will. I just hope you find some way to make this right. Vishojo had gone from being the hope of the VTubing community to a leech that had sucked out the hope of everyone who had any contact with it, whether they were talents or not talents, whether they had auditioned or were in the process of joining. This was a tragedy on a cataclysmic scale. And no one was believing anything he said. No, there was no way you didn't know that this money was intended for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Zero possibility. You literally brought Iron Mouse to an Immune Deficiency Foundation charity event in person. Vishojo even issued a press release stating they would donate half the profits from her subathon on September 2nd, 2024. You think this won't be used in court? You can't just feign ignorance. Legal Mindset would later chime in, saying the only reason the Vishojo CEO included the later learned language is to try to keep himself out of criminal hot water. But I mean, come on. Even a pet hamster would understand by now that there's no way he's dodging this. Soon after, Twitch would remove the legacy emote known as Gunrun, not wanting to associate with him in any way. But you want to know what's crazy? Fruit has been inactive from January 2025. She finally made a comeback on July 21st, 2025, and literally just a day after she had come back, she would find out about the whole Iron Mouse situation. She effectively came back to a raging fire. At this point, it was already implied, but she still felt the need to specify that she's left Vishojo, saying, as a day one talent, it's truly heartbreaking that it has come to this. I had the opportunity to achieve so much in the last 4 to 5 years. I'm really anxious about becoming indie, but I'm going to continue doing what I set out to do and make fun things. The people, whether talent or staff, were the best part about the company. I had the pleasure of meeting so many inspiring individuals. I hope we can cheer them all on together moving forward. And with Fruit leaving, Vishojo had officially become a talent agency with absolutely zero talent. I think it's important to specify that even though these VTubers already had one hell of a community around them, having to wrestle with the idea that you're going indie, that you're losing all the resources that this agency once gave you, all in the span of 24 hours, isn't the easiest thing to process. But you know what isn't easy to process? At least for Vishojo? The fact that Vey didn't give a single shit that she was still under NDA. She saw the company crumbling, barely able to keep up with finances. She thought, they're not gonna...
So NDAs are not... The NDAs are still valid, by the way. As long as the company is still around, still valid.
...sue me, so she revealed everything. And it was extremely disturbing, saying, and so our NDAs are now void. Why I left Vishojo. Back in 2023, Vishojo tried to bully me into one of the most predatory contracts that I have ever seen. When I tried to ask more about it, their COO got extremely hostile with me and refused to answer any of my questions, and so I had to hire a lawyer in order to get some clarification. During the talks, it became clear that Vishojo would rather let me go than to take less away from me. They were ultimately wanting me to give up more than half of all my sponsor revenue and over 60% of all my merch sales. All I asked from them in return is to not take a cut of the sponsors that I was getting through Mythic, as that cut was already being taken. They said no, they want it all. So just to clarify any confusion here, most of the Vishojo talents had a talent agency in parallel to Vishoja, like Mythic Talent for example. They would be there for the sole purpose of getting them sponsors. This was a completely normal thing to do, but Vishoja wanted a cut of the sponsors from Mythic even though they were doing nothing to get her those sponsors. They would then continue, and so I asked to leave after being treated like I was disposable in our talks. They basically made it seem like they were my employer and that they're the reason for my success, that I owe them and that I should be happy to give them my money. In order for me to leave, they demanded I sign an NDA that prevented me from speaking to any of the other talent about it. I could not say why I was leaving, I could not say what the terms that I was saying no to were, I even got in trouble for advising them to hire their own attorneys. They would watch my streams, read my Discord, and then threaten to sue me. If I said anything that hinted towards how I really felt about the company, I was threatened with a lawsuit. Another one of their leave terms was that they will announce both me and Silver on the same day in order to minimize the damage to their company.
You can always tell a company's a good company when they threaten to sue you over little things. Over just anything and everything. Well, you stubbed your toe on a corner of the desk? Say that and we'll sue you. I have a feeling if the shoujo even perceived something as a slight against them, they would threaten to sue. This is...
Their COO had begun to push a narrative on 4chan, yes, I'm serious.
Oh, I was right. Okay. So the guy with the expired law license was spreading rumors on 4chan about them. I wonder if you're able to Google who was the COO of the shoujo. See if he still has his law license revoked. This
LMFAO and other social media that I'm leaving because I plan to join OTK and that both me and Silvervale are troublemakers, so they were letting us go. Later I found out that Nyaners wanted to leave around the same time due to also being unhappy with the contract, but was told that she couldn't because it did not fit their narrative that they were pushing internally and externally. The amount of hate we've gotten over leaving, from fans calling us greedy bitches to people saying we're abandoning our friends and tossing aside the company because we're successful enough, was fucking painful. Not being able to say anything sucked. I only found out I didn't get paid for any of my sponsors after I had already signed the NDA.
Why are you went outside? Give me a second, chat. Okay. Maple was like freaking out to go outside.
After 2 years, I have still not been paid back fully. To add insult to injury, they also demanded I had to pay them back $10,000 for some of the anniversary assets, which when they sent me back months later, were half finished. Despite all of that, I've had immense faith that the company has gotten better over the past 2 years. I assumed they rewrote their contracts after losing 3 people due to them and seeing all that new talent join. Clearly, this was not the case. Now, for some fun facts. Their company lawyer has an expired law license. He literally does not practice law anymore, yet he was our point of contact for any legal help we needed. They actively pitted us against one another during my time there, and compared our success to others. They tried enforcing streaming schedules so that our viewer count would look better due to less overlap. They would always shit talk other VTuber agencies. They literally would spend company money to get a tiny dig at them, especially Hololive. It literally lived rent-free in Gunrun's head. They were convinced Hololive was over when they signed Kason and Nazuna. Our previous talent manager got ghosted for 6 months by Gunrun, told not to do any work for us, and then got fired for not doing anything. During this fiasco, we weren't able to get any assistance. Mountain Dew got reprimanded for being creepy to us. Lol.
Okay. This is why I think Mountain Dew was the one I guess there was someone on the Japanese side who was leaking info. This is where I thought it was him. If you're a co-founder of a company, don't be a creep to people that are very vocal and very spray and pray with, not even spray and pray, just spray or talking. You hire people who are known for being very vocal and unabashedly so. It's so dumb to act like that. Hiring. Obviously, Vebe is not afraid of a legal document, considering her NDA is still in effect, but the fuck are you doing, man? Proof from other streamers attending IRL parties. They would actively shit-talk me after I left the company.
Got told not to message us privately. Go figure. I have proof from other streamers attending Vishozo's IRL parties that Mountain Dew would actively shit-talk me after I left the company to paint me in the worst light imaginable. Don't know why you're acting innocent on Twitter pretending you weren't aware of anything. Can't wait to see all the shit that comes out about you because there's loads, but those aren't my stories to tell. Thanks for reading, and thanks to those who stuck around between then and now. Thank you.
Okay, this one statement. Can't wait to see all the shit that comes out about you because there's loads, but those aren't my stories to tell. Jonah, if you were to put a number on how many people he's probably been creepy to, what would you say? I'm thinking probably at least 20. That's my thinking. I'm thinking like 27. Like it's an odd number. Like there's, give it like, this came out what, 2 days ago? 3 days now? The 5th? Give it like a month or two. We're gonna see a couple of these stories come out, and then once a couple of them come out, like a week or two later, we're gonna get all of them. This guy's gonna be sued into the ground, straight down through the core, out the other side of the planet and back. You don't say, oh, like these aren't, like, because there's loads, like that's kind of exaggeration sounding, but they aren't my stories to tell. Just from here onward tells me it's more than 10. Because anytime someone's talking about stuff like this, the stories has only ever been used when it's more than 10 people, when it's double digits and over. Otherwise, it's those people will come forward. And anytime it's like the word people is used instead of stories, it's under 10. That's what I've noticed, unfortunately, as a pattern. I'm thinking like 25 people. Different parties over the years. Oh, there's gonna be some shit.
For giving me, Silver, and Neon the benefit of the doubt when we needed it most. So, yeah, this was insane. Many of the top streamers in the space would react to this with complete and utter shock. Bro, I was caught completely off.
MTD had the audacity to talk shit about you to my face at a party the year that we all left. Painted you as some kind of conniving, greedy, mean girl who was in my ear and manipulated me into leaving Shoujo just because he wanted me to join OTK because her boyfriend Soda's a part of it. Thank you for sharing, Vay. Bye. Honestly, I have no words. How could they do this? What does one of you say to all this? Reading the whole thing makes me sick to my stomach. Holy fuck.
Guard. Holy shit. I could have never in a million years expected that. And this caused Mountain Dew.
Hey, Oatmeal. No, bro, what the absolute fuck? Okay. You know what? What's up, Oatmeal? I think Maple's ready to be let in. Let me go grab her. Maple is... Something's going on with the weather. Maple's acting like more and more upset about stuff. Let me go wrangle her quick. Oatmeal, I know you just showed up. I'm putting you in charge. I'm grabbing the dog. BRB. She came in a lot sooner than I thought she would. Oh. Oh. She's learned like a little pea dance she does. She only comes into my room to do it. She wants me to let her out, even though my dad's desk is like right next to the door. I don't do it.
Due to be community noted on the post he had made tagging Gunrun, with it saying this user was also included in many of Vishoujo's mismanagement issues and has been called out for harassing talents. Nyanners would further confirm what Vey had said, saying Mountain Dew had the
Person being some shit uncomfortably close and up in my face and was like, come on. I know the real reason you left. I know it was because of Vey. She talked you into it. Okay. I know he spread that same shit to other staff talent and other industry people. Seeing one of my closest friends get dragged through the mud like this for years was awful. Okay. He's a creepy motherfucker. And there's a lot more, obviously, but a lot of it is also not my story to tell. This guy's. This guy's put his hands on people or something, man. If you're, like... He's creepy, and there's obviously... And there's a lot more obviously, but a lot of it also is not my story to tell.
audacity, conniving, greedy, mean girl who was boyfriend Soda is my face and was like, come
We
on,
read this.
I know the real reason you left. That same shit to other staff, talent, and you did absolutely nothing wrong and had so much shit flung at you just because they wanted to push a narrative to protect the company. For him to act like he's completely blameless is insulting. He is a creepy motherfucker, and there's a lot more obviously, but a lot of it is also not my story to tell. Absolutely wild. Now, Dean, a lawyer that's actually certified, specialized in content creation, would tweet this out after Vey's tweet, saying, Vishoujo has not officially filed bankruptcy, they have not dissolved. Contracts are still in place, NDAs are still in place. Please review contracts before you say anything on the matter if you have signed anything at all with them.
I don't think
But then
Vey
Vey,
cares.
whether aware or unaware of that tweet, would still tweet this out saying, they'll have to steal from another charity to sue me, lol. A VTuber by the name of Kayan, who's a corporate accountant IRL, would quote tweet Gunrun's botched apology saying, I'm a corporate accountant IRL. You do not misspend $11 million and you do not mistake charitable /
Okay, one. Rank 1 rat fucker. Okay. Yeah, and Gunrun was like, yeah, I committed some fraud and embezzlement. Oopsie daisy.
Talent earned gains S company
My
funds.
bad.
This is a textbook embezzlement. He should be in cuffs. And speaking of those $11 million, this was seen as a
Flashbang.
genius move back in 2022. But the industry insiders that were very doubtful that Vishojo was making money and that they could pay it back in 2023 were mostly thinking this way because they weren't working with a private investor, they were working with venture capital, a form of fundraising that had zero flexibility. They wanted their money back, period. And they sure as hell were the last people to understand what the hell VTubing even was to begin with. We would then get more insight into how much Vishojo was struggling from a Japanese commodities trader, saying, unfortunate situation, but just remember, Kat, who was a friend of his, was offered $2 million to buy the whole thing, but obviously the operation was so unprofitable, Kat said no. I don't know how it ended this badly, but going through the financials, to be honest, it just looks like a team that never ran a business before. Kat was always a supporter or donor of VTubers and was interested in investing in them. A friend of mine was the largest investor in Vishojo, RIP, $0, implying that he had lost all his money. Maybe the loan the company took legally required them to be paid back first before the 500k stream donation go through to Iron Mouse, not sure. Still believe it's a terribly ran business rather than fraud, or at least I hope. So as early as
Going like, it looks like people have never run a business before. It can't be this hard. You have like 20. I'm assuming you have more than just Gunrun and like the 3 other people they've mentioned running this. It can't be this hard, especially when like you're the top agency, you can get help.
June 21.
Older decks than may help. Right now we're looking at someone acquiring us for just the amount that we owe to talents and loans. It's about $2 million for everything at this point. I don't believe that. It's gotta be more.
2025, Vishojo was selling itself for $2 million to an investor. This was the amount that they owed to talents and loans. Bear in mind, this is a company that had taken an $11 million loan and had some of the best talent in the entire VTubing industry, hell, the entire entertainment industry. They were valuing themselves at $2 million. Incredible. This really showed us that they really had no idea what they were doing with the business, and we'd only get more glimpses as to how badly they ran the company when even more people would speak out. One of them being Camilla, a well-renowned VTuber in the industry, saying, I want to start by saying that the severity of my experience isn't the same as what others went through with Gunrun. Just wanted to share this tidbit because it affected a lot of my friends, including me. In 2022, I applied for Vishojo. I applied under my past life, so her past VTuber identity. Vishojo at the time prefaced that they were looking specifically for smaller streamers. I thought I'd give it a chance because I was a very small one at the time. I auditioned. I passed. I received an email saying that I would be moving to the next stage, as well as some of my friends. I and others were so excited to have even passed the initial round. That alone was something to be proud of. We filled out the next part. This mainly contained more technical questions. What's your schedule like? Are you good with handling technical difficulties? What kind of streaming equipment do you own? Etc. Submitted that and, well, got another email back. I made it to round 3. I was so happy. I know I wasn't fully accepted yet, but it was still a nice feeling. So I waited. I waited a few days for the next step. A few days turned into weeks. A few weeks turned into a few months. Nothing. I would frantically check my email almost every single day waiting for something.
This is like Quinn's thing. Quinn that was saying like we would go through all these plans of like timelines and setup and like what I needed, what to do and all this stuff, and then they would just cut them off. Cold turkey. After like months of planning. This was a rough one. I read her statement.
Eventually, I let it
before.
go. They moved on without a word. I was sad, sure, but more confused by the sudden disappearance. A year later, I started growing as a streamer. I met so many other VTubers and learned a lot by being around them. One day, I was chatting with a bigger VTuber, and eventually, the topic of Vishojo came up. They told me they auditioned the same time I did. She made it to the final round, but they rejected her and the finalists last minute to hire someone they already knew. And these VTubers were given hush money not to tell anyone about it. The girls were devastated, just like the rest of us who got dropped without warning.
22.
So, yeah, thank you for wasting everyone's time, I guess. Oh, and one more thing.
Was that in Giga? No, wait. 22 would have been Veve. Maybe? I don't know.
Before I forget, you have no idea how many times your talents called me in tears, suffering due to your neglect and the way you constantly mistreated them. They weren't getting paid, they weren't getting responses from you for over 6 months, and other heart-shattering moments I can't share yet. Is this the treatment you give to those who contributed to your success? No one as sweet and hardworking as them should have been treated like that and stolen from, and with that being said, I dedicate this to you. It will be a song sang by Camilla titled Dear Gunrun, in which she would address him personally with the lyrics that she wrote. Mia, yet another VTuber that was screwed over by Vishoujo, would reply to Camilla's post, saying, I only spent half a year getting my hopes up. I cannot even comprehend how the people must feel who got strung along for even longer, just for upper management to choose bigger creators, while the talents, like Zentrea, had to tank all the criticism because they believed their words and promises as well. And all of us smaller people applying trusting Zentrea while the talents had to tank all the hatred from people claiming nepotism. Just to then, in the end, find out that upper management did treat the talents like cash cows and did try to get more cash cows instead of keeping the promises they gave everyone else. They sold this dream to everyone and made all of those false promises to talents and fans alike just to crush all of it, while letting the talent tank it all and disappointing so many people on the road. But what about this whole hush money thing? What about the people who made it as finalists and were given money by Vishoujo to never speak of it again? Well, one of those talents was Neurosoda, and she confirmed it live on her stream. Watch.
Like, at the time when I applied for auditions, how many years was that ago?
Small correction. Neurosoda is a clip channel. I'm assuming Mujin knows this already, and this was just a thing. Annie works with Neurosummer and Vettel. Also, Annie's a big VTuber in her own right. Does a lot. So, her name is Annie, not Neurosoda.
That was like 3 years ago. I literally do not care anymore. But at that time, they tried to like give me the hush money, which I didn't take, and I spoke about the like what happened as carefully as I could, because I was like still scared to like, you know, have bad blood or anything, and then people still like hated on me. Like nobody believed me. Okay.
So you go through these auditions hoping that this will change your life. The company ends up being very unprofessional, backs down, wants to give you money to hush hush. You don't take it so that you can tell people about this, and when you do, they don't even believe you. I can't imagine the mental toll Neurosoda, as well as pretty much everyone else in this video, went through because of this company. I mean, it really is incredible just how many people...
Small mistake on my part. Mispronounced Haruka's tweeting the video. Process of removing it, hence why there might be an awkward cut. Neurosoda is the clipping channel, and he's the VTuber in question. Yeah.
This company had affected negatively. The list was so large, you couldn't even print it on a sheet of A4 paper. For example, this artist was in the works to bring Vishoujo to WeebCon 2026, pitching it and having management approve. They would tell her, oh, we'd plan a meeting next week. Their schedule was very packed, but, you know, now she understands this is never going to happen. She was given no prior warning. And someone else had spent months and thousands of dollars developing a leather jacket concept for Kuro. Vishoujo's management loved it, and the artist was under the impression that this was going to be a joint venture. But after all this work, Vishoujo eventually just offered to buy out the whole thing. They didn't want to work with this artist, they just wanted the idea and the jacket. And you know what the worst part is? This artist, desperate not to let all their work go to waste, reluctantly agreed. And then got ghosted, showing us that this business was truly ran by children. Kuro would find this post and would say, wait, what? I don't know how to say this, but I've never been shown this by anyone, even though I had asked many times if it was possible to get a jacket made, but there was never any update to me, so I assumed it's impossible. There was truly no end to Vishoujo's fuck-ups.
Fully developed prototype of the jacket. It's not quite at the final standard I envisioned. It looks awesome. I'd love the opportunity to actually show you what's been done so far, turning that possibility into reality. Would really mean something, I'm guessing, with
Niji-sanji, move aside because there's a new person on the throne. But if you thought that was the end of these
Mama should have raised a Quiddo because there's only so many punches I can take. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's real. So they are owing over $11 million, probably around the $20 million range. Gunrun at least probably has fraud and investment charges. Mountain Dew sounds like he's a creep. Might have some charges there. There's probably going to be multiple stories or docs coming out at some point. Dude, there's so much going on. I don't even know if it's worth being a VTuber, man, or just streaming in general. Ugh, I know it's a dice roll on like stuff going well, but fuck. One person can ruin a whole community. There's 5 minutes left. Oatmeal, Jonah, how are you two feeling about this? I know Oatmeal, you came in late, but you just coming in late, you can get the gist. Shit's wild. Life, well, it's so Oatmeal Gun Run, I'm sure you know, or at least might know, the IRL backpack company that like every streamer uses was made by Gun Run. It's the guy who made VShojo. Or one of the people who made VShojo. He was listed on a Forbes 30 under 30 in 2014. He was like the main tech guy for Justin TV stuff and like early Twitch. So I don't know how, with all of that you can't run a company. This is like, I keep saying it, but it's the biggest win you could ever get. Like, the handful of streamers you have are some of the largest, not just VTubers, some of the largest streamers in the world that print money and goodwill. You have people frothing at the mouth to join your company, just to have their name be associated with you. And time again, you ghost them, you don't pay them, you lose charity money somehow, you don't pay your own talent, you be a creep to someone, you be a dick and call someone a disappointment. At least with Yago and Hololive, he seems kind of disconnected, but he doesn't do any of this. He's just some old business guy. He's not like trying to be in front of the camera. The guy at Niji Sanji's buys a vault made out of everybody's YouTube plaques. And the guy in Phase Connect just wants to play League of Legends after he picks up more people from mental wards and stuff in hospitals. It's like, of all the people, you just have to not do anything or just be a normal person and you win. That's it. Just be a normal dude. Don't be creepy. Don't be rude. Just be like, hey, you know, you did good. Here's your money. It's so easy to be normal, man. Oh, my goodness. I've dealt with like some really bad people in business stuff, but this is I don't get it.
Talents getting punched in the face, you'd be wrong. On July 31st, 2025, Amelie would tweet, "Mama should have raised a quitter because there's only so many punches I can take, man." Kuro would tweet, "Oh man, I might have some bad news." Someone asked, "Is it about your new house?" He said, "No, it's about old merch." And finally, Giga would say, "I am once again trying not to crash out, but brother." She would go live shortly after to explain that there's some merch that was sold to her audience that was still unfulfilled. It wasn't shipped yet, sitting in the warehouse. Seeing that Vishojo is a complete mess right now, she doesn't know who to reach out to get a list of people who, bought it. Their addresses, like where she can send them to. It's completely unclear. She's still trying to figure out the details, but it seems that unfortunately, the people who did buy the merch and didn't get their order fulfilled might just get scammed. But as far as I know, some of Giga's merch did ship. In Kuro's case, though, none of it shipped. In fact,
Okay.
it wasn't even sent to production. The pinned
What?
post in Kuro's community on Twitter right now is this, saying, "Merch update. Unfortunately,
Got surgery in the morning, but just want to stop it for a bit. Thanks for stopping by. I hope your surgery goes well. Let me know how it goes. Let me know when you feel good and you get out. I'll keep you in mind. Good luck. Pray it goes well." Every time I hear more and more things about Bishojo being bad, it's like taking another step in wet socks. Just feels worse. Shall do my best to keep everyone updated. Yes, sir.
Kuro's birthday merch was never sent to production, so please
How do
file
you-
it. During Kuro's birthday, with Vishojo, he was selling some special merch. Typically, the way it works is that when merch is being sold for something like this, there's a time limit. Once that time limit's over, the company
I'm getting the sense there's just shit. The toilet's overflowing.
your money back is to charge back. I mean, this is a disaster at an apocalyptic level. It's not just the talents being affected by Vishojo's incompetence, it's their fans now. It's so sad to see. But hey, you know what? Not all of it was negative because the VTubing community was able to take
Oh yeah.
this
At the same time, Jonah, I don't know if you saw some of the new models Mouse had during this time, or just before this. Mouse had a Amy, like a Sonic collab and a Hatsune Miku collab. Like Amy from Sonic, like, you know the character Amy with the hammer. She had that as a model. She had a Hatsune Miku model. Like, insane collabs. And then like a week or two later, why I left Vishojo. Oh, you have Sega backing you up, and you can't keep your talent.
extremely negative situation and turn it into a very positive one. Iron Mouse was officially indie again, and her Tiltify charity fundraiser, in barely just over a day, it had reached over $1 million.
Oh, let's go.
With the Immune Deficiency Foundation themselves making a tweet saying, "I'm not crying, you're crying." The campaign at the end of July is currently sitting at over $1.3 million raised, and it was so impactful, not just to the VTubing community, but pretty much everyone who had heard about it, that the CEO of the Immune Deficiency Foundation had made a video thanking Iron Mouse and her community for everything. I mean, this is just incredible, very wholesome. Everyone coming together was just an amazing thing to see. Look, this Vishojo saga is probably the messiest, craziest thing I have ever covered on this channel. It's the biggest disaster that's ever
Mess's
occurred
old
in the
model.
VTubing space. And ironically enough, the new era of VTubing wasn't actually created with Vishojo, it was created with the end of Vishojo. I personally completely agree with Sayu's tweet, in which he says, "I said it yesterday on stream, but what's happening in the VTubing space right now is reminding me of the Machinima MCN days,
Oh.
sounding like old man Sayu." I mean, I remember Machinima.
Oh. Jonah, were you old enough to remember to be around for Machinima? Were you on the internet at that point? And all that problem. That's if you weren't, Machinima was essentially was online. I just wasn't into YouTube stuff enough. So you know C-Nanners and like that kind of era of YouTube? That's most of the people. It was essentially a conglomerate where you would post gaming videos, animated videos, stuff. It was like an agency. They failed because the guy kind of pitched the people who owned it, pitched it to a bunch of investors like, we're making this much money, we're making so much money. And they were kind of using that money they got from people to pay back other people. They were pyramid scheming it. But they also had control over the channels and like ownership over a lot of the channels at the time. So like some of the people in Vanos's crew were in Machinima. The C-Nanners was there. I think Matt Pat was in there. Some of Rooster Teeth was a part of it. Like, a lot of the larger names that came out of that, or that were larger after, kind of grew from this. And when the company failed, there was a lot of money just lost. A lot of channels people couldn't access anymore. But that kind of gave a boom to independent content creation. So now it wasn't like, because before it was like, oh hey, if you are with Machinima, we'll give you a manager, they can help contact YouTube, get stuff taken care of for you, yada yada yada. There's not really a role for them anymore in the system. And for VTuber agencies, it's kind of becoming the same. Like, do you need an agency to be a big VTuber? I mean, like Iron Mouse is indie now, but before joining, it's like, yeah, they were with the shoujo, but they were still technically independent. In all intents and purposes. It's like, you don't really need like having a team at larger sizes, yes, but you don't need an agency. I mean, just going on to like look at Cottontail is indie. Heavenly Controller, like, no, Heavenly Father. Heavenly controls the Heavenly with like Russian Badger and the indie, and like there's a lot of these really big creators that do things. You don't really need an agency anymore. Like Mythic Talent helps with like ads and stuff, but you can get your own team. You don't really need help for it anymore. I mean, the shoujo dying helps people like me, creators like that are smaller indie creators, because now there's a big push for supporting indie. There's more people. It's the same amount of people, but brings more eyes. I would say it's beneficial, but with that happening and all the other shit going on, of just problems and problems,
but I'm not old, okay? They used to host some of my favorite shows that I watched growing up. But the way they were created was as an MCN, a multi-channel network, something that is completely extinct today. Back then, YouTubers, especially centered around video games, believed that the only way to succeed or get to the next step of content creation was to sign on with a machinima. This would allow them to get control over your YouTube channel and essentially make decisions for you. The promise here was that you would be getting so many sponsors, money, cool opportunities, but the reality was that you would be severely limited as to what you can do, and machinima would practically become your boss. You would have no freedom. Your channel wouldn't even be owned by you anymore. Eventually, everyone left this company once they realized that they were practically scammers, and this led to the company completely shutting down. So maybe the new era of VTubing content creation lies in the independent creators themselves. Maybe VTubing, just like video game content creation in the early 2000s, needed these agencies to lay a foundation, but now they're not needed anymore. Who knows? Time will tell. I do find it hilarious though that in a stream with Michi and Matara, they would find out through tarot cards that Vishojo was going to be doomed this year. This was back in like February, okay? Just this year. And speaking of Vishojo, in Legal Mindset's opinion, this statement was so poorly written that it might as well be Gunrun admitting to a crime. This wasn't over, and the talents could most definitely sue. I don't know what'll happen, but I would definitely not bet my money on Gunrun. Anyway,
There's nothing in this statement saying he's going to pay the money. Just saying, like, hey, we raised money. That $500,000 for charity went somewhere. Probably his pocket. Like, there's nothing in here saying he's gonna pay it back. Or he has a plan to pay it back. He's essentially just running. So, that is illegal.
Thank you so much for watching this ridiculously long video. I don't know how long it's going to be while recording this, but
it's 2 hours and 8 minutes.
I am not looking forward to editing at all. And also, a special thanks to Rima Evenstar for very quickly compiling some of the lengthy statements from many of the VTubers affected by Vishojo. As of now, Vishojo's store is not available anymore, but it's important to note that it hasn't filed for bankruptcy yet and hasn't closed its doors down either. As far as we know, it's still a company, one with no money, but still a company. If there's anything for you to understand from all this is to, well, always hire a lawyer to read out contracts. And if a company makes you feel guilty about it, then they're probably a massive red flag.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to be uploaded. All I know is I need a goddamn vacation. I love you. Mwah.
Yeah, that's Mugen's most recent video. Dude, there's... Oh... Who's this guy? This guy seems really cool. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Would you take a look at that? I need to fix the logo. Dude, I'm tired, but also, like... It's insane to me how some people are able to do stuff and get away with it for so long. Like, it's like with Cinder, is it? Oh yeah. For the past 4 years I've been doing this. Excuse me? What do you mean? For this one, it's like, oh yeah, since 2021. Oh, we've been scamming people. Huh? Dude, I can't I can't hide stuff for like a day from people, man. How do you do that for years? I don't get it. And whatever this Adora Bunny stuff is, whenever that comes out, I'm done. I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all get some sleep. There might be something tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know when I'll stream tomorrow. I'm so tired. Okay. Y'all have a good sleep. Good night. Get some rest. Go eat. Go drink. Do whatever you need to do. I don't know. Good night, Donder. Good night, Jonah. Good night, Omeo. Good night, Moon, if you're still there. Good night, Corvette. I think you were here earlier. Yeah, I'll see you.